Lightning streaks the sky, illuminating the rain-drenched streets. And over the noise of the storm, someone asks 2 questions about whether the video has been released yet and whether the Supernatural Force Association has responded to it in any way. And since the association did not react in any way, it means that they do not want to reveal the source of supernatural power. As it turned out, these questions were asked by one of the criminals who attacked the students, holding them hostage. The children were in a panic, but they reassured themselves that the association shouldn't care, so they had to be saved. They just had to wait a little. And then one of the students decided to fight back against the criminals in order to at least try to stop them. But just as the daredevil wanted to do something, he was stopped by Lin Luan with the words that the teenager should not be a hero and control himself, because he could not do anything against the bandits alone. However, the guy was not alone, because the others were ready to help him, because everyone wanted to be saved, and there were only 4 criminals, so the students decided to join forces. But the bandits turned out to be not so simple, so they quickly noticed that something was being prepared against them, and ordered the teenagers to behave more calmly. And one of them had the power to increase in size, which looked very scary. The teenagers did not expect such a turn of events, so suddenly all their confidence in victory instantly evaporated. Although the criminal's accomplices with the strength of his height told him not to go too far with the children, he still hit one of the children with all cruelty. The blow was so strong that the blood of the unfortunate student scattered in different directions. This action frightened all the students so much that they began to panic and run away in all directions without even thinking. Lin Wan then realized that this was the perfect moment to save himself, and shouted about this to the guy Hao, whom he had previously stopped. But the daredevil once again decided to act like a hero, thinking not about himself, but about the others. After all, the student understood that not everyone would be able to escape from the giant, so he wanted to help as many people as possible. Then Luan remembered a situation from his childhood, when he and 5 of his friends swam to the middle of the lake, and he returned alone, and then many scolded him for not helping the others. As a result, the rest of the children were saved by others, but many still blamed the boy for the fact that if his friends died, then their deaths would be on his conscience. Lin himself did not understand what he was to blame for, because he would not have been able to help the others, but at least he could save himself. Therefore, using the same logic, Wan told Hao that they needed to leave in order to save themselves first. The students realized that the best solution would be to duck, walk where there is no light, and head towards the door through which they can escape. But then the guys noticed a figure that was on the mother-in-law, but it was not clear who exactly it was because of the darkness. The stranger concluded that the turmoil was the best time to act. After these words, the unknown person jumped out of cover and struck one of the criminals, doing everything so quickly that he did not even meet resistance. As it turned out, the stranger's name was Ji Feng, and he was one of the most popular newly minted heroes with supernatural power from the association. And if he was here, it meant that the others were saved. The man waited for the best moment, and as soon as it came, the hero took advantage of it and quickly dealt with the villains. But Feng defeated only 3 of the 4 criminals, because the last one hid in the crowd of fleeing students. But the hero himself did not know about it. Lin tried to shout to the man, however, due to the bustle he could not be heard, so the guy could not warn the hero and decided to save himself, hoping that Feng himself would fix everything. The hero himself from the association had already reported on the phone that he had dealt with everything, and almost all of the students had already run out into the street, so he believed that everything was fine. But Feng relaxed early, because while he was distracted, he was attacked from behind by a 4th criminal, whose existence the hero did not even know about, so he was not prepared for this attack. And then, unexpectedly, the man was saved by a boy, who kept repeating to himself that first of all he needed to save himself, and in the end he jumped under the attack of the villain in order to save another person. Lin again remembered that moment from childhood, because it was then that the boy wanted to become a hero, when he saved the rest of the guys thanks to the fact that he swam quickly and was able to loudly call for help. In this situation, the student really acted like a real hero, because by sacrificing himself, he saved the man. According to the criminal, Ji Feng is a vile person, because he hid in the crowd in order to attack later, and the villain was glad that he was able to escape in a timely manner. Then the villain began to discuss how he could punish the boy for preventing the murder of a popular hero, who would no longer be alive if not for Luan's act. Then Ji Feng ordered the criminal to release the student, but would agree to this only if the hero threw away his sword so that everything would be fair. The villain ridiculed the man who is the hero of the association, but at the same time it is he who is saved, and not vice versa. In the end, the hero had to make this deal so that the criminal would stop torturing the teenager, so he had to throw away his sword. According to the criminal, Feng without a sword is not his opponent, so he began to rejoice, thinking that he could now win this battle. However, while the villain rejoiced at his still unattained victory, the hero was able to grab the sword again and deal the enemy a blow that he did not expect. So Feng managed to cut off the criminal's hand, in which the guy was located, and he simply fell to the ground, hitting him hard. The hero, in turn, simply apologized to the student, explaining to him that the situation was simply critical, so it was necessary to act quickly, otherwise someone else might get hurt. Luan became a hero who saved everyone, but, unfortunately, no one could save the teenager himself, who simply remained lying on the ground. Finally, Feng only told the boy that the blow was fast, so Lin should not have felt anything, so he would die without pain. Feng's savior did not understand how the hero could kill him without hesitation, because the man could have come up with something to save the teenager, but Ji simply did not want to come to the rescue. And then Lin saw a sign, as if in a game, which said that the guy had received a chance to be resurrected, and then the question of whether he wanted to take advantage of this chance. Saving the hero, Luan himself died, and now his funeral was taking place, which took place on a cloudy rainy day. Meanwhile, Feng received thanks for being able to heroically rescue more than 200 people yesterday at 8 in the evening at Wenqing High School, where the attackers had taken all its students hostage. The news said that Ji Feng had once again proven that their city's security could be relied upon, and while Feng listened to the enthusiastic cries in his direction, and Lin Luan's mother cried at his funeral, he himself chose to be resurrected in this mysterious tablet. An inscription appeared on the sign stating that regeneration was complete, and then the question arose whether to accept the reward, which was the use of an ability called capture. Lin decided that this ability would not make him any worse, continuing to regenerate with the thought that he should teach Ji Feng a lesson. Therefore, Wan decided to accept this ability, wanting to take revenge on the hero for leaving the guy to die without even trying to save him. It turned out that as soon as he agreed to a second attempt at life, he was returned to the moment when he died, so he immediately found the hero and attacked him from behind. Feng was talking on the phone at this time, reporting the situation, so he didn't expect that anyone would attack him. Therefore, the man was unable to find his bearings when one bit him on the shoulder, so hard that blood gushed out. With the help of the blood that was shed because of Lin Luan, the guy was able to analyze the hero's abilities, learning that among them were shadow walking, snake execution, crow tenacity, and breathing method. And this analysis was done for a reason, because the surviving student can absorb one of the granted abilities. When the hero saw that the student was still alive, then with the question of why he had not died yet, Feng began to strike the boy. Luan, meanwhile, was thinking about which ability from the available ones he should choose, and eventually settled on the shadow approach. Thanks to this strength, the teenager was able to dodge the blow that the hero wanted to inflict on him. But the problem was that Lin had no idea how to use and control this ability. Feng noticed the power the boy used, and then told him that it was quite ordinary, so the hero would not be surprised by this, because he did not know that this ability was stolen from him. As a result, both young people used this ability, but only one of them knew how to use it. Of course, the man's advantage was obvious, so he was already ready to deal a fatal blow to the student, whom, on the contrary, he was supposed to save. But this was not allowed to happen, because after the bite the hero's DNA began to change, so that suddenly he simply froze in place. And then Feng simply laid down his sword without making the blow with which he so wanted to take the life of the one who saved him. The guy himself did not understand what had just happened, because he was already sure that he would soon die again. Then it appeared before Luan's eyes that the subjugation was completed, and he received a new slave, and after that the hero called him master. The guy learned that his abilities include the fact that after analyzing the enemy's abilities, he will be able to bite him and absorb one of them, and the student also introduces a systemic factor into the enemy's body, thereby rewriting his genetic code, forcing him to obey. Luan was surprised that the hero just wanted to kill him, and now he obeys, and after that Foam apologized to the guy, calling him master, and Lin, in turn, asked not to call him that. After this, the guy began to scold the man for attacking so recklessly, and because of this, casualties could not be avoided, to which the hero replied that sacrificing several civilians to stop the villains is normal practice. Then the student began to become disillusioned with the association, because one of the most popular heroes tells him things that don't seem right, which means that the rest are most likely the same. Lin Luan was so surprised by this whole situation that he still did not believe that Foam was under his control, so he decided to test it by ordering the man to kill himself. The hero answered without hesitation that he was listening, ready to do whatever the student ordered him to do, and Foam was really ready to do this, because he even took out his sword for this, then bringing it to his neck. But at the last moment, when the hero was already on the verge of death, Lin ordered him to stop, because he initially did not expect that his words would be heeded. Luan decided that let the man live for now, but he still decided to mock him, ordering the hero to take off his pants while the teenager himself recorded it on his phone camera. Foam carried out all the orders of the student, and he, in turn, decided to disgrace the man by forcing him to take funny photographs. The student found it very funny, and he even imagined how he would show this to the girls he knew, because they would go crazy because of it. But then Juan's fun was interrupted by a girl who quietly approached the teenager mocking the hero. And it so happened that this heroine came in at the wrong time, because she saw something that would be very difficult to explain. Then Lin ordered the man to quickly get dressed, while he himself looked at the girl, who turned out to be unfamiliar to him, so he began to guess that she was also someone from the association. The heroine came for the hero, but told the boy that it was time for him to leave too, because his parents were probably already terribly worried. Finally, Juan gave his slave an order that the man tell a press conference tomorrow about everything that happened today. Foam responded that he was listening, and this short dialogue attracted the attention of the woman, who was surprised at what she had just heard. After this, the teenager ran to his mother and friend, who were very worried about the unexpectedly missing guy. Everyone immediately began to worry about the student's condition, but he began to reassure him with words that the boy felt great. The Supernatural Power Association building was simply colossal in size, cutting through the skies. It was to this building that Ji Feng and the stranger who came to pick him up went. The girl stopped the hero, who was about to leave, and then asked if he had a minute. As it turned out, it was 10 minutes before the press conference, so the stranger did not have much time to talk with the man. The question that the heroine so wanted to ask was whether the boy with whom the man was found was his fan, because the stranger was very curious about it. And then the girl asked if Foam had written down the tags that he was going to cover, finally asking to look at them. Luan, meanwhile, realized that he could activate the ability only for points, of which he had 50 when revived, but at the moment 0, and he did not know at all what to do to get it. But in the end, the guy decided that now was not the best time for him to think about it, because he was very tired, and only wanted the lessons to end as quickly as possible. Due to loss of strength after past events, Lin did not listen to the teacher at all, but simply practically slept during the lesson. And as expected, this was noticed by the teacher, who did not at all like what Luan was doing in class instead of mastering the educational material. Teacher Shu made the guy stand up and repeat to the class what Newton said, and the student, in turn, explained that he still couldn't recover from yesterday, and that's why he was so absent-minded. But they didn't even want to listen to the student, telling him to return from heaven to earth, because it was just an accident, so you need to think not about what happened, but about the fact that there were only 2 months left before the state exam. However, Lin was not so sure that the attack was just an accident, because the school is always under guard, but yesterday, when the guards changed, in 20 minutes the attackers were able to easily enter the institution, but it remained a mystery how they did it, because the time of the changing of the guard is determined in advance, and the schedule for changing the guard is only available in the training section, so it was unclear how this information reached the criminals. Then one of the students asked that Luan really wanted to say that the school unit conspired with the attackers so that they could take over the school. Lin explained to this student, whose name was Wang Tianhao, that this was not what he meant at all, but Wang continued to argue with him, arguing that there could be no other meaning in the boy's words. As a result, the teacher stopped this argument, ordering Lin Luan to spend the rest of the lesson standing, punishing him for his behavior. And then Luan saw that he was awarded 1 point for causing hostility on the part of Zhu Dayun, who was the teacher, and this greatly amazed the boy, because it turned out that you can earn points by arguing with the teacher. During recess, the teenager's friend asked how he was feeling, to which the guy replied that he was really hungry, so he needed to fix it. There was already talk in the class about who would take what exams, and everyone assumed that Wang Tianhao would take the exam in the specialty of supernatural power, because the guy was the strongest in the school. Then the student told the others not to worry, because he already had enough power to protect them all. And then Van again focused his attention on Luan, telling him that the guy is an egoist who is only thinking about how to escape. After these words, rumors began to circulate around the class that Lin Luan had run away during the attack on the school, but the lives of his comrades did not bother him at all. But the teenager was not at all upset by this, because before his eyes he saw that he had received another 10 points due to the fact that he had aroused hostility from his classmates due to selfishness. Luan's friend then stood up for him, telling Wang Tianhao to shut his mouth and not say what he didn't know. The guy with green hair responded to this by saying that Lu Jiahao is most likely the same as his friend Lin, because whoever you mess with is what you get. And then Wang emphasized that Lu was talented enough, so there was a chance that after passing the psionics exam, the guy would stop being attracted to such a nonentity as Luan. But these words only angered the protagonist's friend even more. But Tianhao was not afraid of threats, because he was the strongest, so the students could not do anything to him. Confident that no one would touch him, Van was unable to fight off the slap that unexpectedly flew at him. And then Luan, who hit the guy with green hair, received another 5 points for starting a fight with a classmate and causing hostility on the part of Wang Tianhao, and then the main character realized on what principle he was awarded points. It turns out that Lin Luan becomes stronger thanks to bad deeds, which seemed to the guy a rather strange system. Then the student decided that it was time for him to become bad, because since others can be insolent and pretend to be strong, then why can't he do the same? But all the hero's agility evaporated the moment that the offended Van began to approach the guy, clearly not with friendly goals. The offended student even decided to use magic to take revenge for the blow his classmate dealt him. The guy almost struck, but the main character managed to escape, avoiding his terrible fate. However, the offended student did not want to give up so easily, so he decided to throw another blow called the Thunder Palm, which was the technique of the guy's family. But even here Luan was lucky, because he managed to escape without receiving more than 1 blow. And while Wang Tianhao was looking everywhere to finish off his brave classmate, he himself decided to have dinner, because he was really hungry. The main character has already eaten 4 pizzas, 2 baked chickens and 5 steaks, for which he received another point due to gluttony and hostility on the part of the cafe owner. Lu, meanwhile, asked his friend what he was going to do next, because the situation was quite dangerous. But Lin simply decided that he would hide and that's it, and would not do anything else, because, fortunately for him, the next day would be a day off. But the protagonist's friend started talking about the fact that there is a reagent that can turn anyone into a psionicist, and then asked Luan if he would like to try to become one. Lu noted that his friend is strong enough that even he sometimes finds it difficult to defeat the guy, and if it's all because of the reagent, then the Jiahao family is ready to help Luan with money. But the hero noted that since they are friends, then talking about money is inappropriate. And besides, the reagents will cost several tens of thousands. Luan cannot sit on the neck of his friend's father. And then the guy remembered that a press conference was currently being broadcast, so he asked the waiter to turn on the TV. At the press conference of the Association of Supernatural Power, it was said how the hero defeated 4 attackers. And at the moment when the talented psionicist Ji Fin was called onto the stage, a stranger appeared instead, who had previously wanted to talk to him. The girl announced that Feng would not be able to attend the conference, because due to the multiple injuries he received the previous day, he was urgently hospitalized. This shocked everyone, because just yesterday everything was fine with the man, and no one expected that this could happen. Luan did not understand at what point the hero managed to get injured, because at most he could have simply been scratched. And then he received a message that his subordinate was dead, on the same screen that the guy began to see after his revival. The girl on TV said that the hero would not be able to perform in the near future, and then offered to pray for the recovery of the psionicist. And meanwhile the student did not understand why this stranger was lying. In the end, Lin guessed that the reason was that the hero was ordered to tell the truth about his actions yesterday, so he was removed so that he could not discredit the association. After this, the teenager began to worry that he, too, might be wanted because of yesterday's incident. Because if the association found out about him, the guy would face the same fate as Finn. So Juan decided that he needed to be careful with the use of his abilities so that no one would find out about them. And the hero was also pressed by the fact that on Monday he had to meet with a classmate whom he had recently hit. But for now he decided not to think about all this. So he went to his mother and asked if there was anything to eat. And then the teenager noticed that his mother was behaving strangely, as if she was hiding something important from him. Suddenly, someone started knocking hard on the door, shouting that it was opened as soon as possible. It was the aunt who came running to ask how much money the boy's mother had transferred to the fund. It turned out that the grandson of the director of a pharmaceutical factory went on the run, taking with him the money collected by the fund in the amount of 10 million. And the goods turned out to be fakes that did not bring any effect. And Juan's mother transferred 100,000 to these scammers, which was the allowance of the woman's father, which is paid one time to the family of the deceased. This is how the hero found out that his mother had purchased a reagent for a lot of money to improve her son's health. And she did this because of the day when Lin did not leave school for a long time, and the woman's plans simply included a desire to help her son become stronger. People who also fell for the scammers' promises began to organize strikes to get all their money back, so that there was a chance that they would achieve something. Then the teenager said that he wanted to go for a walk, and then added that there was no need to worry about him, because he was just kicking a ball with Hal. But Luan did not go to play ball at all, but in fact he went to the place where the strike was taking place. And while the strikers were discussing what they would do next, Lin calmly jumped over the fence protecting the factory. The teenager found the CEO's office, and then decided that he needed to find clues, such as the address where he or his accomplices lived, and then the student could easily settle everything. And then an unknown man came to this office, asking the hero why he came to this place. Luan recognized this young man as the leader among the protesters, and then explained to the man that the back door was open, so he slipped through. Then the protester said that he understood everything, and then smiled. And this smile did not coincide with the fact that the sign appeared with a message about +1 point for hostility on the part of Lubin. It turned out that Lubin was the main one among the protesters, and the teenager did not understand where the hostility came from if the student wanted to expose the fraudster. Suspecting something, Luan asked the man how he himself got into this office, and he said that he also went through the back door to look for clues. Then the boy began to talk about how the thieves would definitely get what they deserved, because everything would come back to them like a boomerang. The young man somehow hesitantly agreed with the guy's words, and he, in turn, saw that he received more points for hostility on the part of Lubin. Then Lin realized that the man was an accomplice of Sun Che-gong, and he was pretending to be injured only in order to divert suspicion from himself. The teenager decided to use his capture ability, which cost him 50 points that he had previously accumulated thanks to the hatred of his classmates. Using his power, the guy learned that the scammer's abilities include speaking, boasting, legal knowledge and culinary skills. With the help of a high level of performance, one could act in films, or become a fraudster, so the student decided to take this particular skill. And while Lubin threatened Luan, he, in turn, was only waiting for his ability to finally take effect. Finally, when the power began to act, the man fell silent, and then simply called the student master, awaiting orders. Then the teenager ordered the scammer to explain why he was pretending to be the victim, and he began to explain that there were 3 reasons for this, including the desire to find out how the protesters are, also to become their leader and to gain their trust in order to deceive again. After listening to his subordinates' plans, Luan ordered him to be taken to Sun Chengong. Meanwhile, at the Jade Pond Hotel, the girl admired a gemstone called Azure Mica, which had a very high market value. And the owner of this jewel was the same swindler who boasted to the girl that with the help of this stone he would increase the family fortune. Then the stranger asked Chengong if he planned to hide for the rest of his life, because everyone was looking for him, and he should be afraid that he might be discovered. To which the man replied that people are like fish, because they remember for half a month, and then they forget, then it will be possible to return. Also, the scammer had 6 bodyguards, so people didn't scare him at all. The main character ended up in this hotel, brought by Lubin, carrying out the orders of his master. Thanks to his subordinate, the guy was able to get past the security without any problems, because the man said that he belonged. So the student and his practically slave reached the main swindler, who immediately asked his accomplice if he was able to calm down the rioters. Driven by anger, Lin headed towards the one who had defrauded his mother of a lot of money, and while the scammer was not expecting it, the teenager hit him, putting all his hatred into this blow. The blow was so strong that Qinggong began to bleed, and at that time the hero called him a worthless bore. The student threw the man to the floor, and the girl was very scared of this, and therefore began to scream. But Wan's subordinate quickly reacted to this, telling the guards not to pay attention, because everything was fine. And while the guards thought that their owner was just having fun, the student was able to beat him to his heart's content as punishment for deception. When the swindler was asked where all the stolen money was, he replied that he did not have it, because he had invested everything in new spar. In the man's opinion, it was not just a stone, but a mountain mineral that he bought from the Wang family's pharmaceutical company, so there was a high probability that it was not a fake, and the criminal sold ordinary stones to people because he took all the spar for himself, because he is a gemologist and knows about stones. Then the main character thought that the skill of knowing stones would be useful to him in order to find spar. Wan decided it was time to bite Qinggong to gain his knowledge of gemology, but the guy was unable to activate his ability, because he did not have enough points for this. However, the student did not want to back down, so he already began to think about who he could earn points on. In the end, he decided to settle on guards who were ordinary people and not psionics, but they still paid a lot for them. The boy ordered his subordinate to go out to the guards and say that they were all fired, and he himself, an ordinary student, would be in their place. The man obeyed his master's orders and did everything as he was told, and then added that the guard's place was in the trash heap, not here. Meanwhile, Luan noticed the spar, and then decided that it was in it that the thief had invested a fortune. When the guy looked at this spar, for some unknown reason his appetite increased, as if he had not eaten for a whole week. Therefore, the teenager could not resist, and without thinking twice, ate this precious stone. After this, the hero felt the power overwhelm him, and then he understood exactly how spar should work. And while the guy was enjoying the feeling of strength, the guards decided to interrupt him in order to sort out who was causing them to be fired. It turned out that these guards were from the most famous company providing personal security services called Shida. And since this company had professionally trained people, the money they paid for them was not small. But even these mercenaries, who have extraordinary skill, could not defeat the boy who ate the spar. The student had so much strength that even he himself was surprised at how much his abilities had improved. Looking at the tablet, the main character realized that he now had enough points to use his power. The man did not understand what the boy who burst into his room was up to. But even without knowing what would happen next, he was still very scared. The first thing Luan ordered his new subordinate was to stop crying, because the man still could not calm down after the bite. It became clear that after submission, the characters of those bitten remained the same, which was only to the benefit of the student, because he did not want them to become soulless puppets. But the most important thing that Lin realized is that by hating his subordinates, he also gets points, and since everyone hates Qinggong, then he will get a lot of points from this. Luan first thanked the swindler for bringing his master so many points, and then the hero could not restrain himself and hit the thief again, because such an amount of hatred shows that he had deceived a large number of people. Remembering the people, Lin ordered his subordinates to compensate for the damage to those who were deceived within 3 months, and then added that this could be done either with money or with real spatulas. Later, the teenager asked Qinggong if the Wang family knew about the man's machinations, because this was the family of his classmate, to which the man replied that these people really knew about everything. The hero also gave an order that as soon as his puppets completed the task, they would still have to cooperate with the Wang family, deceiving only them, but not other people. Subordinates will have to find out more about this family, find out what else they are doing illegally, collect all the evidence, and report to their master. The boy left his number for the men so that they would always be under his supervision, and then asked where else he could buy spar on the cheap. Then Luan was advised the Shuman market, where many people sell spar, and although you can find real ones, there are also plenty of suspicious people, so you need to be careful. And while Lin was calmly walking around the market, looking at the goods, a man ran into him and practically swept the teenager off his feet. On the phone, the man talked about getting rid of the goods as soon as possible. And as soon as the hero recovered from the blow, someone crashed into him again. But this time it was a girl who had previously been talking on the phone that the suspect was heading towards Lola Lane. The teenager asked the stranger if they had all agreed, and she, in turn, apologized and hurried forward. It seemed that the stranger was running after exactly the man who had encountered Luan before. But then everyone saw that this was not just a man running past, but a man with real strength. The stranger swung at the girl who was chasing him in order to somehow try to stop her. But with this blow, the man also hit ordinary passers-by. And then Lin noticed that this stranger had the ability of gigantism, like the villains from school, so most likely this person was their accomplice. Then another man appeared and began to order the others to cordon off all the passages and drive the criminal to the old alley, because there were no people there. It turned out that it was the Thunder Tiger Wang man, Wang Tianhao's uncle, who constantly bragged about him in class. A classmate was always bragging about his uncle, who was a 5-star psionicist, so Luan immediately recognized the man. Seeing the criminal, the hero immediately attacked him, activating his abilities to attack. The villain tried to escape, but he failed because the psionicist was much faster, so he quickly found himself next to the criminal. And while the runner did not understand what was happening and simply looked at the man, he used his strength, striking. The attack was so strong that the criminal was thrown several meters away. The man began to beg the tiger not to kill him, and then promised that he would not say anything, and might even swear to it. And then the psionicist replied that he believed the man's words, because the dead can be trusted. The tiger began to ask the criminal where the goods were, and if he answered, then they would even be able to identify his corpse. And then the person running away began to say that he would tell everything if he was released. Wang Man then added that if the man does not tell him, the psionicist can easily find another approach to obtain information. Then the criminal decided to fight for his life, but the tiger only ridiculed him, calling this attempt child's play. The 5-star hero was able to tear his opponent apart with one blow, without even putting in much effort. And Lin also saw everything that was happening, because he followed his classmate's uncle to see where he was going. Due to the fact that the guy crawled out of his hiding place, because he was too shocked by what was happening, it seemed that the tiger noticed him. Although the teenager managed to hide, the psionicist still heard some noise and asked who exactly was hiding like that, when the guy himself already understood that he was finished. The main character understood that since he heard this conversation, they would definitely not leave him alive, so he needed to come up with something quickly. Then the guy decided to bite the man, but it turned out that he did not have enough points for this, because the enemy's life force exceeded his own. Meanwhile, the tiger was getting closer and closer to the boy, who didn't know what to do now. And then some noise was heard nearby. The psionicist was distracted by it, so this was a chance to escape, which the teenager immediately took advantage of. However, the man still managed to see the man running away, but could not see who exactly it was. But Wang Man was not going to let go of the one who overheard such an important conversation so simply, shouting that the guy should not even think about escaping from the man. The psionicist ordered the others to capture the teenager, thinking that he was an accomplice of the defeated criminal, so everyone rushed to search. Lin kept running away, hiding behind different buildings, and then he realized that he had wandered into a dead end and would no longer be able to escape from those who were looking for him. The teenager had already decided that now the end would definitely come for him, because there was nowhere to run, and the opponents were already approaching, but then hands appeared from the wall. These hands grabbed the guy, covering his mouth so that he would not make unnecessary sounds that could give him away. As a result, the tiger and his team did not see anyone behind this wall, and Luan did not understand how this happened. And while the boy was one step away from his opponents, they decided that he had managed to escape. Then the guy realized that he was saved by a girl named Sher Lily, who was an inspector, because it was written on her badge. And then suddenly the tiger, out of anger, hit the wall where the guys were hiding. But fortunately, the blow did not hit the people, but it was very close to them, so they were very lucky that they were not hit. And then the people of the 5-star psionicist informed him that the goods had been found, thereby diverting his attention, which had previously been focused on finding the guy. Then the tiger ordered everyone to leave, leaving the one who overheard his conversation, because he had other things to do than play tag with the unknown boy. As soon as the man left, Luan began asking Lily a large number of questions, but the girl did not answer any of them, ordering the guy to leave quickly. Lin was surprised at how indifferent the girl who saved his life was. In the place where the goods were hidden, the tiger began to interrogate the man working there, asking him if the man whom the man had recently killed had any other accomplices, to which he received the answer that the man killed was the last one. These criminals worked together with Qinggong, engaged in robberies, and then hid the spar among the building stones to ward off suspicion. And then the girl who saved the guy turned to the tiger, calling the man a commander, and he then asked if it was her doing that someone managed to hide from him. After that, Wang Man asked Lily if appraisers had been sent with her, because they needed to be sent to this place as soon as possible. Then the student decided that the girl and the Thunder Tiger were from different squads, and the man wanted to remove Lily in order to take sole possession of the spars. The tiger, meanwhile, told the girl that her inspection department could only inform and disturb others, and then ordered her to get out. And since Lily needed someone who knew about stones, the guy decided to pretend that he was from the civil service, because he had talents for performing and gemology, so he could handle it. Then the boy asked if he needed to find spar here, and then said that it was nearby, so he quickly came. And then the guy pretended that he was a big fan of the tiger, and then introduced himself to him as Lily's friend and gemologist. After the teenager finished admiring the man, he said that he would get to work for now. Wang Man asked the girl if it was really her friend from the inspection department, to which she gave a positive answer. Although the guy knows that spar is a crystal formed through diobsidation and under the influence of supernatural forces, it can also be found in vegetation, in animals, but most often in minerals. The teenager introduced himself as a gemologist, a specialist who certifies stones based on their texture, color, and subtle fluctuations in supernatural power, but the problem is that he knows nothing about it. And then the guy saw in the sign that he could use glasses to increase the level of abilities that he had. While the student was figuring out his powers, people around him began to doubt that he would be able to find something. Meanwhile, the tiger was thinking that from the back of the boy he looked like the one who was able to hide from him. Suddenly the guy asked everyone to be silent, because they were interfering with his search. But people continued to say that Lin was only fooling them, because such a young specialist would not be able to cope with such a difficult task. Meanwhile, Luan raised the level of gemology to master, so now he began to feel the fluctuations of supernatural power. Then the guy turned to those whose strength is very great, because such people interfere with his work, and he told them not to breathe, because it would confuse him. After this, the newly minted gemologist immediately found level A spar, because he felt the power that came from such stones. As a result, out of 32 boxes, 12 were level C spar and 2 were level A. The boy marked everything, and told the others to deal with the loading, because he himself is not a psionicist, so physical labor is not for him. After that, Lin went with Lily, telling her his thoughts that the tiger most likely wanted to remove the girl in order to take everything for himself, and besides, the man was familiar with those villains, so they were probably in cahoots. And when Lily asked about the evidence, the student told her that she was an inspector from the association, so she could investigate the case and find evidence herself. Then the girl explained that Wang Man was the commander of the 9th detachment of the reconnaissance group, so she could not open a case against him based only on the words of the student. Lily explained that there was no way to dig under the tiger, and then asked the guy for his number and address. Luan decided that he was able to interest the girl, and she asked for his information so that she can then call him on a date, which the guy was very happy about, although he gave his school address instead of his, so that his mother would not have questions, and then added that he was studying at last grade. However, Lily did not ask for this data for herself, but for the association, which could reward the student for helping them in the investigation. And then the guy added that he didn't need a reward, and it would be better if the girl just allowed herself to be bitten, after which he received a point for Lily's hostility. After this, the girl reported to her boss that the spar was found thanks to a high school student who had an amazing ability for gemology. The teenager's thoughts were occupied with the fact that he needed to find evidence that would prove the tiger's guilt, because Lily said that without evidence she could not do anything. The goal of the scammers was to make money at the expense of gullible people, and if the scammers were in league with the Thunder Tiger, that meant they were with the entire Wang family. The guy was worried that no one had come to class yet, although many usually come early, but for some reason everyone decided to be late. And then two of Wan's classmates began to discuss that no one came to class because Wang Tianhao and Lu Jiahao scored the arrow, so they ran to look at it. Many students gathered on the sports ground to watch the fight between two classmates, and then Li managed to hit his opponent so hard that he fell to the ground. Then Jiahao said that he won, because they agreed that whoever falls first loses, which means that Wang must now keep his promise and not bother Lin Wan anymore. However, Tianhao didn't want to accept that he lost, so he said that he didn't care about words and continued to fight. And then someone from the crowd pushed Li, causing the guy to lose his balance and be distracted from his opponent. Van took advantage of his classmates' confusion and hit him hard, saying that he was the strongest in this school, so he could not be defeated. Tianhao summoned his ability to hit his opponent so hard that his bones were broken, so that he could then be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Wan had already swung, but could not hit, because he was prevented by Lin, who was in time to save his friend. No one knew that Wan had such power, so everyone present was surprised by the guy's appearance. After this, the hero asked his friend why he started fighting with his classmate, because this was not a solution to the problem. And then Lu explained that he was just tired of seeing his friend hiding every day after school, so he decided to settle the matter. Meanwhile, Van was so angry about what had happened that he even turned red from the overwhelming emotions. There were many voices buzzing in the crowd of those who saw everything. Some said that Van was no longer the strongest in the school, while others believed that the guy was simply attacked unexpectedly, and that was why he could not dodge. Tianhao didn't like being humiliated like that, so he was willing to fight further to defend his honor. The friend's enemy was furious, so they already began to think about what they should do now, because running away was probably not an option at all. Lu asked his friend to teach him the blow that was used on their opponent as soon as possible. Then the teenager began to teach that he needed to concentrate all his strength, fueled by anger, in his legs and run. While running away, Lin also managed to ridicule his opponent, so that they ran after him. Luan was able to run far enough so that he and his classmate were alone, and then admitted that he thought that it was Wang who stole the shift change schedule for the villains, because the Wang family was in cahoots with the criminals. The main character said that he knew everything, and he even knew that his opponent's uncle killed the witness, and then added that he was giving his classmate a chance to confess, otherwise he himself would report everything to the association's inspection department. Wang, in turn, did not even deny the teenager's accusations, and even praised Luan for being smart enough. And later Tianhao even admitted that it was indeed he who suggested to his father the idea of stealing the schedule. It turned out that last year Van found the key to the training section and kept it for himself, initially without even thinking that it would be useful. It turns out that for the sake of Spar, Tianhao endangered his own classmates, and he was not even ashamed of it, because he considers everyone just a pile of garbage. Van also believed that this was quite justified, because in the future he would become a psionicist, so thanks to him, the lives of others would be better. And Wan's classmate tells everything so boldly only because he plans to beat him so badly that the teenager will remain disabled for the rest of his days, and then he will also put a key in the boy's pocket to make him a villain. Lin responded to this that his opponent was such a vile type that he didn't even want to bite him, so instead of biting, he called on his strongest ability. So the classmates faced a very dangerous battle, deciding to use all their abilities to the maximum. Luan was so fast that Wang couldn't keep up with his speed, wondering how his opponent could do it. And while Lin was talking about how the association was rotten because of people like his classmate, Tianhao himself didn't understand where someone like Lin got such speed. As a result, while Van was at a loss, his classmate was able to strike him, saying that this was to him for all his actions. Although the main character was able to inflict many blows on his opponent, and he, in turn, had not yet responded to them, Van still considered himself the strongest. Luan, meanwhile, struck again, shouting that this was his way of taking revenge for his schoolmates who had died because of his opponent's actions. This blow was so strong that he could no longer move his leg because his spine was broken. And then Lin told his classmate that he had a broken spine, so now it is unknown whether he will ever be able to get back on his feet. and certainly now he will not be able to go into psionics. Juan began shouting that he would tell everything to his father and uncle so that they would kill Juan and his entire family. And then the main character admitted that the Wang family now cannot escape punishment, because the teenager wrote down the entire story of his opponent, so now he has evidence. The guy sent this recording to Lily, because she said that if you find evidence, you can open a case on the tiger. And while Lin was fighting with Tianhao, his friend at that time was also not idle, having defeated 2 accomplices of their main enemy. 2 weeks later, Lily informed the main character that the end had come for the Wang family, because thanks to the evidence, she was able to start an investigation, and it turned out that this family was in cahoots with the attackers. Luan's classmate will never be able to walk again, and he will also be sent to a juvenile detention center, but the Thunder Tiger has no direct connection with the fraud, so he could not be attracted. But killing a witness doesn't mean anything, because he was an attacker, so it's not beyond the scope of his official duties. But the guy shouldn't worry about the tiger, because since the man's family was convicted of crimes, he won't be able to do anything against the student. After a telephone conversation with Luan, Lily approached her teacher, who said that Lin was an interesting guy, but in the girl's opinion, he was clearly not eager to join the association. Then the teacher told Lily not to rush into her opinion about the guy, because he needs to be given time. Meanwhile, the guy had a state exam, the first stage of which is to take blood tests for the presence of psionic energy. All the classmates told the main character that he would definitely not be able to pass the test stage, but it turned out that only Lin Luo and Lu Jiahao from the class passed it, which no one expected. Those who passed this stage were asked to go to the Western basketball court, so the heroes went there. There, the heroes met 3 more students who had passed the first stage, which surprised Lu, because usually 2 people passed from their school, but now 5 people had passed. One of those who passed the first stage was Chindoji, who showed himself in school, because he had limitless potential. Also, this stage was passed by Ruan Lusher, who is the best in all subjects, attends all courses at school, and she is very smart. And the third one who also passed was Lin Su, who is an inventor and loves to understand technology. The students did not understand why they had gathered everyone when none of the teachers came to them, and then they heard some noise. Then they noticed the cat, so they decided that it was from him that the noise came. However, then the teenagers saw a man who asked them if they had passed the qualification. The students were surprised by such an unexpected appearance of a man, because they were waiting for teachers who would explain everything to them. Afterwards the stranger added that the embryos should be pulled out at the beginning of growth, and then shouted for Lala to go. It turned out that that cat was not an ordinary animal, because it was the same Lala to whom the man gave the order. The students immediately realized that this was not an ordinary cat, but a spiritual beast that they would have to fight. The main character did not understand why the psionicist was attacking them, so he grabbed the phone to call someone. But the man, as soon as he saw the phone in the teenager's hands, said that there was no need to call the police. And then the stranger himself also entered the battle, calling upon himself a weapon. He was ready to fight. The man used an ability called a rounded stroke on Luan, and then the boy decided to use his strength, but he did not succeed, because there were not enough points, since the enemy's life force exceeded his own. Lin Luan realized that the strength of the one who attacked them was on the same level as the Thunder Tiger, so it would be difficult to defeat him. After this, the student shouted to his friend to briefly distract the attacker, and he agreed to help his friend. Then Jiahao told the others to scatter in different directions and try to call the police. Hearing the teenager's plan, the man replied that calling the police was against the rules, so he would not allow them to do it. As soon as the stranger said this, at that very moment he knocked the phones out of the hands of those who tried to call. While the others were fighting for their phones, the girl was trying to escape from the cat, which was ready to attack anyone. But the animal failed to catch up with Lushi, because she was saved by the main character, who quickly got his bearings and pushed the cat away. And although the man appreciated the teenager's speed, he is still sure that the student is not able to cope with Lala alone. Meanwhile, the cat had already switched all its attention to the main character, forgetting about the girl that she was pursuing. One understands that Lala is as fast as he is, and he only has the ability to run away, but not to attack, so if they catch up with him, then the guy is screwed. The student then decided that the only way to defeat the cat was to take control of it by waiting for the right moment, so he allowed Lala to get as close to him as possible. A stranger saw this and started shouting for the guy to dodge, and the cat stopped because it was a dangerous moment. And when Lala approached the distance the guy needed, he used his ability to capture, spending almost all his points on it. But Lin accepted that victory was more important than accumulated points, so he still bit her, spending 1,000 of his points. The man watching this did not understand what was happening and what the student was doing. Lala's powers included perception, flexibility, playfulness, shadow walking, sharp claws, and Buddha image. Having chosen one of the cat's talents, the guy began to wait for the submission to work in order to finally calm Lala down. But instead of submitting, the cat turned into a large unknown beast that was ready to continue the battle. Seeing that everything was getting out of control, the stranger ordered Lala to stop, and she again became a calm, sweet cat. Afterwards, the man told the guys to calm down too, puzzling everyone he forced to fight. The stranger explained that he only wanted to test and evaluate the students' abilities, and then apologized for scaring them so much. It turned out that this man's name was Gu Yunxiao, and he was the teacher for the guys with whom his cat fought. All the students, except the main character, were crazy about this news, because Yunxiao was the coolest psionicist in their school, because he has the 5th level and is part of the preliminary investigation department of the association. According to the description from Wan's friend, their teacher was a terror for villains, because he has countless solved cases, and he is also handsome and cunning. The man's spiritual energy takes the form of 10 meters. In his right hand he has a brush, and in his left is the Book of Life and Death. The students were delighted, calling their teacher Wonderful Pengguan and talking about how lucky they were. But the psionicist said that the children should simply call him their mentor, and that would be enough. And then the man noted that 5 students had passed this year, and before there had never been such a large number, so the director called the hero to teach. Then the teacher added that in half a month the second stage of the exam would take place, so they should have time to prepare well for it. Meanwhile, the cat did not leave Luan's side, and then the mentor noticed how much Lala liked the boy. Afterwards, Yunxiao suggested that the children go to a special class for training psionics to discuss the second stage of the exam in more detail. The teacher told the students that supernatural power has several gradations, and there are 7 levels in total, including absorbing, cyclical, manifesting, transforming, taking shape, chaotic and spiritual enlightenment. And then Lu noticed that their mentor was already level 5, even though he was only 25 years old, and such people in the association could be counted on one hand. Yunxiao explained that in fact it is not worth drawing conclusions about a person's strength based on his level, because the level rather depends on luck. As an example, the mentor took the Thunder Tiger, whose trump card is that it can collect energy in its hand, so he created a technique called the Thunder Fist, and we can say that its level is somewhere between the 2nd and 3rd. But since Wang has perfected his technique to the maximum, he is able to break through a mountain, so if you compare him with Yunxiao, the tiger will most likely win, so the association decided to recognize that the tiger's strength is comparable to the 5th. Therefore, you should not focus only on the level, but it is better to find your own style in using energy, and then create your own personal technique and become the best in what you know. But it was too early to talk about this, because now the student's task is to concentrate on absorption and cyclicality. Absorption means that one must absorb supernatural power, and the human body absorbs this power gradually. Constant training will help students increase the amount of force they absorb, and after taking a medicine that contains 5% strength, teenagers will need a day to absorb it. One then asked if the medicine was practically the same as spar, and then the teacher said that the concentration of force in spar exceeds 80%, so it is so dangerous that you can die. The main character was surprised by this information, and then decided that it was thanks to the system that the spar did not have a detrimental effect on him. Next comes the second level, called cyclicity, which means that after absorption, the force begins to circulate in the body, strengthening it, allowing a person to surpass his physical capabilities. In theory, you can strengthen all parts of the body, but most people concentrate on strengthening certain ones in order to achieve results faster. During this fortnight, students will have to take a lot of medicine, but they should not be afraid, because the school and the mentor will take care of all the costs, so teenagers just need to take advantage of the opportunity. And once the guys have figured out the theory, it's time to move on to practice. The teenagers began to train a lot, and after they had used up all their strength and drank the medicine, the students practiced even more, and then more, and more, and more. The teacher told the children that if they did not have time to get to the top of the mountain, which was only 10 kilometers away, they would do a long plank. Although everyone no longer had any strength, the main character and his friends suddenly began to compete to see who was faster, which helped them move on. Thus, the friends reached the top of the mountain together, continuing to argue about who was stronger. Jiahao then noted that his friend's progress was very noticeable, even though he said that he did not want to take the exam. But now he is trying so hard. And Lin explained to him that he was trying to become stronger, and not for the sake of the exam, because the guy hadn't even decided yet whether he wanted to take it at all. After all, if he is going to take the exam, he will definitely fall under the control of the association. But the guy doesn't want that, because the hero had already told those who were from the association, and practically no one aroused his trust. While the guys were talking, the rest of the students also gradually reached the top. However, they were 3 minutes late, so now they have to stand in the plank for an hour. And so that Hao and Luan would not just watch their comrades suffer, they were told to keep the others company. The friends first began to swear that they were forced to stand in the plank, even though they managed to run, and after that Lin asked the teacher if the association was a good place. Then the mentor replied that although the association is not ideal, isn't that why you should try to join it in order to make this place better? The teacher himself joined the association when he was 17 years old, and he did this in order to make the association an even brighter place. Although the psionicist thought that his speech sounded naive, it greatly inspired the guys who wanted to become the same as their mentor. So all 15 days passed, and then came the second stage of the exam, for which the students were vigorously preparing. Having gathered their strength, the teenagers went to the second round of the supernatural power exam. At this stage, many children from different schools gathered, and this was only a fifth of all people, because there are 4 more collection points for the exam. Because of this, teenagers began to doubt whether they could compete with so many people. The Unified Supernatural Strength exam is the main test of skill in which all competitors will undergo 5 types of competitions, including shooting, strength, assault, sensory and running, each of which can achieve a maximum score of 100 points, and the top 1,200 competitors will advance to the final third round. Until the competition began, all the guys gathered in a self-service cafe, where they shared their experiences with each other. And while everyone was worried, Lin Luan ate calmly, because the food was free and delicious. Then Hao decided that his friend was right, and told everyone that they needed to eat well to have strength. And then 3 people entered the cafe, one of whom ridiculed Luan for seeming to be always hungry, and Lin, in turn, immediately received 10 points for hostility from Fu Guangqun. The teenager did not understand why they immediately disliked him so much if he did nothing. It turned out that this guy's father is on the State Development and Reform Committee, and he is the boss of Hao's father. Fu Guangqun told the teenagers that it was as if they had come for a free meal and not for an exam, and then added that he did not want to offend anyone, but simply wanted to share his experience. Speaking so that the entire cafe could hear him, Guangqun began to talk about how this round would not be so easy, because last year some of the contestants broke their arms due to improper use of force. Everyone in the cafe started talking about how Guangqun liked to bully other teenagers, so it was a pity for the 5 kids he scared to death. But this guy failed to intimidate the main character, because he saw the strength of his opponent, knowing that he could use his ability on him. The student offered to measure their strength when the exam began. Lin decided to make an agreement in which, if he wins, then his opponent in front of the whole school will wish good luck to Luan's team, and if on the contrary, then the main character will quit his studies after the exam and will never return to it. Hao thought that his friend was crazy, because Guangqun was considered the strongest student in his school, and this agreement was too risky. The guy ridiculed Luan for being so self-confident that he even dared to challenge him. Guangqun was very popular, and when he was called to a shooting competition, the other participants began to whisper about how good the guy was in each of the competitions. The teenager's total number of shooting points was 87, which was a very good result. But the guy didn't show his joy, saying that today's result was acceptable to him. And while this popular young man was thinking that the guy who challenged him had some kind of trump card in his head, he, in turn, received 42 points in the shooting and considered that he was quite good. Others were very worried about the main character because of his argument, and he showed such a bad result. The participants were then asked to prepare for the strength test competition that was next. Contestant number 068, Fu Guangquan, received a final strength score of 89, and the number 143 participant, Lin Luan, received only 65 points, which was inferior to his opponent's points. Therefore, the opponent of the protagonist realized that he was in vain to worry about Luan, because he turned out to be too weak. Meanwhile, Lin calmly continued to eat, as if nothing had happened, although he understood that if he lost, he would have to quit his studies. Then his friend began to swear at the student, because how could it be that the boy was 69 points behind, but still found time to eat? Luan reassured everyone that there was no need to lose enthusiasm just yet, because they could still show others how strong they were. The next test was a sensory test in which all participants had to go to their rooms, in which there were 300 rats, and in this task they were required to find one rat in which spar was hidden. And while Lin was thinking that it was his turn to show himself, his opponent at the same time decided to deal with everything as quickly as possible, because he considered rats an abomination. And while the participants in the sensory test were asked to go to their rooms, two figures appeared in the background. It turned out that they were not just strangers, but Lily and her mentor, the head of the supervision department, Yang Lu. Lily pointed out to the man the teenager she was talking about earlier, and then asked the teacher if the student could pass this dangerous round. And then two people met Xiao Qinlin, who is the deputy head of the public security department, and it was with her that the main character recently crossed paths. Xiao asked Lily and her boss about what they were doing here, to which she received a response, explaining her presence by saying that cases of murders had become more frequent lately, so she was looking around and giving everyone advice. Then a noise was heard on their site, and it turned out that it was all because someone passed the test very quickly. At that moment, Guangquan was just coming out, so he decided that all these ovations were in his honor, and the guy had already begun to thank the crowd flying towards him, but the people, in turn, pushed him away, rushing to someone else. Then the self-confident teenager realized that all these enthusiastic screams were not in his honor, which means that someone completed the task faster. It turned out that all attention was directed towards Luan, because he found the spar in 10 seconds, but his opponent took 2 minutes to do it. The main character explained this result by the fact that as soon as the door opened, the rat with the spar immediately ran out to his leg, and he, in turn, immediately caught it. But it doesn't matter how, because Luan won in any case and received 100 points for it, starting to catch up with his opponent. And while Lin was happy about his victory, he didn't even notice that he was approaching the woman he met on the first day of receiving his power. He was so busy thinking about the fact that there were 2 more tests left, which meant that there were still chances, that he didn't even pay any attention to the stranger who called out to him. And then the girl decided that she had simply made a mistake, since she did not receive any reaction. But it turned out that Luan recognized her, but simply did not show any sign. The next test for the participants was a 400-meter race, and it so happened that the main character ended up in the same group with his opponent. Fu Guang was sure that the victory would go to him, but then Lin told him that at school he was always first in the races. This turned out to be the case this time too, because Luan ran the fastest and received 100 points for this test, but his opponent received 75 for it. But the protagonist's opponent did not want to believe in his defeat, so he began to shout that the race does not solve anything, but the next test will definitely be his. And the last test was an assault, in which participants had to kill as many bats as possible within 5 minutes. And then Fu Guang said that this test was definitely his, because not only was he strong, but Lin was still 22 points behind him. Luan understood that even if he killed one mouse after another, he would not have time to catch the required number in 5 minutes, and so he began to think if there were any other ways to win. And then the teenager remembered the words of his teacher about how to activate his ability, releasing his spiritual energy outward. Lin actually began to release his spiritual energy, thinking that bats were excellent at detecting ultrasonic vibrations. Fu Guang noticed that the bats flew in the same direction, so he followed where exactly the animals were moving, and then he realized that they were all flying towards Luan. Surprised that the hero decided to risk his life for the sake of victory, because the bats could easily kill the student. The protagonist's rival tried to save him by shouting for him to quickly hide his spiritual power because there were too many bats, so it would be difficult to defeat them all. Meanwhile, Lin waited until there were enough bats to activate his power, and as soon as the number of mice became very large, the teenager used his power on them all, killing all the mice that surrounded him with a couple of movements. It turned out that Luan killed a record number of mice, and surpassed all the people examined before him from all over China. Thus, for the assault the main character received 99 points, having killed 435 mice in 5 minutes, and his total points were 406. And his opponent received 69 for the assault, and the total number of points was 398. This means that Lin won the argument, and his opponent is obliged to fulfill his part of the deal, which included supporting the Luan school. The rest of the students from the main character's school were in another group, and for them the competition would begin in the afternoon, so Lin tried his best to support the guys. As a result, Lu Jiahao received 404 points in total after all competitions. Chen Doji received a total of 341 points, which was a good result. Participant Lin Su received 334 points, falling slightly short of his friend. Wan Lushu received a total of 352 points, and since all 5 candidates from the main character schools showed such a good result, they all ultimately qualified for the final round. The teenagers were happy that they showed such an excellent result, so they went to celebrate with their teacher. The mentor told the students that the final selection was in 3 days, so they should try not to worry, believe in themselves and take a good rest. Being in a good mood, Jiahao saw that he was receiving a call, so he decided to leave for a while to talk on the phone. The teenager's dad called, and as soon as the boy answered the call, the father told him something that immediately changed the student's mood. According to the news, cases of attacks by intruders in the eastern region have become more frequent recently, so they asked all citizens to be more vigilant. The heroes, meanwhile, checked into a hotel for participants in the final qualifying exam for psionics in the eastern region, because the final test location will be a park in the suburbs where the main character and his comrades live. The students were glad that the competition was taking place in their hometown, so they decided that they should try their best. And then the teenagers' conversation was interrupted by Lin, who asked the others if they had seen Hao. Then everyone decided that the boy was late at home, where he had previously gone on business. However, the main character was still worried because his friend was not answering the phone, but then he decided that he would wait a little longer. Luan's patience ran out soon enough, so he hurried to find his comrade, because he couldn't just disappear the day before the final exam, which was very important to him. The teenager ran to Hao's house and noticed that there were no lights on anywhere, which was very puzzling, because something could have happened. Then Lin went into the house, and walking around, the teenager found the body of the manager in the wine cellar, which was in terrible condition, and then the boy immediately called his mentor to break the news that Hao and his family were missing. The student also added that he found a manager who was dead and looked like a deceased mummy. Then the mentor ordered the teenager to urgently leave this place, and in the meantime the man himself would send someone to the house, because he himself was unable to come. But the main character did not want to leave, so he decided to wait for the psionicist on the spot, and then he heard some noise, deciding that they had arrived so quickly from the association. But it turned out to be an unknown man who was talking on the phone about how he would deal with the corpse, and then added that he hated covering other people's tracks. With a dissatisfied look, the man grabbed the corpse by the head with one hand, as if it weighed nothing. After this, the man told the body to disappear and burned it using samadhi fire. The stranger scattered the remaining ashes into the wind, reporting over the phone that everything had been settled, and a handful of ashes would not pass as evidence, and then said that he would be there soon, driving somewhere by car. The main character did not want to leave his friend in trouble, so he decided to chase the car to find out where the man went. The car was driving quite fast, but Juan did not lag behind it, wanting to find his comrade, who was now in danger, and this stranger led him to a building that Lin immediately recognized, because it was the trading building of Hao's father. It turned out that there were many people in this place who began to talk about the fact that the head of the red puppets had returned. The first thing the stranger was met by was the attacker Lu Qin, who said that the man had worked hard, and then the attackers Zhao Xiu and Zhao Shudong approached the unknown man, who made it clear to the man that he had been messing around with such an ordinary businessman for a long time. Lu Jiahao's father, Lu Tianming, was also in this place, and he told the criminals to let his son go, and then he would do anything. And then Lu Qin told him not to worry, because if he cooperates, no one will get hurt, and then he promised that they would sort everything out by tomorrow lunch. As a result, the attackers did not know where the key to the cage was, and then Shiyu could not stand it and simply broke it. However, only the father was taken from the cage, and the son was forced to continue to sit quietly in it. One of the criminals said that he and his father would go and sort out some issues, return for dinner, and the rest should behave quietly so that the association's psionics would not come. Then Shudong said that she also wanted to go, but she was still left to look after the hostage. Shudong decided that she was in charge now, so she told the others to do what she wanted, and then ordered them to bring a boy with slicked back hair. The girl was immediately obeyed, throwing a hostage at her feet, whom she must keep an eye on. After this, Shudong told the guy that his father knew that they were both already dead, but her sister said that Tianming would agree to cooperate to save her son's life. And because of such a heroic act, the girl was so moved that she told the hero that he could run like a stray dog to call the police, because this was his last chance to escape. And then Shudong added that if her people did catch the teenager, he would be in big trouble. Then the teenager ran, not to save himself, but to save his father. But the guy didn't manage to run far because they pushed him, catching up with him because he fell. The boy asked to be released, because he wanted to save his father, but one of the villains said that it was not interesting, intending to beat the teenager. But the attacker did not have time to do this, because Luan came running to his friend's aid, cutting off the man's leg, which he swung at the defenseless student. At this moment, Jiahao realized that now everything is not so bad, because at the moment he is no longer alone, but with a faithful comrade. Lin shouted to the villain that they should not dare touch his friend, because then they would be in trouble. Then Jiahao asked what Luan was doing in this place, and the teenager told him the whole situation and how he ended up here. And instead of gratitude, the main character heard cries that he would rather call the police than risk his life. And while the friends were arguing, Shudong noticed that Luan's spiritual energy was fluctuating, which means that his power awakened not so long ago, so they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. And Jiahao agreed with her, because criminals are many times stronger than teenagers, so Luan should not have come. The main character realized that they really couldn't win just like that, and so he unexpectedly hit his friend so hard that he lost consciousness. The attackers were very surprised by this outcome, because their rivals must rarely take their allies out of the game. The guy explained this action by saying that since they couldn't win in an ordinary fight, they needed to resort to an unusual method, because the teenager was ready for trouble and had accumulated a large number of points to use his strength. And when the student was attacked by one of the criminals, the teenager quickly used the ability of submission, waiting for the result. After this, the boy told the attackers to attack all at once, thinking of subjugating as many people as possible. Laughing with such self-confidence of the boy, the criminals rushed to him in a crowd, not noticing how he began to bite them all, in order to then take over their minds. Shudong then began to worry that the boy would be killed too quickly, and she wouldn't even have time to have fun. But then the girl noticed that everyone suddenly stopped fighting, but simply stopped, like dolls. The main character was happy because he had enough points to use the power of submission on everyone. Using his ability, the guy saw that this girl was the strongest among the others, because to use the ability on her it was necessary to spend 1,000 points. But fortunately for the student, he had 3,000 points, so he had enough to zombify Shudong. Meanwhile, the girl thought that the other attackers had stopped to allow her to finish off the teenager herself. Luan, meanwhile, ordered all his subordinates to attack the unsuspecting attacker together. Shudong did not understand what those who were supposed to obey her were doing, because they had completely stopped following her orders. When the girl realized that this was not a joke, and the others were really trying to harm her, she immediately turned into a monster, activating her power. And then the attacker shouted to the guy that since he had done something with her henchman, he should now say goodbye to his head. But she was unable to attack because the teenager was protected by one of the villains controlled by Lin. Everyone controlled by the student also activated their abilities and then attacked all together, making it much more difficult for Shudong to fight off everyone. Luan, meanwhile, was thinking that this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful psionicist, and in the future, villains like this girl would appear on the boy's path more and more often. The teenager understood that when he accumulated enough points to activate the capture, then he would be able to fight all the villains, but for now he needed to become stronger. After these thoughts, the boy ordered his slaves to release Shudan in order to fight her himself. The girl first asked why everyone obeys the guy and not her, and then clarified how the teenager was going to defeat her. And then Lin threw the ball, and Shudan could not resist the temptation and ran after it. Because of this, the attacker became even more angry, because she wanted the student to fight with her seriously, and then he asked her why she decided that he was not serious. After all, while the girl was distracted, Lin tried to suddenly attack her, but the villainess was able to dodge. The fight continued in the same vein, where two opponents tried to hit each other, but always managed to dodge. Shudong understood that at this rate she would waste all her spiritual power if she continued to remain in animal form. Then the attacker remembered how her sister taught her a technique with which she could give shape to her energy. The criminal decided to do as her sister taught her to create a spiritual body. Thanks to the fact that Shudong listened carefully to everything, in the end she was able to create shadow cats. But the girl understood that she could only hold out for no more than 15 seconds. Then the villainess immediately ordered her cats named Grape, Strelka and Griffin to attack the teenager. It turned out that these clots of energy that Shudong created would explode when ordered, and so she ordered them to surround Wan so that he could not escape. The girl's plan worked, because the shadow cats were able to quickly surround the hero and explode, so Shudong decided that she had already won this fight. But it turned out that Lin remained virtually unharmed after the explosion, so he struck the criminal again. And this time Shudong did not have time to dodge, because she was too surprised by how Wan withstood her attack. The girl did not understand how it happened that the guy remained unharmed after the bombs, because she definitely saw that they hit the teenager. Then Lin explained to the attacker that he simply managed to copy the ability to harden the integument, which one of the girl's accomplices had, so this power protected him. And then the student admitted that he copied more than 20 skills, and improved some of them with the help of points. And while Shudong was trying to understand what the boy was talking about, he himself added that his rival had already used up all her spiritual energy. So Wan was victorious in this battle. While the guy was approaching the attacker, she remembered the words of her sister, who said that girls would no longer tolerate offenders, but would become the strongest psionics. Then the criminal began to cry that Lin should not kill her, because then her sister would feel bad. The teenager reassured the girl, because he didn't want to kill her, but simply decided to teach her a lesson, and in the meantime he copied her power called the Shadow Cat, and in the end the guy had only 32 points left. Shudong was very grateful to Luan for not killing her. Having dealt with the girl, the student ordered all his subordinates to go in search of the villains who had left, and in the meantime Jiahao woke up. The protagonist's friend did not know what was happening, so he began to fight with those who were currently on their side. After that, the guy found Luan and asked what was going on here, and then thought that he and his friend had just been captured. Lin told his comrade that he did not remember anything because he was hit by the villains, and then Jiahao decided to act according to the previous plan to defeat all the enemies. And then Luan told his friend that there was no longer any need to fight, because the people around them had ceased to be villains. The student did not want to reveal his strength, so he began to come up with a reason why their enemies became good, on the fly, saying that they just had a conversation, and after that the villains admitted their mistakes and wanted to correct themselves. In confirmation of the young man's words, his subordinates began to shout that they realized their guilt and wanted to change. According to Luan, the whole point is that he is simply a great speaker, and therefore was able to convince all the criminals. And in the end, Jiahao decided that there was no time to deal with this, because he needed to quickly find the 3 criminals who took his father somewhere. Lin warned that he had already told the teacher everything, but if help did not arrive in time, he would have to fight the 3 strong attackers himself. No one knew where the cave in which the criminals had led, because even the end was not visible. And then Jiahao remembered about the exam that was about to start, so the guy apologized to his friend for the fact that they wouldn't make it in time. But Luan was not as offended as his comrade, because Jiahao had been preparing for him for several years, and Lin did not really want to be a psionicist. Meanwhile, the exam was about to begin, and all the examinees were already ready. Then Luan and Jiahao's comrades began to worry that the guys were still missing, because in this case they might be disqualified as soon as the gates closed. The main character's rival from the previous stage also took the exam, who was dissatisfied with the fact that those two did not show up, and the guy was going to take revenge on them. The head of the Eastern District Administration, Wang Zhe, has already announced that there are only 10 minutes left before the start of the competition, so everyone is asked to refamiliarize themselves with the rules before the exam begins. Within 4 hours, all participants will need to get to the tower, which is located in the center of the park, where everyone was located. This competition would be observed by the Surveillance Department, the Security Department, and the Presidium, and when they were all ready, the final test began. The gates began to open, and all the examinees were already preparing for what they were about to go through. But the main character and his friend never showed up, which made their comrades worry. The absence of the young men was noticed not only by their acquaintances, but also by Lily and her boss, who tried to find the teenagers in the crowd, but to no avail. And for the students, this was not the time to think about the exam, because first of all, now they need to hurry up and save Jiahao's father. Lin realized that he would need glasses for the battle, so he ordered the two men to do some mischief somewhere so that they would be hated, and the main character told the rest that they need to speed up the pace. But first they need to develop a plan of action, and then they were interrupted by a man whom Juan had already seen at his friend's house when he noticed the tracks. The girl also recognized the intruder, saying that his name was Chikue, and then added that he should let everyone through, because she wanted to see her sister. Then the criminal said that Shudong was troublesome, and then added that when she gets into trouble for this, she shouldn't blame him. Chikue did not suspect any trick, and then the girl asked him where they were going, to which he replied that they were in search of treasure. Then Lin asked his friend why they captured his father, and he explained that it was all because the man was developing land ownership, so he was familiar with the area, and the villain needed a guide to find spiritual stones. But the guys knew that there was little spar in their city, so they did not understand why the criminals decided to look for something here. And then one realized that the villains were heading to the park, because there were now a lot of miraculous medicines that had been prepared for the examinees. Meanwhile, the exam was strictly controlled, and everyone was watching that only 10 minutes had passed, and 2 had already passed the first obstacles, which means that this year the participants are very strong. Jiahao began to doubt his friend's words, because the exam has serious security system, so going there for the sake of spar is like signing your own death warrant. In addition, this year their mentors group is responsible for safety, so it will be almost impossible to achieve results. And while the guys were talking about their teacher, unknown people in hoods came to him. These strangers turned out to be criminals who began to attack the group in charge of security. The psionics did not have time to react, so the tower, to which all the participants were rushing, was damaged by the explosion of the attackers. The hooded strangers did not stop at one department and went through the rest, causing harm to people and the building. The stranger was asked where Commander Gu was, and he replied that the commander and his men were all already defeated. Then guards from the gathering place of the district security subdivision tried to contact the people in the tower. The villain heard this and told the others to respond to the guards and inform them that everything was under control, so there was no need to worry. And then the district chief said that everything was in order and nothing unusual, so everyone should return to their positions. The attacker noted that the boss values his personality much more than the lives of those participating in the test. Lily and her mentor realized that something was wrong, so the girl used her power of invisibility and disappeared from the criminals unnoticed. Meanwhile, the district chief asked the villains who they were and what they were going to do, and then the criminal asked if anyone remembered the incident when the city of Chao was destroyed 8 years ago, and in response to this he received only silence. Then the villain decided to remind everyone. Before the incident, the Association of Supernatural Power existed only in the eastern region, and not as now, scattering its branches around the world, and then the city of Chao, the ghetto of the eastern region, was captured and then destroyed by the group Thick Mist. 1,375 residents died in that event, and since the association was originally an unofficial organization, it was not able to arrive at the scene in time. The man was promoted from a management pawn to the chief of the eastern region thanks to the fact that his fiery speech ignited a fire in the hearts of the people, which led to the official recognition of the association, which soon turned into an industrial giant. However, the attacker doubted that everything in this story was clear. After this, the narrator was informed that Lu Qin had arrived, so the man interrupted his reasoning about the story he was telling. The commander gave the order for the scammers to begin, and they replied that they understood everything and would act harmoniously. Then Jiahao's father asked the villains if they could finally let him and his son go, because he did as they wanted and led them right under Shigong Park. At that moment, the third one reached the two criminals, who brought with him a crowd controlled by Luan, as well as himself and his friend. Jiahao was ready to rush to his father, but his comrade stopped him, because it was too early to reveal their plan. Meanwhile, Shiyu scolded her sister, because she was given an order, which she disobeyed. But at that moment Lu said that it was good that they had come, otherwise he would have had to go a long way to replenish his energy reserves. And he suddenly grabbed one of Luan's slaves, and no one had time to do anything, because everything happened too unexpectedly. And then the man who was captured began to quickly dry out, turning into a mummy. Qin, meanwhile, threw the body away, and then said that it would not be enough for him, and he was still hungry. The fraudster began to look around in search of a new victim, and then he turned his attention to Jiahao's father, starting to reach out to him with his hand. And at that moment Jiahao himself could not resist and struck the attacker, saving his father. The man was very surprised to see his son here, and he, in turn, apologized for helping only now. While his friend was busy with dialogue, Lin ordered all his puppets not to wait, but to attack their opponents together. And at that moment, when the fight was just beginning, Juan ordered his friend and his father to quickly leave here, because at the moment it was possible. But as it turned out, Lu Qin was not upset by the fact that their loved ones rebelled. The criminals simply began to absorb the energy of everyone who tried to fight him. Shudan also wanted to get involved in the fight, but her sister did not let her, not understanding what was happening to the girl. Luan realized that the scammers were targeting the test-takers' meeting place, so he needed to immediately inform the people in the central tower. The villains in the tower, meanwhile, were told to take all the psionic reagent they needed, but the leader of the criminals replied that they did not need the reagent at all, but all the examinees who were now in the park. And then all the teenagers who were taking the exam saw a large number of rats and bats approaching them. The children were very surprised by this turn of events, because they were not warned that animals from previous stages would also be in the finals. There were so many mice and rats that the students had no idea how to fight them off. It turned out that the animal attack was the fault of the primordial chaos beast spirit, and because of this, everyone involved was surrounded. Therefore, because of the rats and mice, the teenagers were forced to rush to the tower as quickly as possible to escape. Lily, meanwhile, tried to call at least someone who could help her save her teacher and the others by stopping the attackers. The protagonist's comrades were also running away from the animals, and then the girl tripped over a stone and fell, so that the mice and rats began to approach her. But the animals failed to catch up with the heroine, because Fu Guangqun came to her aid, who killed all the creatures that tried to attack the student. And then the 4 examinees were left to be torn apart by the animals with which they were surrounded. The former rivals shouted to the others to try to escape if they did not want to die. And then a shadow cat appeared in the distance. And then a voice began to be heard, telling Grape to go forward. The cat approached the students and exploded with bright colors, scaring everyone around. It turned out that this cat was called by Lin Luan to save his comrades from animals. Then the others began to question the main character, but he interrupted them, saying that now was not the time for chatter, because at the moment he needed to run. After this, Juan ordered everyone to escape through the underground passage, which the attackers had previously used, but now they are not there, and then Guangqun asked what to do with the exam. Then the student explained to his opponent that the exam was not the most important thing to think about right now. At the same time, one of the examinees said that these were just mice and rats, so they would have to cope with them. But this guy had to fight not only with animals, but also with an attacker who used a technique called fire taste on the boy. The villain said that in a group there will always be 1 or 2 people, like this student, who take the initiative to make noise and cause trouble for others. And the way out of such a situation is very simple, because you just need to eliminate the initiators, and then the rest will immediately rush into chaos. Everyone really immediately began to panic, and the man shouted after them that the students would not run away from him. Meanwhile, the tower guards stood motionless, without leaving their places, as they had been ordered by their superior. Meanwhile, Lily tried to explain to the men that they had an emergency, because the tower had been captured by attackers. The villain's plan worked, and all the examinees ran to the tower in the hope of salvation, which they ultimately did not receive. Then one of the attackers reported to his commander that all the students were assembled. The leader replied that he understood everything, and then added that after 8 years he would finally be able to make the case public. After this, the man turned to the administrative workers with the words that they should know the other side of the fall of the city of Chao. The attacker said that at that time the association deliberately arrived later in order to provoke the public and gain the desired status. The association's resulting power cost the lives of 1,375 Chao residents. The criminal said that he wanted to pull out the weed, meaning association, by the roots, and the examinees were chosen by him as revolutionaries. Then Lily's mentor thought about what this psycho wanted to do with the children. Lu Qin asked his commander if they could finally begin their plan, and then it seemed to all the students that some kind of earthquake had begun, because the earth began to disappear from under their feet. But it turned out that it was not an earthquake, but a large monster that crawled out of the ground. It was a worm called a crown gear, and it was so huge that it killed many students. Then the criminal asked the others if they were familiar with this type of worm, which required a lot of effort to fatten it up. This monster releases a mist-like strand that, when inhaled, produces a stupefying effect that, although it will not affect psionicists, will work for beginners. Then Lily's mentor began to swear at the criminal, asking if he realized what he was going to do to ordinary children. After this, the man added that the military unit already knew what was going on in the tower, so it was better for the villains to just leave and let the children go. But the attacker was not so simple, because he noticed that Lily had left, and he calmly let her go, because in any case, help would not be there in time. The criminal understood that by the time the rescue squad arrived, the villains would be able to do their job. After this, the worm was ordered to begin, and he began to do everything as the criminal had described earlier. The students inhaled this fog and did not understand what it was and what was happening to them, and then the criminal noticed that the monster had stopped, and it became unclear to him why this happened, because the worm had eaten enough of the reagent to give it a lot of strength. The students also began to notice that the fog had stopped appearing, and it also seemed as if the monster was in pain, and then the worm said that he couldn't do it anymore, because it was so disgusting here. It turned out that even the criminals themselves did not know that this worm could talk, because they were very surprised by this fact. Then the worm began to scream that he wanted to get out, and then shouted something about a fierce claw. Half an hour ago, the main character and his comrades were running away from criminals and trying to get to the exit where they would be safe. Here the heroes began to think about what would happen to the rest of the examinees, and this thought made Luan stop. After that, the guy said that he had a strong call of nature and ran away, promising to return. The others tried to call the teenager to stop, but to no avail. Then the friend of the boy who ran away said that the boy knew what he was doing, so he could go. The student understood that he currently had few points, so it would be difficult for him to defeat anyone, so he needed to quickly earn more. The teenager's subordinates did everything they could to make themselves hated, because they behaved horribly in public, telling movie endings and pretending to be exhibitionists. And then the young man began to feel waves of spiritual power, realizing that they were from reagents prepared by the Association for Examinees. So he decided to find a warehouse that should be somewhere nearby. Then the guy noticed a large worm that was crawling out of the ground, which the student definitely did not expect to see. The teenager did not understand where this vile worm came from in the park, because he had never seen anything like it before. But it seemed to the guy that this worm did not pose any threat, and looked quite friendly. But that was not the case, because this monster suddenly opened its mouth, showing the boy that he clearly posed a threat. After this, the monster flew up, wanting to attack the young man, jumping on him. But the worm did not manage to eat the student, because he reacted in time and dodged. And while Lin was thinking that the worm obviously belonged to the villains, and why it was so big, the monster itself disappeared somewhere at that time. And then it dawned on the teenager that the worm had not disappeared, but had gone underground. But the boy realized this too late, because the creature was already under him with its mouth open. As soon as the boy had time to think that he was finished, the monster's mouth slammed shut, and he was eaten. So Luan ended up inside the worm, but he remained alive, because among the abilities he copied there was a defensive one, but he didn't know how long he could hold out like that. The student decided that he would gut him out using an ability called a ferocious claw. But then the boy decided that if this monster belonged to the criminals, then he could wait in the belly until the worm itself delivered Luan to the villains. Although the plan was good, the main character had to endure a place in which he was disgusted to be. Then the guy felt that a worm was crawling somewhere, and then he heard the voices of other guys. It was then that the boy decided that it was time to activate the fierce claw and kill the monster from the inside. Thus, the main character killed a monster that could harm a large number of children. Once Lin finally got out of the worm, he began to swear at what kind of war they had staged here, and then said what an abomination this worm was. The main criminal ordered the others to capture the guy who ruined all their plans. Lu Qin, meanwhile, ran to treat the worm, calling it by its name Lady Hell. Shiyu, meanwhile, turned into a beast, shouting that she would not allow some boy to interfere with them. However, the girl was interrupted by her sister, forcing her to stop to protect Luan. And since no one was going to catch the boy, it had to be done by a man who was not happy about this, because for him it was too steamy. The head of the attackers, meanwhile, asked how long it would take to completely heal the monster. Then Lu Qin replied that it would take him about 10 minutes, which did not please his boss at all, because the main attacker understood that they hardly had these 10 minutes, because soon other psionics would come running to help the guys. And so the man ordered his subordinates to try to delay the approaching warriors as long as possible in order to gain time. Lily's mentor, meanwhile, looked at Luan, thinking that he had noticed this young man a long time ago. Meanwhile, Lin saw the villain who was controlling the fire, and then the teenager decided that this attacker at the moment represented the greatest danger to him. And then someone called the guy's name, and this made Luan surprised because he did not understand whose voice it was. Then the man introduced himself as Lily's mentor, and then explained to the boy that his ability would help them communicate telepathically. The mentor told the guy that help would arrive in 15 minutes, but in the meantime Lin would have to try to detain the intruders. The main character said that he will definitely cope with this task, because a lot depends on it. Meanwhile, the villain could not keep up with Luan, thinking that the guy was running like a cheetah. The attacker then tried to attack the teenager with a wave of fire that was large enough to reach the boy. And although Lin managed to dodge, the man's flame flares up and goes out at his will, so it will be difficult for the student to escape from the fire that surrounded him. And then the young man began to say that he was still a complete beginner, an ordinary student, so the man needed to be easier with him. But the villain didn't really care about the guy's words, so he used an ability called Heat on him. However, the teenager didn't even have to dodge, because he used a block and a protective field. Thanks to the abilities that Lin had copied earlier, he was now able to give at least some resistance to the attackers. But even with the use of two forces together, the young man could not resist the blow of the criminal. The boy understood that if his opponent hit him in all seriousness, he would not be able to withstand it, and Luan did not have enough points to bite. The guy avoided the blows as best he could, because he understood that if something happened it would be very painful for him. And then a cat named Stalka exploded behind the attacker, which turned out to be an unexpected move for him. And then the boss told the villain not to stay long, because the teenager was deliberately stalling for time. And while the man was dealing with the leader, Luan was able to disappear from view, which caused even more trouble for the criminal. It seemed to the attacker that the guy decided to hide upstairs, so he struck the trees. However, there was not a student there, but another shadow cat, from which the noise came. And while the man was distracted by the cat, Luan decided to stab him from behind while he had the opportunity. Finally, the young man made it clear to the attacker that he was going not only to stall for time, but also to defeat the criminal. But unfortunately, the teenager's blow was not enough to defeat the villain, so the attacker then pushed the boy away from him. And then Lin heard the voice of his mentor, who said that it was too early to think about victory, because now it was much more important to gain time, and then victory would definitely remain with the heroes. And although the teenager understood this, he still wanted to defeat the villain, noticing that he needed less and less points to bite. The student realized that the number of points required for capture is determined by the vitality of the enemy, and therefore it can decrease if the vitality drops. The young man understood that if he lowered the attacker's points a little more, then he would be able to use the power of capture on him. The mentor noticed the persistence of the hero, who could gain even more time than expected, and while Luan tried to stall for time, Lu Qin was able to completely cure the worm, which was already ready to continue. Sure, Lily and other operatives were already rushing to help. However, they met someone on their way. It was a detachment of those who attacked the building. They blocked the path of our fighters. One of the hooded strangers, apparently the leader of the squad, told Lily that entry here was prohibited. Meanwhile, the examinees looked up and one of them shouted in panic that the worm had recovered. The guy controlling the worm laughed and said that it happened because he was inattentive. But this will not happen again because he will guard the worm and in 5 minutes they will all be under his control. The old man heard this speech and lowered his eyes, realizing that they were late. Meanwhile, Juan continued to fight. He fell to the ground, burning from the previous attack. At this moment, Lu Qin raised his head to the sky and ordered the worm to begin its attack. However, nothing happened, and the worm began to make strange sounds similar to the sounds of pain. Lu Qin approached and saw a strange silhouette in his pet's stomach. He realized that there was someone there. Juan shouted that the time had come and ordered Griffin to explode. At that moment, the shadow kitten in the worm's body exploded and the monster's stomach scattered, forming a huge hole. Lu Qin was furious because he had just cured his pet. Yang Mu grinned as he watched this. The old man called the guy a genius, because Luan had managed to leave an assistant in the worm back then. The red-haired guy could hardly stand on his feet, but he was glad that everything went exactly according to plan. Zhao Qinlin smiled as she watched the fight, because the guy was not bad after all. Meanwhile, the unknown leader of the attackers was furious that their plans were being thwarted. As the fight continued, Luan received more and more punches in the face from his opponent. The man smiled because he understood that he was winning the fight. He advised the kid to surrender because he was no match for him. And Luan stuck to his tactics. He looked at the system window in which it was written that 1,100 points were needed to capture, and now he had 1104. The time had come. The hero abruptly stood up and thunderclaps appeared around him. Luan activated his shadow step at full power. At the same moment, he ran at the speed of sound towards the enemy, who was confident of his victory. However, it is unclear where another attack, not typical of his opponent, was directed towards Luan. The hero managed to stop in time and dodge her. An unknown person in a green cloak appeared in the air. The ardent guy immediately recognized him and said that he would figure it out himself. However, the unknown person did not answer a word. He then looked towards Luan and said in a rage that he had no idea how much he had ruined their plans. Luan raised his head and asked the unknown person to stop. He asked teacher Gu Yunxiao to stop. At this moment, the unknown man's eyes opened wide. He did not expect such an answer. Luan continued. He said that he did not tell Hao and the others that the killer was their teacher, because right now it is very difficult for them, and they could not stand it if they heard this truth. The man's hands were shaking. He told the boy that he didn't understand what he was talking about, and he didn't know who this Gu Yunxiao was. Luan shouted that he himself didn't want to admit it, but all the threads led to this, no matter how much he didn't want to. Firstly, the teacher purposefully came to their school half a month in advance, although there were few of them there, which was too lenient for a person of his level, and all because it was near Wenchen that the decision was made to hold the exam. Afterwards, Lu Qin and other attackers kidnapped Hao's father, knowing exactly when he was not at work, and freely entered the exam site. This suggests that their accomplice was already there. Even when Luan discovered them, he first notified the teacher. But the night passed and reinforcements never arrived. The rats and mice that were part of the second round were brought under control, and they, very precisely in time, began to surround the examinees. And finally, the tower was captured, and the communication routes were blocked, and only one person could pull it all off with such ease. Only the commander of the security detachment, Gu Yunxiao, Luan's teacher, could do this. After listening to the story, the man smiled and replied that this was a very excellent chain of conclusions, but the guy was wrong. After all, Gu Yunxiao is dead. An unknown man personally strangled him with his own hands. Luan just looked pitifully at the man who was trying to hide the truth. The guy ordered Lala to show himself. At that moment, a cute black cat appeared from the chest of the hooded stranger. The cat jumped out and ran to Luan's feet, and the guy just watched it. There was no longer any point in hiding. The unknown person could not believe that he had been found out. He took off his hood and Gu Yunxiao appeared in front of the guy. He asked how long Luan had suspected him. Meanwhile, outside the exam site, a battle began. One of the support squad decided to use his hurricane ability. At the same second, Powerful streams of wind hit the unknown people. Due to a strong gust of wind, their hoods overturned and Lily recognized them. This was the association's 6th investigative team, Gu Yunxiao's squad. Sure, Lily started screaming and asking what they were doing here. Had they gone crazy? But a girl from the 6th group shouted that the entire association must die for what happened to Chao. Meanwhile, Juan asked his teacher to stop before it was too late. His teacher replied that the guy did not know anything and they were only here to bring justice. That day in Chao, each of them lost their relatives. At that moment, an unknown girl flashed through the mentor's memories. He began to concentrate his power, and said that he had been training for 8 years to kill those responsible for what happened, who were blissful in impunity. And that is why today they must take revenge on the association. We are transported back in time to an old dilapidated barracks, where a female voice asked the children if their test results had arrived. Little Yushao boasted that he had the highest score in all subjects except physical training, but even this could be improved with the help of a reagent, so the teacher told him. The children's mother was happy for her son and asked his sister how her results were. The girl puffed out her cheeks and replied that she had lost her certificate. The brother immediately shamed his sister by saying that her grades were terrible, so she lost her certificate, to which the sister replied that in any case she remained his older sister for 2 whole minutes. The brother and sister were twins, and at that very moment they began to fight to find out who was older, but their mother calmed them down. But a little later, the mother told Yuming that if her brother continues in the same spirit, then there is a high probability that he will be taken into psionics, and the only problem is his physical abilities, which he can improve with a reagent, but it is very expensive. Their father left them a long time ago, and their mother was afraid that she would not be able to cope. The girl smiled and replied that she would quit her studies because anyway, her performance was low and her education was a waste of money. She would get a job and help her brother with admission to the school of psionics. And so it happened. The little girl worked at different jobs. She cleaned up the garbage, and in the evening her brother asked what she was doing that stinks so much. At one of her jobs, she washed the dishes at night, and in the morning she prepared breakfast for her brother, who told her that he was in a hurry, and the girl overslept again. At her 3rd job, she worked as a courier and carried an order in the pouring rain, and her brother later woke her up saying that she was lazy and it was time for her to get up. The poor girl was absolutely exhausted, but she knew what she was trying for. And one fine day, Yunxiao burst into their house with the words that he had been accepted into the specialty of psionics. The guy was very happy, and his mother praised him for being a great guy. The brother leaned over to his sister and said that now she should understand who is better. Yiming replied that it was only because she did not go to the exam. Yunxiao confirmed her words and said that she would simply be wasting her time if she went there. The girl just silently looked at her brother and did not know what to answer, holding her hand in her pocket. The guy's uncle came into the family's house and asked if the guy really passed the exam. The mother confirmed that this was so, and they began to celebrate. Everyone around said that Xiao would become the strongest psionicist. The boy was slightly embarrassed, but he was sincerely happy that everyone around him was praising him and that he was the best. His older sister watched everyone rejoice for her brother and squeezed something in her hand. Some piece of paper that once seemed very important. After some time, the city of Chao was destroyed. A tearful Xiao screamed the name of his sister and mother while trying to find them under the rubble. He shouted their names more and more furiously and raked the collapsed house with all his might. At that moment, a bloody body appeared from under the rubble. It was his older sister Min. Xiao shouted his sister's name and tried harder and harder to pull her out from under the rubble. But suddenly, with his tear-stained eyes, the guy drew attention to the strange piece of paper that his dead sister was clutching. The unfortunate guy pulled it out of Ming's hands to look. What he saw he could not imagine. He remembered the words of his sister, who said that she had lost her certificate and that she would drop out of school and help her brother with admission to the psionic school. And he also remembered that he had said that this was the right decision because she would have wasted her time. In Min's hand was her certificate, according to which she had the highest score in all subjects. Xiao began to cry as hard as he could. Only now he realized what his sister had done for him. She sacrificed her future for the sake of her younger beloved brother, who now sits next to her corpse. 2 years after joining the association, Xiao accidentally stumbled upon the truth about what happened back then in Chao. Just one note, that an incident was discovered in Chao and instructions to temporarily do nothing. That is why now he will make every resident whose hands are stained with Chao's blood pay for their deeds. It is time to eradicate the association. Luan shouted to the teacher that he once said that he wanted to change the association for the better. However, his teacher, mired in hatred, had already raised his brush to summon the ink cell. At the same second, drops of magic ink fell near the guy and the cat. Suddenly, the spots rushed upward and formed a dense cage that restrained the hero. Shao ordered Luan to sit here and not try to disturb him. The teacher turned around and ordered Chikui to help the other units deal with the reinforcements, and buy them time. However, the fiery thug first wanted to deal with the guy who was running like an animal, and was now immobilized. An enraged Shao turned around and reminded him of what he told him to do. Chikui was frightened by the leader's gaze and replied that he understood the order. Luan tried to break the cage, but he soon realized that at the moment, he could not overcome it. However, suddenly someone appeared next to him. The guy looked up to see who it was. It was an angry Zhao Xiu who wanted to kill the guy for what he did to her sister. At that moment, Luan realized that he was finished. At the same time, the battle, which took place outside the exams, had already dragged on and everyone was tired. The blonde man from the defensive squad ordered his opponents to surrender. After they saw that the exhausted guys rushed forward, the blonde ordered his subordinates to surround the tower and save the examinees. However, suddenly he heard something and strange spots appeared in the sky. Instantly they were hit with blows of paint that were so sharp that they pierced the ground. In the sky in front of them there was him. The blonde recognized this man. It was Gu Yunxiao. He warned his soldiers about the danger and advised them to be 120% alert. After all, their opponent is not just a soldier, but a legendary fighter nicknamed the Beautiful Pangwan. At the same second, an enraged Shao uses one of his abilities Pangwan Buddha. Meanwhile, Luan begged the girl to understand him correctly, because he did not do anything with Qingni. They are decent people. However, the angry girl did not listen to him. She said that the guy had a good tongue, but, unfortunately, this would not help him. Suddenly, her sister appeared behind her and screamed for Xiu not to touch him. She raised her hand to her throat and threatened that if she killed the guy, she would say goodbye to her life. The girl burst into tears and shouted that the fact is that she belongs to Luan. The sister did not expect to hear these words, and Luan was shocked. Xiu became even more furious and shouted that the guy was definitely finished now. Meanwhile, Shao finished the fight and the Buddha projection disappeared. The entire team that moved to help the students was bound by the force of the leader of the uprising. The blonde raised his head with difficulty and said that Beautiful Pangwan was very mistaken. The guy turned around and replied that he would save his life so that he could see with his own eyes the beginning of changes. He contacted Lu Qing and asked how their worm was doing. The guy replied that everything was fine and this time everything would work. At that moment, the worm sprayed poisonous clouds and all the examinees fell into a strange sleep, as if they were under control. An old man watched all this from a safe distance. He couldn't believe that all they could do was watch the students being taken control. At such moments, Yang Mu hated himself for not being able to fight anymore. The old man turned to the girl, saying that now only her clone is here, who can exchange information with others so that they call for help. The girl answered the sage that she had already done everything, but the catch was that due to recent events, a large number of troops had gone on missions, and besides, Shao had scattered smoke bombs everywhere. In a word, now the only possible reinforcement is a detachment of the red shell. She asked the old man whether he thought it was good or bad if they came here. The old man just bowed his head and didn't answer. Meanwhile, Shao ordered preparations to lift the siege when he heard that the examinees had been taken under control. The old man considered the decision about the red shell. Now there is still a chance to save and restore the students. But if they are taken away, then nothing can be done to help them. So even if there are casualties, it is still better than being completely defeated. Chenlin smiled sweetly and replied that she had already made a request for their transfer, and they were about to arrive. A red glow suddenly appeared above the battlefield. Shao turned around, feeling a strange pressure. Meanwhile, Xiu swung at Luan in rage. However, she did not strike him, but attacked the bars of the cage around the guy, which began to dissipate. At that moment, the girl grabbed the hero by the shirt and pulled him towards her. She told Luan that if he let Qingni down, she would rip his throat out. In any authorized organization, a critical moment may come that can lead to a clash, and it is at such a time that the need for the power of a secret weapon arises. The red shells were precisely such weapons for the association, which exists not for the sake of fighting for justice, but for a specific purpose, and now their goal is to defeat 12 attackers. One of the red warriors said that the guys had examinees hostage. He wanted to know what they should do with them, to which the commander replied that he did not know about any examinees. Shao raised his head up and heard an order to attack from unknown enemies. These were the red troops that hung in the air in front of the rebels. The blue-haired girl shouted to the commander that they could fight them together. However, the commander did not listen to her, and instantly his hand appeared in front of them. A rift appeared in front of the detachment, and they did not understand why the captain protected his detachment from himself. Shao replied that their goal was to take the examinees away and fight the association even then, and not right now, so his squad should take the students away along the planned route. In the meantime, he will delay the association. The commander of the Red Warriors asked the guy if this was his final choice. Suddenly Chikwe appeared and tried to attack the red shell and burn them all to ashes. But the ardent guy was intercepted by the huge hand of the commander Buddha. He threw him towards the squad and shouted that they must leave. This is an order. The Red Warrior said that Shao is worthy to be a commander, and he will be a good opponent. If he had not helped Chikwe, he would already be dead because this battle is beyond his abilities. The desperate rebel commander grinned and asked if it was too presumptuous to say so. After all, their battle is rather beyond the capabilities of the red shell. A huge blue spirit appeared in front of the red squad, emanating from the guy's body. Juan also noticed the teacher's huge Buddha projection. The guy remembered that he had a connection with the old man and asked if he was still here. The old man confirmed the hero's words, to which the guy asked whether his teacher was a good or bad person. Yang Mu thought about it. This was a difficult question because everyone has their own reasons for doing things one way or another, and he did not want to evaluate Zhao's choice. Therefore, he decided to tell Wan Zhao's whole story so that he could draw his own conclusion. Once upon a time there was a boy who was driven by a sense of justice and talent. Everyone believed that he was capable of becoming a hero, and if there was a flaw in him, it grew from his very birth. After all, this boy was born surrounded by poverty. The Buddha projection struck first. With his huge staff he tried to reach the enemy. The commander said that the lovely Panduan is a worthy opponent and has amazing skills, but his weakness is the range of his attacks. After these words, he ordered the first unit to surround the guy. The red warriors pointed their hands towards Shao, and a strange chain shot out from them. A chain with hundreds of knives from different directions flew towards the rebel commander with great speed. At the same moment, chains as sharp as rose thorns grabbed Shao and immobilized her. The commander of the red shells said that now they would tear him to pieces. The rebel raised his head and replied that he could not dream of it. The guy, through the pain, raised his hands in the air and began to spin the spear. At this moment, his colossal projection exactly repeated the movements of the creator. Shao then slammed into the ground and his projection did the same, creating a destructive wave. Some red warriors could not withstand the force of the blow, and flew away. The commander of the red shells shouted that while Shao was attacking, he was vulnerable, and he needed to be attacked right now. The second unit did not wait, and immediately began to attack the guy with the hammer of paradise skill. Shao raised his hands up and tried to defend himself from them. At this moment, he only wanted Lu Qing to take the disciples away quickly. Meanwhile, a group of students under control were leaving in an unknown direction. The commander ordered his soldiers not to stop and to starve the enemy to death. All this was observed by Shirlily, who did not understand why Gu Yunshao was protecting the others while the red troops were beating him to death. At this time, Luan was already rushing to help. He said that his mother had told him about the defeat of the city of Chao. Meanwhile, the teacher's strength was already running out. The commander noticed that Buddha was weakened. Now is the best moment to attack. But suddenly the shadows of different people appeared in front of Shao. It was his squad that came to the rescue. They decided to defend the commander to the last. Shao shouted at the top of his lungs that he ordered them to leave, but the guys disobeyed and rushed to attack. One of them said that if it weren't for Zhao's leadership, there would be no point in their uprising, and they swore with their lives to be with him to the end. The Red Warrior only laughed at this because after the battle they had no supernatural power left. Two squads clashed with each other, the Red Shell and Gu Yinxiao's squad. They remembered the commander's words that their goal was to take the examinees away because the enemies are very strong psionics of the association, and there is no need to oppose them and die. But it was too late. At that very second the entire rebel detachment was brutally killed. The wounded Shao screamed with all his might for them to run away. Sharp thorns pierced the blue-haired girl's chest. At the same moment, the red chain of death cut her in half right in front of Gao's face. The commander's eyes filled with tears. All the people who were with him to the end and believed him were killed by the association. The commander of the Red Warriors was surprised that the guy still had strength. He felt that the atmosphere had become more dangerous. Zhao's rage knew no bounds. All his rage began to take on physical form. He screamed and cried at the top of his voice, and from such shock a new version of Buddha was born. Shao looked into the eyes of his enemies and shouted that he would kill them all. Suddenly someone called him, calling him commander. Shao was surprised and turned around. It was Lu Qin, one of his squad, who was leading the disciples away. Shao couldn't understand what he was doing here because he should be near the students now. The Red Warrior ordered to begin. At the same second, the guy's hand in the center of which was a huge mouth reached out to Shao. The guy pierced the body of the white-haired rebel right through. The pale killer raised his eyes and, smiling, asked for forgiveness from his former commander. The moment he pulled his hand out of Zhao's body, Luan and Qingyi came running. The hero was shocked by the picture he saw. The traitor's hand began to gradually suck the energy from Shao's body. The hidden boy smiled and told the commander that it was all over now. Shao, who was coughing up blood but was still conscious, could not believe that he had been betrayed. Lu Qin jumped away from the rebel, and Shao still stood on his feet even with such a serious wound. The guy in the hood said that he was waiting until the commander had no strength left because his ability was not that good in recovery. One of the Red Warriors asked if this guy was a traitor, to which another Red Warrior replied that he was not, he was originally their man. Lu Qin unbuttoned his jacket and pulled out a red badge that looked like a shield. Shao recognized him immediately. It was a sign of association. Now he realized that Qin was one of them. Since everything was revealed, the guy decided to introduce himself. He is a spy for the secret department of the Red Troops. He was assigned to Commander Shao 2 years ago. The association immediately realized that something was wrong with Shao, a native of Chao's city, talented, extremely stubborn, and has a strong sense of justice. Such a person could not simply be allowed to take a high position without insurance. Then they discovered 2 years ago that he and the 6th Detachment were planning something against them, but they did not dare to stop them immediately due to lack of evidence. After all, they were extremely prudent, and also very capable guys. It would be extremely wasteful not to take advantage of their talents. Hearing the whole story, Shao rushed to attack Lu Qin. The guy only regretted that until today they had helped them very well. He then gave the order to the Red Warriors to finish everyone off. While Shao fought with the warriors, Qin thanked him for treating him well, and thanks to the commander, the guy became stronger and grew in his abilities. He smiled gloomily and inhumanly, saying that Shao made an ideal commander. Exhausted and wounded, Shao continued to fight off enemies alone in every possible way. It seemed that he was holding on only on his unbending fortitude. Qin said that all these students whom Shao planned to take with him to raise his rebels, he could still take with him. After all, his department in the Red Troops needs spies, but the whole world will only know that the attacker Gu Yu Shao and his squad kidnapped them. The words of the traitor irritated the former commander more and more. He used his internal energy and drove all the Red Warriors away. After that, bleeding, he rushed towards Lu Qin. However, the pale guy easily repelled the attack by piercing the rebel's chest. Indeed, in his current state, Shao cannot resort to the face of Buddha, but his disciple is full of strength. Blood streamed from the man's mouth. Qin said that it was time to die and threw Shao away. The fighter for justice crashed into the trees and then fell to the ground without any strength. Luan shouted the teacher's name when he saw him land. He, the cat, and the girl ran up to the dying Shao. Luan couldn't believe what happened because his teacher was such a strong fighter. Someone in the distance ordered to finish off the rebel. Luan raised his head and realized that these were Red Warriors who were approaching. He looked at his teacher again and told him to be patient a little, and the guy would figure out how to heal his wounds. Suddenly Shao began to speak slowly, asking himself in a whisper if he was right. Tears appeared in the teacher's eyes. He asked if he had destroyed them all. His entire squad, which was loyal to him. Shao realized that until the very end he remained a simple fool. Drowning in tears, he told Luan that he repented. Qingni shouted that the troops were coming, and Luan told the teacher that he did not approve of his actions, but he was also disgusted by what the association had done. He remembered how the teacher looked when he said that if their world was not ideal enough, then he would do his best to change it. One of the red soldiers noticed the children and the rebel. Luan said that he would help him finish what he started and would walk his path in his place. The red warrior looked at Luan and asked who he was. Luan just looked at his sign, which said that the enemy could be captured, and he took a bite. The guy got up from his knees and asked the girl to find a way to cure the teacher. The warriors realized that this guy was a student, but he heard their conversation, so he needed to be removed. At this moment, the system reported that copying was completed, Panguan Buddha, maximum level. Luan's hair began to turn from red to ashen. Then, when they became completely ashen like Zhao's, he said that instead of a teacher, he would turn the association upside down. The red warrior looked at the guy and did not understand what was happening. A red explosion of unprecedented power instantly formed at the place where Luan stood. Lu Qin, leaving with his red friends, heard something strange and turned around. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Panguan's red Buddha stood in front of him. He couldn't believe that Zhao was still alive. Luan took the first step towards his enemies. The pale guy panicked and ordered his red warriors to capture and destroy him. And our hero, similar in appearance to Zhao, rushed towards Lu Qin. Luan shouted that his teacher was good-natured and left them alive, but he would not spare anyone. The Buddha projection summoned its staff to attack. He then slammed into the ground. A huge red energy of pure rage pierced the ground and destroyed everyone within the blast radius. Lu Qin watched his soldiers die one after another, as something red rushed straight towards him. He didn't have time to react when Wan's fist immediately flew into his face. The force of the impact was so high that the guy rolled several meters before stopping. His face was smashed into pieces and his nose was broken. One of his subordinates sat down next to him and asked if he was okay. Without answering Comrade Qin, he grabbed him with his hand. The warrior did not understand what was happening, and all the vital energy gradually left his body and passed on to the guy. A couple of seconds later, the warrior was lying on the ground and Qin stood up. He realized that it was not Xiao but that nasty boy, but where he got the Buddha face ability remains to be seen. But he didn't have time to find out because Luan was already in front of him. The fast guy again hit the traitor right in the face. However, Qin was not so simple and managed to grab it with his hand. He told Luan that he was not as strong as his teacher, and his sucking ability was much stronger than the guy's. Luan's power gradually began to pass to Qin, who laughed loudly. But the hero had an ace up his sleeve. He turned his hand into sharp claws. At the same moment, he cut off Qin's hand. The villain began to scream at the top of his lungs because his most powerful weapon was cut off with one swing. Luan did not stop and struck multiple blows with his claws at Lu Qin. The traitor's body was cut like butter and more wounds appeared on it. He called out to the only thing that could save him right now, his worm. A huge carnivorous worm heard its owner and was already rushing to his call. It's amazing how such a huge creature covered such a distance in a short time, but it was already standing behind Luan. Bleeding Lu Qin ordered the worm to kill the guy. The animal obeyed and at that very second released its sticky saliva at the hero. The saliva got into his back end like a web, prevented the guy from moving. Meanwhile, the wounded Lu Qin tried to take advantage of the situation. Luan got angry. He turned his hand into a claw and told the worm not to even think about trying to take away his power. After these words, the guy jumped on the enemy and struck him in the stomach. Luan had to cut the worm, but nothing happened because he was fed up with the ability to heal wounds and now his regeneration has increased several times. The worm decided to counterattack and again spat out its saliva at the hero. The saliva tied Luan like strong ropes. The guy realized that coping with a spiritual animal of such size was more difficult than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the wounded Qin, missing one arm, ran further into the forest and was glad that the worm had delayed his opponent. Luan also understood this. He knew that fighting with an animal was not a very good option, because then the squinted guy would leave. He watched his enemy go further and further. He urgently needed to come up with something. Suddenly, his new allies appeared in front of the heroes Zinni and Lala. This was very opportune. The guy was very happy about the appearance of the duet. Zinni stood in a welcoming pose and said that the cat heroine and her favorite were already here. Lala confirmed her words with a loud meow. Help is of course good, but Juan was interested in what happened to the teacher. Zinni said that she and the cat are not doctors and someone else will take care of him. She remembered Sure Lily, who said that she would take care of the teacher and they should go help Juan. The girls said that they would deal with this worm and let the guy catch up with that squinting guy, but Juan doubted that they could handle it. Two furious cats looked at the guy aggressively. Zinni's fur stood on end and she said that not a single mortal dared doubt the cat heroine and her favorite. Juan realized that it was better not to argue with the girl and wished them good luck. Then he ran as fast as he could towards the undead enemy. The girl and the cat were left alone with the worm, and Zinni was happy that she would finally be able to show herself in action. The worm did not attack, but looked at the strange cats, to which Zinni said that it was clear from him that he was timid. After these words, the worm opened its hellish mouth and spat its saliva into them. The ferocious cat and her companion were instantly covered in sticky mucus. However, this did not upset Zinni. She told Lala not to be afraid because she would take care of everything. Suddenly the girl heard a loud, furious meow, and Chini immediately looked back. Standing next to her was not little Lala, but a furious, huge red beast. Zinni was in shock. The battle began. The worm attacked first and decided to bind our girls, but Lala was able to deftly dodge dangerous projectiles. Then the furious cat took advantage of the moment and attacked the monster with its claws. The cut went straight down the body of the worm. She did better than Luan, and the monster's body began to tear apart at the cut site. However, the worm did not stand aside and managed to grab Lala with its threads. At the same moment, the threads became covered with blue light. The worm released electricity through its saliva to hit Lala. However, Zinni did not stand aside and jumped towards the cat, ordering the worm to leave her pet. Chini slammed her hand down on the worm's threads, but to her surprise, it didn't do any damage to them. The girl pretended that this was the plan and said that it was just a distraction. And now the real attack. After these words, she sent her ghostly spirits in the form of cats to the head of the worm. The ghost cats immediately struck the monster by exploding. Lala was saved from the monster. Zinni told her that this worm has rough, thick skin and it will be difficult to control it, so Lala needs to do something about it as soon as possible. The fog from the explosion cleared and the worm immediately attacked the girl, not allowing her to finish speaking. The monster stuck into the ground and everything around began to shake, but our heroes miraculously managed to dodge. Lala stood up and immediately began to form a strange ball with her mouth. Immediately the ball became larger, and the cat shot a bomb at the annoying worm. Lala was pleased with herself. She knew that people couldn't survive something like this. The huge body of the worm was covered with many wounds. Zinni was already rejoicing at the victory. She praised the cat and said that it deserved to be called her pet. The worm's body had split into several pieces, and now it looked like sliced sausage. But victory was still far away, because each part of the body began to turn into a separate small worm. The worms released smoke, and the girl became angry because of the monster's vitality. Zinni covered her nose. She realized that this was the same smoke that was used on the students, and she did not want to become weak-minded. Meanwhile, Luan used his shadow step at full power and was already catching up with his opponent. He quickly overtook the cripple and happily jumped on top of him. The moment he found himself above the head of the squinting guy, Luan activated the face of Buddha, and a huge red projection hit the traitor with its weapon. The force of the blow was colossal. Lu Qing immediately lost his arms and legs. He could no longer escape and began to beg for mercy. He said that the main villain here is Gu Yunxiao and he is on the side of justice because he is a secret agent. The traitor began to cry. He told Luan to go and look for Xiao to kill, and not him. Suddenly, Qin heard a meowing sound next to him. It was a purple ghost cat. After a cute meow, the cat exploded right next to the guy's face. Qin screamed. His face was disfigured, and he called Luan all sorts of names. He just looked at the pathetic traitor. Then he replied that the guy had no right to condemn the teacher. After all, his entire family died, and in his place Luan would not have lasted so many years in a sober mind. The association is not the direct culprit, but it is connected to what happened. The teacher captured the students only to tell them what the association really is, and not to harm. He remained decent until the very end, unlike Lu Qin, because he used the teacher and his comrades, looking for benefits and considering himself right. But the most disgusting thing about this guy is that he squints. After these words, Luan attacked Lu Qing with many cats, which made him a scarecrow. The guy didn't understand Luan's last sentence. It seemed to him that he was just looking for an excuse to beat him up. Luan replied that he planned to maim him half to death to give him time to think about his behavior. But Lu Qin simply laughed at this because his ability makes him immortal. But the hero's strength is already running out. After this, the traitor opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to go to him. At the same moment, hundreds of examinees approached the battlefield under control. Luan watched as he was surrounded because he had completely forgotten about them. Lu Qin mocked. He said that there are several hundred students here. Will the red-haired guy have the courage to kill them all? At that same second, one of the students thoughtlessly attacked Luan, but he easily dodged. The zombie students continued to run after the guy, but he was fast and easily ran away due to the shadow footsteps. The traitor said that he and Xiao are very similar. They are both merciful and cannot harm the innocent, which is why Luan himself will be the reason for his defeat. But the guy didn't lose heart. He replied that since you can't kill them, you can just knock them out. After this, the hero began to hit the students so that they would lose consciousness, but without causing fatal damage. After a few minutes, Luan began to get tired. He understood that these were the strongest guys entering, and he did not expect that it would be so difficult. Now he has 1,000 points, each will require 20, and don't forget about the main enemy. Meanwhile, his opponent stood in the middle of the crowd and shouted that he was forced to admit that people like Luan are born once a decade and he is the strongest among all the examinees in the country. But if he thinks that this is enough to resist the association, then he is a fool and crazy. Indeed, today the association has strengthened its position and is widely known. It has more monster-level masters than stars in the sky. And in this world, psionics either join them or die. After these words, the traitor put his hands on the two students and sucked the life force dry. Smiling, he said that tomorrow's news would announce how Luan and his teacher killed these two students. Luan flew into a rage. He activated his shadow walk and jumped at his enemy. The guy was ready to tear him to shreds, because he associates him with that very dark side of the association. But suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The guy did not reach the target, and immediately fell to the ground. His head was spinning, his body ached, and his legs did not obey him. Luan realized that he had no more strength left. Lu Qin mocked more and more. He said that the guy had been using his abilities for too long, and had spent all his energy. After all, he lacked combat experience. The zombie students continued to attack the hero, but now he could no longer dodge them. Qin said that the winner is always right and no one will care about what really happened. The hero and Xiao will be forgotten very soon, branded as criminals, which they will remain for history. But he will become a hero who will be praised, after which Qin laughed very loudly like a true villain. He then ordered the disciples to kill the guy, at which point Luan became scared. The old man and Deputy Zhao watched silently. The man asked the girl if nothing would change this time. He also asked her to suppress the bad news about the security department as much as possible. The girl smiled and said that newly hatched chicks throw off their unhatched brothers. Nature has always been cruel, but people have never called it evil. Man is also a part of nature. He is no different from other creatures and Darwin's law reigns on Earth. So a pessimistic view of the future will only lead him to the grave faster. The old man replied that people are not like that and Hao appeared on the horizon looking for his friend. In addition to Hao, other comrades also came who were looking for Luan. Luan heard his friend's voice and responded to his call, shouting that he was here. Fu Guangqun ordered the students to listen carefully. All the people on the battlefield are under control and therefore need to be stunned, not killed. Zhao was surprised at what she saw, and the old man only smiled imperceptibly. On the field there were not only students, but also adult men who fiercely wanted to make their children human. Guangqun asked his father to urgently convene people. All these men are psionic slackers who owe him money. One call and everyone is assembled, because his father is a member of the state committee. One of the formidable men approached Guangqun and reported that soon other comrades would arrive in time and if everything suited the gentleman, then could he put in a word for them in front of his father? The guy answered in the affirmative. At that moment, Hao gave the arrogant man a kick in the ass and told him to go save people and not show off. The angry guy said that he just talked a little, but at that moment Hao invited him to measure his strength. Whoever stunned the most people won. Guangqun agreed. Together, the children and psionic fathers began to win the battle over the zombie students. At this moment, the traitor, who a couple of minutes ago was rejoicing at his victory, realized that the situation had turned not in his favor. Hao, who was holding one of the students, began to loudly call for his friend Lin Wan. The red-haired hero responded, and his friend was glad that he was still alive. Wan asked why he returned, and Hao replied that he took his father to a safe place, and then thought about how to help his friend. Fortunately, Fu Guangquan instantly managed to summon a gang of psionics. The friend also asked why Luan was so battered, but the guy said that there would be questions later, because their enemy wants to escape. Meanwhile, Lu Qin couldn't think of anything better than to just run away as fast as he could. Luan wanted to chase him, but he still didn't have the strength. Suddenly Hao said that he had a solution because he knew that his friend would be exhausted from fighting so much, and therefore brought one thing. The guy took out of his pocket a strange little flask with 2 letters A on the label. He said it was a level A miracle reagent that his family had been keeping for years. The guy couldn't believe that his friend would share such a remedy with him, but Hao said that Luan would thank his father later. After all, right now their main enemy is running away and they need to catch up with him in order to restore justice. Lu Qin panicked. He didn't understand why these fools appeared one after another, and could they really hope to defeat the person from the association? He kept telling himself that he was a representative of the association, while an enraged Luan followed him. Seeing this hellish aura and power, Lu Qin was afraid. He couldn't just lose. At that moment, disgusting worms crawled out of the traitor's body. But let's go back a little. Hao said that this is a reagent that his father carefully kept, and this is his father's gratitude for saving him. Luan immediately drank the miracle medicine. Suddenly he felt a powerful surge of strength, and it seemed that he was completely recharged. Luan asked his friend if they could handle it here themselves while he went and looked elsewhere. Hao replied that he could go and hit another zombie student. Luan's legs are electrified, his shadow stride is ready, his hair turned ashen again, and now it was time for justice. The one who thought that he was invincible because he was a representative of the association was instantly cut in half. Lu Qin could not even use his worms because Luan cut him into small pieces. He screamed at the top of his voice and immediately a huge red Buddha leg appeared. Luan could once again summon the Buddha's projection. Seeing the red knight, Hao was happy because he recognized the projection of his teacher, which means he came to their aid. All the students and men finished dealing with the crowd and watched the powerful aura. Suddenly Luan appeared in the distance, and Hao called him, saying that they had dealt with everyone on their side. Luan turned to his friend and replied that he had also settled everything on his side. Hao was still impressed. He asked the guy if he had seen the teacher's projection and where he was now. Luan replied that the teacher had just left. It was good that he helped them solve this problem. Suddenly our hero remembers that he forgot something. He forgot about Lala and Zinni. The red-haired hero told his friend that he had one unfinished business and ran away. Meanwhile, the frightened Zinni and Lala tried to escape from the huge monster. The worm united again into one copy and now the heads of smaller worms protruded from its entire body. Zinni ran as fast as she could, and the poisonous fog pursued her faster and faster. Suddenly, someone summoned the 3 cents of flame and a small flame appeared in his hand. A bullet from the fire flew past the fleeing Zinni. There was an explosion, and the cute heroine and her pet, as if in a movie, flew up from the shockwave. But the landing was not so soft. Sister Qingni hit Chu Kui on the head, and yelled at him for almost burning her sister. Shiyu calmed down and ordered her sister to get up immediately, otherwise the fog would cover them. Fire will only help for a while, because the worm has absorbed the reagents intended for the examinees and they will not be able to defeat it. We need to take away the students and Xiao, because the hallucinogenic fog is a very powerful thing. The heroes ran away from the deadly smoke, and Chu Kui covered them, shooting from his fiery fingers into the fog. Suddenly, someone next to them said that this was not the end. The heroes turned around to see who it was, but because of the fog nothing was visible. The unknown person ordered the evil worm to stop. Suddenly, the powerful evil creature obeyed and stopped attacking. At that moment, the heroes, frozen in place, realized that they had fallen into the fog. However, they were still conscious. Chu Kui asked his companion why the fog had no effect on them. A system table appeared in front of the unknown person, which signaled that the capture was completed. The huge evil worm at that very second turned into a small cute animal. The plump worm fell into the hand of the guy, who said that he left the glasses for him. Now this terrible beast has become Luan's pet. Zinni, seeing the handsome red-haired man, immediately ran to him. The girl jumped on Luan as fast as she could and hugged him tightly. She began to kiss him and Luan tried to move her away because her sister was looking at them. Moreover, they first need to find a teacher, whom sure Lily is looking after. A little later they came to the girl and one asked her about the teacher's condition. The girl replied that he was still alive, but had lost a lot of blood, and he urgently needed specialist help. Luan understood everything and replied that they would take him away because Hao and the others would come soon, and they should not see Xiao in such a state. Chu Kuei intervened in their conversation and said that the girl was also from the association and could not be trusted, she needed to be killed right now. Lily replied that the association consists not only of the Red Army and Lu Qing, in addition to Xiao, it is full of people who want to change something and are working on it. The old man smiled imperceptibly when he heard his student. Sure Lily ordered the guys to take Xiao because she considers them good people. After some time, Hao appeared in the clearing and asked his friend if he had time to sort out his business. The guy also asked if he had seen the mentor, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Luan replied that he was injured and that's why he left, but he would be fine, there was no need to worry. A little earlier, the guy left Xiao to his new comrades. Zinni could not hold back her tears and sobbed very loudly. Luan tried to calm her down by saying that they would be parting for a short time and until he could introduce her to Hao, it would be difficult for him to explain everything. The girl asked what the guy was going to do in the association and he replied that if the world is imperfect, then he will do his best to fix it, he will follow the path of the teacher and do what he thinks is right. Remembering these words, Wan turned to his friend and said that they would enter the University of Psionics. The exam is over. The news on the case of the hero from the slums, the beautiful Xiao, does not lose the interest of observers. The association is worried that the truth about the destruction of Chao's city may come out, revealing her dark past. Besides, the vast majority of those present there were put to sleep, so they know nothing. The association decided to hide Dao's existence, instead reporting that they had eliminated the criminals who wanted to kidnap the examinees, and the beautiful Pangwan disappeared after being wounded. Life is gradually returning to normal, and some woman was showing off her son to the seller. Luan's mother approached her, and the woman immediately noticed her friend. She laughed and asked if Luan had taken the exams, because her son was in 15th place, and he would probably be able to get into university. After that, she looked at Luan's mother indifferently, and asked how her son passed. Mom smiled sweetly and replied that her son had been accepted into the University of Psionics. The woman at first grinned, expecting that her son did not enroll, and then, when Luan's mother's words reached her, she fell into shock. Later in the evening in the hero's apartment, his mother called him to the table. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Mom was surprised that someone came to them so late. She opened the door and saw Qigong and his assistant, who said that they had come to congratulate Luan on his admission. Seeing the swindler on the doorstep, the mother was surprised, but he replied that he was no longer a swindler, but her son's best friend. Then strange guys appeared on the threshold with fish in their hands. Luan's mother did not recognize these, but she was also amazed. After them, Chini appeared on the threshold with Lala, who introduced herself to her mother as Luan's new girlfriend. This information shocked the mother even more. After the girl, the guy's friends appeared on the doorstep and also came to congratulate him. Poor mother thought that apparently the whole city would come here today. A little later, Hao asked Luan why he called the villains here. The guy smiled and said that now they are all friends and they need to forget past grievances. Meanwhile, a secret meeting was taking place in the association tower. Zhao Qinlin was sitting at a wide table with an unknown man in the shadows. The man asked the girl if it was true that Xiao defeated Lu Qing and gave up trying to kidnap the students. Qinlin was still calm and replied that as far as she knew, everything was exactly like that. The stranger said that he heard that one of the students in particular stood out. Qinlin smiled and replied that she had not noticed anything like that. A little later, our heroes headed to the entrance ceremony. A lot of people came. About 3,000 students from all 4 districts were here. Fu Guangquan snorted arrogantly, saying that the guys acted like they were from the village, but unlike them, he once gave a report to hundreds of thousands of people without worrying at all. Suddenly our heroes noticed that there were especially many people in one place. A big pumped-up guy claimed that their western region is the strongest because there are only athletes here. Another guy in a business suit answered him that in his area there live only thick-headed jocks, and they are not their rivals, the best people live in the south. Guangquan, in his usual manner, said that apparently it was the local idiots who caused the commotion. Luan noticed that there are a lot of people today and this is a great chance to earn some points. But he needs to calculate everything. The guys on both sides of the barricade continued to argue more fiercely about whose region was steeper, the western or the southern. Suddenly Luan laughed very loudly and called everyone around him simpletons. The crowd died down, and all the bullies turned to see who the brave one had appeared. The crowd dispersed, and they saw Luan, who said that none of them are strong because they are all scum. After all, the strongest region is the eastern one, and they will tear them all to pieces. The blonde asked if this area was hypnotized, because of which the exam was never completed, and the association missed them all out of pity. The system reported multiple points gained due to hostility, which certainly made Luan happy. Suddenly, Luan said that this is all because there is an incomparable person in their area, capable of defeating 100,000 people in a second, handsome and macho, sir. Poor Guangqun broke out in sweat because he realized the situation he was in, and the guys continued to jump around him and shout that he was their strongest master. But the guys from the west and south were not laughing. They decided to actually test how strong this guy was. Luan did not waste time and quickly grabbed his friend by the collar to quickly escape from here. While running away, Luan was happy that he had earned a lot, but he did not notice the obstacle in his way. The guy slammed his head into it, and immediately fell. He looked up to see who stood in his way. It was the Thunder Tiger Wang man, who asked the guy who he was. Suddenly the man remembered that he was the one who crippled his stupid nephew. It seemed that now Luan would be in trouble. But someone appeared behind the Thunder Tiger. The thug turned around to see who called him. It was the old rector of the University of Psionics, who asked not to scare his new students. The old man said that he is not interested in what happens outside the university, but while the tiger is on its territory, he forbids threatening students. Surprisingly, the Thunder Tiger immediately cooled down and fell silent. Then he turned to Luan and said that it was better for the guy not to come across him on the street. The head teacher also arrived and told the tiger not to be angry because he was specially invited from the association to take part in the opening ceremony of the school year. Then the head teacher, in a more stern manner, ordered Luan and his friends to quickly change into their uniforms and go to the assembly hall. Our heroes did not contradict and did as the head teacher said. Luan and Hao were surprised at how beautiful their uniforms were, and Guangqun still called them simpletons. On one of the rows, unknown guys saw our heroes, and everyone else noticed them too. Luan understood that they had noticed Guangqun. The guy said that the year had just begun, but everyone already knew about him and everyone wanted to compete with him. The guys from the two districts whispered among themselves, asking if this was the guy who said he was the strongest. Guangqun could not stand it, and shouted to Luan that this was all because he called the eastern region the strongest, to which he replied that it was and he needed to relax. At that moment, the rector appeared on the stage and coughed quietly. Suddenly the whole hall stopped making noise and there was silence in the large hall. Luan was surprised that the old man simply coughed and everyone fell silent. The rector didn't even need a microphone to speak. The old man greeted all the students and said that his name was Fan and he is the rector of this university. Fan continued, he understands that no one wants to listen to the old man's story, but nothing can be done because speech is the only way to convey one's thoughts. After these words, everyone in the hall laughed. This university was founded by an association, so when children join they will technically become half members of the association. And from now on, their every word and action will be watched. But the old rector hopes that one day the students will be able to achieve more than the association. These words touched Luan. He heard something that was dear to him. The old man finished and went to his place, and the head teacher thanked him for his speech. And now he asked to greet one of the chairmen of the association, Quan Ming, who prepared a speech for the students. The chairman smiled and greeted everyone in the room. He then said that his main interest was games. Hao did not immediately understand what the chairman said and asked his comrades what he said about his interests. Guangqun replied that he did not know anything about what the chairman meant, because the management of the association is a mysterious place. Quan Ming continued by saying that resources containing supernatural power are very important to the association, and that is why their extraction is constantly the focus. The first good news is that they recently found a completely new vein, the scale of which is not inferior to the Lu Tao mountain range, and excavations will begin soon. All the students were surprised by this news, but Quan had second good news. The association decided to allow students to participate in the process. All this time the rector looked at the chairman with contempt and remained silent. And the students were even more shocked that they would be able to participate in the extraction of resources for the association. Quan said that mining ore is not an easy task and they will encounter unprecedented beasts and bad weather conditions, which is why they need security. But what seems like an opportunity may turn out to be the reason for the death of the students. It is impossible to count how many 5-star psionists have taken off after participating in mining. For example, Mr. Thunder Tiger is one of them. For any psionicist, taking part in the development of ore deposits is a dream. Of course, this is very dangerous for students, so the association will select only the 3 strongest students. The students stood up from their chairs after hearing what they heard. They could not believe that they would only take 3. The chairman put his hand in his pocket and asked them not to be upset because the selection would be carried out in good faith. He took a gold badge in the form of a shield from his pocket and said that this was a qualification badge and whoever got it would be able to participate in the development. 3 badges were already included in the selected students' uniforms. The students immediately began to look for badges in their pockets, but could not find anything. Quan added that the badges are not an indicator of the final result, because the result will be known in 3 days. Now it became clear what games the chairman likes to play. He wants them to fight with their classmates. The students were not enthusiastic about such assignments, but everyone wanted to get involved in the development. Quan said that now they would name the 3 students who received the badges and called the head teacher to help him with this. The head teacher happily walked onto the stage and turned on the screen. There were 3 black plaques on the screen and the chairman announced the first owner of the badge. Yi Dao, a third-year student on a full scholarship, is ranked 23rd on the university's top list. The second owner is Yen Gani, a third-year student, a member of the research group, and a weapons expert. There was discontent among the students because the badges were given to some monsters and they would not be able to take them away from them. It was dishonest. Quan immediately calmed the crowd by saying that the third holder of the badge was a first year. Luan was happy that the third guy would be among them. The chairman said that the third owner participated in the events of the attack by intruders during the examination. He was brave and resourceful. He promptly called the psionics who helped repel the attack of the villains. It was Fu Guangquan. Luan and Hao were shocked when they learned that the third owner of the badge was their friend. At this moment, Fu Guangquan realized what a deplorable situation he was in. The chairman smiled evilly and said that he would look forward to the results in 3 days. After the meeting, the guys heatedly discussed what they had heard. Murders were prohibited, but otherwise there were no restrictions. One could resort to any methods to take away the badge. Some refused to take part in this so as not to get hurt, because many understood that there was no chance against 2 senior students. But the newcomer Guangquan was a real weakling. It was worth starting with him. Guangquan also understood this. He knew that all the guys would start their collection of badges with him. The guy asked his friends to help him. After all, right now a crowd of students was already standing in front of him, pinning them into a corner. Give it back, know your place and quickly chase the badge. Give it back and we will do without bloodshed, the students shouted to Guangquan. Luan asked his friend if he even wanted to mine ore. Of course I want to. This is the cherished dream of any psionicist. But I didn't think that I would have to fight with everyone for this dream. The crowd of students realized that the guy would not just give up his badge, and so they decided to take action and take it by force. Luan shouted for the guy to give him the badge, but he froze in place, so the main character decided to act on his own and snatch the badge from the guy. Then Luan made an unobvious move that shocked all the students. He simply threw him into the air and sent him far into the clouds. Everyone turned to look at the flying icon, but Guangquan was most amazed. Meanwhile, Hao and Luan took advantage of the distraction. They grabbed the frozen Guangquan and ran away. A few minutes later they broke away from the angry crowd. Guangquan still couldn't believe what Luan had done. He wanted to kill the guy, but the hero saved him, so Guangquan could not kill him, and it would have been worth thanking him. But still he threw away his precious badge. Hao and Luan watched their friend rushing back and forth and could not understand whether he had gone crazy or whether everything was okay with him. Luan decided to take pity on his friend and said that he still had the badge. Then he threw away the regular card. Guangquan was overjoyed to the point of tears. He snatched the badge from the guy's hands and began to kiss him. However, the guy was saved only for a while. Soon the guys will understand that it was a trick. He should think about what to do next. Suddenly, a familiar cat appeared behind the guys, who seemed to be calling them to follow her. Luan turned around and saw his friend, a cat that belonged to Xiao. The guys told Guangquan to find a good place to hide in the meantime. They would also think about what to do, and our heroes themselves ran after the cat Xiao. A few minutes later, the cat led them to two guys who immediately recognized Luan. The two guys saluted to greet the boss. Luan was a little embarrassed. He couldn't get used to the fact that he was now the head of the group. The guys asked how the boss's first day went. If anyone offended him, they would definitely teach him a lesson. But the hero replied that everything went pretty well and the university's affairs were his personal affairs. Luan decided to get straight to the point and asked them why they came. He was also interested in what was happening to Xiao now. The guys replied that the teacher had already come to his senses, but recovery would take some time. The association people are secretly trying to track him down, so he asked them not to visit him for now. Hearing that everything was fine with the teacher, Luan calmed down a little and thought about it. He then said that they needed to quickly find out the whole truth about what happened in Xiao's city and make it public, so they could protect the teacher. Luan asked the guy if there was any evidence that would help solve the riddle. The guy said that year the terrorist group Fog captured the city. No one had heard of it before. Most of them died when the city was destroyed, but some were still able to escape. For several years, Zhao's key goal was to find them. He caught almost all of them and lived up to his fame. The news said that the Fog had arrived in Xiao to seize the supernatural ore. But Xiao believed that if this were true, the entire city would not have to be destroyed. Therefore, he interrogated the criminals with passion, trying to find out the real reason, but none of them split and died as a result. Xiao said that they were all very strong psionics. Interrogating them was emotionally difficult. He did not want them to die, so the likelihood of them dying at the same time was low. The only explanation for their sudden death is that they were killed to maintain a secret. The one who killed all the people of the Fog knew all the secrets. But the interrogations were not in vain. Something about that person became known. Firstly, on his body there is a tattoo similar to an eye. And secondly, he likes to play. The tattoo is understandable. But what does it mean that he likes to play? Luan asked again. The guy explained that they were saying that during the torture one of the criminals lost consciousness. But he constantly muttered that for him it was just a game. Luan thought about it. There were too few clues and it was difficult to identify a person based on these signs. Although there was one candidate in mind. The hero decided not to detain the guys for long and ordered them to return. If any news appeared, let Lulu convey it to him. The guys said goodbye and went about their business, while Juan was thinking about the information he had received. The hero was walking around the university yard. At the same time he was looking for Guanquan, who had disappeared somewhere. It works secretly. A tattoo in the shape of an eye games, the one who benefited the most is the criminal. I read about this in a book on criminal psychology. Who benefited from destroying the city of Chao. A silhouette of a man with purple hair came to the guy's head. He did not notice how, in his thoughts, he came to the entrance to the administrative building. Using maximum level perception, Luan did not sense particularly strong streams of supernatural power emanating from the building. Suddenly someone called him, and the guy immediately turned around. But before he had time to notice, Chairman Quan Ming appeared next to him. Surprised, Luan immediately turned to the man, sensing his presence. He saw him next to him. The chairman stood silently as if he suspected something about the guy. The situation was heating up. The heroes stood silently when suddenly their silence was interrupted by a fat head teacher running after the chairman. Luan was amazed that he did not feel the emanating power from the man even at close range. He needed to take advantage of the capture. Suddenly the system reported that it was impossible to calculate the enemy's will to live. It was impossible to determine the required number of points to activate capture. Luan stood in shock. He did not understand what this message meant. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the head teacher, who threateningly asked what the guy was doing here. Luan pretended to be a fool and said that he was just lost because the campus was simply huge. The head teacher asked what district the guy was from and what his parents worked for. Luan replied that he was from the Eastern District, and his mother worked as a nurse. The head teacher adjusted his glasses and looked at the guy with contempt. He thought that he was just a local stupid boy. Meanwhile, Luan continued to look at the man with a stupid look. The head teacher believed him and told him to get out of here because he shouldn't be here. Luan exhaled with relief, noting that the head teacher was a rather nasty guy. Suddenly he called the head teacher and asked him to wait a little. The man asked what he needed and Luan asked if the head teacher could get him nude photos of the chairman. What, nude photos? What are you talking about? The head teacher asked. looking at the stupid guy. Why would I do this for you? Do you want me to expel you for such jokes? No, you're just doing me a favor, Juan said, and at that moment the system reported that the capture was completed, and he received the maximum level sycophancy skill. After a few seconds, the head teacher turned from an angry man into a kind and obedient person who happily agreed to help the guy. After some time, the head teacher came to the chairman. He opened the door and asked what he wanted at such a late hour. The head teacher was holding 2 glasses of wine in his hands. He suddenly sneezed and allegedly jerked accidentally. The wine spilled and stained the chairman's snow-white shirt. The head teacher panicked and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he just wanted to invite the chairman to have a little drink. Let me help you wipe everything off, the man said and sharply touched the chairman's shirt. Quan looked at the head teacher with a cold gaze and asked what he was doing. Instantly the man was thrown out the door. The head teacher was catching his breath. He almost died of fear there in the room. Then it was only up to Juan. Quan walked slowly around the room and thought that the head teacher was simply a non-entity. It was a mistake to appoint him to a position at the university. He slowly unbuttoned the buttons on his stained shirt. Everything was about to become clear. After a few seconds, Quan unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a large tattoo of an eye on his chest. Meanwhile, Juan, who was watching him, saw the tattoo and immediately realized that the very person who knows all the secrets is the chairman. However, the man immediately felt something. Juan realized that he had been noticed. He became worried and could not hold back the flow of supernatural power. Quan stood motionless in the center of the room. Then he said that apparently there was a small rat in his room. Are you an enemy with a death wish or a fan? In any case, no matter who you were, it was unwise to do so. His look became crazy and he said, for your courage I will play hide and seek with you. I count to 10 and then go search. The chairman began to count. Juan realized that things had taken a dangerous turn and he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The tattoo on the chairman's body began to glow purple and he himself began to look even more insane. Juan realized that the man noticed even a slight presence of energy. He was inattentive. But the guy found out that the eye actually exists. The chairman didn't see him. You just need to get out through the shaft and squeeze in among the other students. But while Juan was thinking about the plan, the chairman counted to 10. It was time to move out in search of the rat. He threw off his shirt and his body began to become covered in black. Quan asked if the guy hid well. Then his body began to glow purple. His hair developed like a flame. His eye emitted a mysterious cosmic energy that did not bode well. Quan laughed, sensing the guy's psionic energy. Waiting no longer was possible. Juan used his shadow step and immediately headed towards the exit of the mine. Sensing where the enemy was, Quan also followed him into the mine with great speed. Juan jumped out of the ventilation shaft like a bullet. But Quan did not lag behind him. He sensed where the enemy was heading. Juan began to get tired. His ability gave him incredible speed, but even with it he could not break away from his pursuer. The chairman eventually beat him to the punch and jumped down in front of him. Quan raised his head. Pure madness was visible on his face. However, he saw a not entirely living creature. In front of him stood a purple cat filled with explosive energy. Juan was happy that he was able to outwit the man by leaving him a shadow cat. If the hero reaches the door, then victory will be his, and only after that he will discuss with others how to defeat him. A smile appeared on the guy's face. The doors were not so far away, and victory was close. However, an obstacle appeared in front of him that erased this smile. Juan crashed into an invisible wall. What is this? The guy rubbed his nose after the blow. Meanwhile, the chairman grabbed the cat by the throat and mercilessly blew it up. Quan was angry that the guy dared to joke with him. Juan, meanwhile, examined the invisible obstacle. He realized that it was some kind of barrier, apparently one of the chairman's abilities. Previously, the guy didn't feel his energy, but now it's everywhere. It seems he began to guess. Quan noted the guy's intelligence, but on his territory no one can hide from him. After all, the entire house in which they were located was under the dome of the chairman. The mark on the man's forehead grew brighter and brighter. Not a single rat would escape from his territory. At that moment, Juan realized that he was trapped. Apparently a direct collision could not be avoided. Therefore, if possible, you need to prevent yourself from being revealed, which is why the hero used his appearance ability, which dyed his hair an ashen color like Zhao's. He also put a mask on his face. A difficult battle awaits. The chairman was like lightning heading towards the guy, while Juan used his shadow cats to attack. The two beasts crashed into the purple figure, but an intact Quan appeared from the smoke, also moving towards his goal. Juan realized that the cats would not work on him, so it was time for the fierce claw. With one powerful blow, the guy hit the chairman and cut his left side. Did it really work? The guy looked at the figure of the enemy, which was missing one arm. But the chairman didn't care. He easily restored the missing part of the body. Looking at the guy, he said that he was sorry because in this form he was immortal. Is there really not a scratch on it? His body is seemingly intangible. Juan used Shadow Step and turned on full power. He began to run around Quan analyzing the situation. Then the guy stopped abruptly and grabbed the chairman by the shoulder, using his absorption ability on him. The violet aura began to dissipate and circle around the guy's hand, but Quan remained motionless. He wondered where such a brat got such a rare ability. Suddenly Quan laughed. He allowed all the energy to be absorbed because there was no point in it. Juan also understood this. The sensations were not the same as usual. His energy did not increase. So he clenched his fist tighter and all the power he had absorbed dissipated. The guy was breathing with difficulty. He was already pretty exhausted. But the fight hadn't even started yet, and the chairman had some strange abilities. And he continued to mock the guy. This is not how you planned everything, right? He said. However, Quan did not expect to meet such a master at the university. He was unfamiliar with the guy's energy. I don't know why you decided to go against me, but alas, you can't cope. Juan also understood this. Now his strength was not enough to fight such an enemy. Quan asked the guy if he felt its power on his body. The fact is that in this area all the energy is controlled by Quan. The barrier absorbs it, transfers it to him and so on in a circle. Therefore, he cannot be killed here and due to the constant cycle of energy, he can continuously use his signature move without any loss to himself. So Juan can do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't die before Quan has his fun. Seeing the huge ball of energy in the chairman's hand, Juan immediately became afraid. Instantly the building lit up and an explosion occurred inside it. At the same time, someone slowly approached his entrance. It was an old man, Fan, the rector of the university, who understood what was happening here. The explosion hit Juan and the shock wave threw him aside. The guy landed, having traveled a couple of meters. With difficulty getting up, he realized that he was finished. There was nothing to be done about it. The chairman slowly approached the guy. He said that they were talking in the eastern region. An outstanding student had appeared. Could it be you? Quan demanded to remove the mask so that he could see who was hiding under it. Juan did not obey and only gasped for air. Then the chairman in a menacing tone demanded to take off the mask. But at that moment the old man began knocking on the barrier, which distracted Quan's attention. How many times have I said that school is a place for learning? I will not allow students to be in danger. They don't take me into account at all. After his words, Fan put his hand to the barrier and it began to heat up. Then the barrier suddenly cracked and seemed about to burst. The chairman stood calmly. But then he became furious and shouted at the old man not to get under his feet. But the old man didn't listen to the man. He just continued to use his recovery ability. The gazes of two strong psionics met. They both disliked each other. Fan's gaze became more furious. He told Quan to stop doing whatever he wanted. Quan, in turn, invited the old man to measure their strength and find out which of them is stronger. Meanwhile, Juan took advantage of the moment. He realized that everything would be over unless he used a special ability. There was no other way out. Instantly the hero was covered with a red aura and a huge scarlet projection appeared behind him, the image of a Buddha, the lord of the underworld. Seeing such a powerful ability in an ordinary student, Quan became interested. The scarlet Buddha waved his huge staff. He then struck the barrier in which the old man made a crack. Instantly the barrier burst like glass and the protection began to disappear. Juan was happy. This was his chance. The guy activated his shadow step. Finally he was able to get out. The hero mentally thanked the teacher for his salvation. And the old man just smiled when he saw that a student from his academy was saved. The chairman stood motionless, his target gone. Quan was amazed that the guy was able to use Lord Panduan's technique and split the energy. The old man smiled. Mr. Yen was right, this is the same outstanding guy. Juan ran a sufficient distance. No one was chasing him and his strength was already running out. The guy realized that he was safe and there was no point in hiding anymore. So he took off his mask and breathed a sigh of relief. Juan thought, most likely the destruction of the city of Chao was the work of the chairman. Although I was closer to the solution, I still attracted unnecessary attention. I'm afraid next time it won't be so easy to get to the chairman. In addition, the guy is not that strong yet, but the most unpleasant thing is that his capture ability does not affect him. Is it really because he does not have enough points? The hero screamed in despair. Why was everything so difficult? But in any case, he must tell the whole truth about him, not only to find a way to deal with the chairman, but also to keep everyone safe. The next time the guy will be able to get close to the chairman only when he gets to the development of an ore deposit. That's why Luan knew he needed to get this badge. The badge, it was taken away, said the beaten Guangquan. There was no place on his face without abrasions. Luan was shocked. Now his plan became even more complicated. He was taken away in the morning, half an hour after you left. Luan couldn't believe that Guangquan lost so easily. He is still the strongest student. What could I do? I was alone. But there were many of them, all of them students from the southern region. The southern region was originally ruled by the military. The students there are close-knit. Anyone can have the badge, and students from other districts will never know who it is. They say that on the last day they will decide who will get the badge using rock, paper, scissors. In other words, in order to return him, you need to defeat all 500 students in the southern region, and this is impossible. Yes, Luan also understood that it would not be easy, because the main difficulty now is that he cannot stick out too much. But suddenly a brilliant idea came to his head. It might not be necessary to go there in person. The next morning, in a spacious house, one of the disciples was sitting and meditating. Suddenly he heard the footsteps of a man approaching him. A calm guy with red hair opened his eyes upon noticing the uninvited guest. If you came to compete for a badge, then you are 101st, the student answered the unknown silhouette. The guy pointed to the badge lying next to him and said that if his opponent wins, he will take it. Those are the rules. He also asked to introduce himself because he didn't want to fight with a nameless fighter. Juan introduced himself as Su Dachiang, a new student from the southern region. New student, and a new student suddenly had the courage to challenge me, self-confidently. Let me, as a senior student, tell you about my abilities. Before becoming a psionicist, I was well versed in various martial arts. After awakening, I achieved great success in techniques of supernatural power. Not a single student in this school has been able to defeat me in a one-on-one duel, the red-haired guy said and summoned the devilish martial arts dragon. But Luan was full of confidence. He said that he was ready to get this badge at any cost. At that same second, a fist from a senior student flew into his face. A multiple flurry of blows fell on Luan. The guy beat him like a punching bag. From such a massive attack, Luan fell and flew several meters away. Suddenly he stood up and said that he was giving up. He realized that he could not compete with the senior student. This can hardly be called a fight. The red-haired guy exhaled in disappointment and called Luan a weakling. It was really difficult. You are a very strong student, Luan praised the guy. But he turned around and asked him to leave. But Luan was not going to leave. He kindly asked the senior student to take a photo of him with the sign, because he wanted to publish his photo on Instagram. This proposal surprised the guy. He didn't understand why the newcomer needed his photo. Luan explained that if everyone finds out that he fought with a senior student, they will probably respect him. Now it's clear why this newcomer came. What a vain guy he is. The senior student agreed to the request. He pulled out his badge and struck a pose. Luan took out his phone. The hero asked the guy to look into the camera and widen his eyes. The phone began to take a photo and a bright flash appeared from its camera. This flash blinded the guy's eyes, and he tried to hide from it behind his badge. It was this moment that Luan took advantage of to snatch his award. Then he ran away, shouting that the senior badge was stolen by Su Dachiang from the southern region. The red-haired guy shouted for the enemy to stop. But Luan had an ace up his sleeve, namely his shadow walk. Instantly he flew out of the house, leaving behind only electrical traces and a stunned senior student. Damn, you think you can get a badge that easy? I'll dig through the whole school. But I'll find you. You won't get away with it. What was his name? Su Dachiang from the southern region. A little later, the guy appeared at the hostel in the southern region. Suddenly he noticed a familiar girl who also came here. They immediately recognized each other. These were the same senior students with badges. The guy and the girl asked at the same time, and your badge was also taken away. And this badge was taken away by Su Dachiang from the southern region. Yen Gani said that this scoundrel came to her with a pitiful look and asked her to take a photo to publish it on Instagram. Yi Dao said that he was carried out in the same way, and at that moment they shouted the name of this scoundrel. Meanwhile, Su Dachiang seemed to feel that someone remembered him. The guy was wondering who had their badge now. There is only one badge for 500 people, and the guy understood that he was unlikely to get it. But still he really wanted to get it. Suddenly he heard something happening behind him. There was Luan who quietly threw something into the air. Su Dachiang turned around and saw a badge with a cat keychain attached to it spinning behind him. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. It was a badge. It was clearly a gift from the gods. They heard his prayers and sent it to him. Suddenly the guy was called out by a female voice that came closer to him. It was an angry Yangani who said that this was her badge with a cat. The girl threateningly pointed her machine gun towards the guy. "What other icon?" Dachiang asked. "Our badge is safe, and we will not give it to you." Suddenly, guys from the southern region appeared near the guy. Dachiang ordered them to deal with the strangers. It seemed like this was what the seniors had been waiting for. It was time to have some fun. Several explosions thundered. Mixed with the sounds of blows, you could hear the screams of the guys. The dust from the battle began to clear, and the first defeated guys from the southern region appeared. They lay and cried at the feet of the angry seniors. Yang Gani grabbed the blonde man by the jacket and demanded that he give her the badge. Dachiang was sobbing, but there was nothing left to do except give the badge to the girl, which made her very happy. However, Yi Dao's badge was not visible, and the guy asked Dachiang where his badge was. He fell to his knees and began to beg not to hit him because he didn't know where the senior student's badge was. Meanwhile, Luan watched the performance and was happy that the plan worked without even having to fight them. After all, the last badge went to Luan and no one even noticed. After some time, the voice of an adult man asked the chairman if he called him. It was Wang Man who suggested that the boss wanted him to protect those 3 students. Quan confirmed his guess by saying that if that's what he calls it, then yes, they need to be protected. It will be necessary to keep an eye on them and not let them get hurt during or mining. The Thunder Tiger did not understand why the chairman was so careful because these were just 3 kids. But the chairman remembered that guy. In an hour the names of 3 students will be announced, and he will definitely be among them. After 3 days of fighting for the badges, it will finally become known who will get them. 3 winners were announced. The first 2 winners were the same senior students, Yi Dao and Yang Gani. They were asked to go up to the stage. No one in the hall doubted that they would win because they were too strong, but everyone was wondering who would be third. The guy assumed that the third one would be the guy who fought with Yi Dao. His comrade heard that it was Dachiang, but the blonde said that it was not him. Someone called himself by his name. He was furious at such impudence, and now he will finally find out who set him up. The head teacher said that now he will solemnly introduce the third winner. He is a real dark horse. And the third winner is student Lin Luan. The guy went on stage, and turmoil began to rise in the hall. No one knew who this guy was. Luan thanked everyone, and the senior students looked at him with impassive expressions. In the face of the guy, they recognized the same Su Dachiang who had fooled them a few days earlier. The guys in the hall began to create more noise. They wanted to know who this guy was. Did he have a real badge, and how did he even get it? Luan smiled sweetly and explained that he was just lucky. The fact is that yesterday he was walking near the school and suddenly noticed some shiny thing falling from the sky. Of course he came up to see what it was. To the guy's surprise, when he came closer he saw that it was the same badge. That's exactly how it happened, so the guy was just lucky to be in the right place. Of course, no one believed this stupid story. The crowd became more and more furious. A crowd of students began to shout that Luan was cheating. He was clearly hiding something, and the story was just a fiction. The guy's friends also didn't understand how he got the badge. Guangkun was especially confused because it was his badge. Everyone in the hall shouted that this was a scam. Luan just stood there and listened to the scream of the crowd. Meanwhile, his system was simply bursting with incoming notifications that said that he was getting 10 points for hating other students. Even Guangkun stood up to shout that this was his badge. But then Hao intervened and ordered him to shut up. But how can I remain silent if this is my badge? He stole it from me. But Hao understood that it was unlikely that Luan was just lucky, and it was unlikely that he simply cheated. While they were all having fun and making trouble, this scoundrel found a way out of the situation and took out a badge. Hao's fist clenched. It was unpleasant for him to realize that Luan had bypassed them. Meanwhile, notifications continued to arrive in the guy's system, and he eventually earned 10,232 points for hating other students. The head teacher shouted that luck is also part of strength. Whoever continues to be indignant will be expelled. Student Lin Luan deserved victory. But the audience did not let up, because even the head teacher defends him. Apparently he bribed him. The most angry were the senior students, who seemed to be about to kill Luan right on stage for using them. The guy panicked and asked them to stop because he had not broken the rules. The rules do not say that the badge must be taken by force, and the hero just thought a little about how to get it without using force. Yi Dao turned away and said that the guy took a roundabout route, but it would be better if he gave up right away, because kids have no place in the mine, some die there in agony. But Luan knew that he was far from a weakling, and besides he had a plan. The meeting ended and everyone began to go about their business. Luan stood on the street with his friends. Hao said that the trip would last more than a month, so the guy needed to be extremely careful. When the hero returns from the mine, he will become much stronger. To be honest, Hao was even a little jealous of him. One way or another, the guy will also train as hard as he can and will definitely become as tough as Luan. The hero looked at his friend and admired him. Hao asked Guangqun if he would say a few words to Luan before leaving. He turned around and said sharply that he would not lose again, and he would also defeat Luan 1,000 times. No, 100,000 times. Guangqun then turned around and left, leaving Luan with no choice but to accept this statement. After some time, the guys were getting ready to go to the mines in jeeps. Luan greeted the Thunder Tiger and asked if he was the leader of their brigade. Wang Man, meanwhile, was disappointed that even such a kid received a badge. Apparently their university had completely slipped in terms of development. The senior students were also not happy and said that they should not be assigned to him, because the guy ended up here by accident. At that moment, Luan realized that this trip was indeed going to be difficult. Meanwhile, the chairman was sitting in one of the jeeps and observing the situation. Among the candidates he did not see that fair-haired youth. However, among them he noticed a young man who interested him. It was a photo of Luan, who looked similar to that blonde guy. One of the officers approached the Thunder Tiger and asked permission to report. The man loudly announced that all units were formed and ready to depart. The time had come to leave. The advance unit was ready, the armed detachment was ready, the special operations detachment was ready, and the student brigade was also ready. And also the inspection team was ready, which included Sher Lily and an unknown man with glasses. Once everyone was ready, the officer shouted for everyone to listen to his order. He ordered the dispatch, and the convoy of jeeps went to the mines. The cars drove at enormous speeds to their goal, and in the meantime the guys were told information about the mine that was sent to their watches. Its area is approximately 15 square kilometers. 2 months ago it suddenly began to exude supernatural energy. The reason for this is still unknown. The technical department provided a diagram that shows the distribution of energy according to its concentration. The area itself is called the Crimson Eye. The guys looked at the goal of the task and noted that the square really looked like an eye. Now it's clear why it's called that. Luan was frightened by something completely different, again this eye, which he had already seen on the chairman's body. Yi Dao noted that the darkest area near the pupil is the place where energy is concentrated, which means that Wang Yu is there. The guy hoped that they would have the opportunity to see him because he is a living legend. Thunder Tiger asked who the red-haired boy thought he was. Did he really have the courage to chat about meeting Wang Yu? The guys did not expect such a harsh answer. It was unclear why the Thunder Tiger was so angry. The commander explained that Wang Yu is the center of the explosion of energy in the mine, and his strength is comparable to the strength of the entire planet. It is better not to think about him. Any contact is fraught with death, so you should not even approach him. Exploring the vein is an extremely dangerous job. The concentration of supernatural energy there is too high, which means that we may encounter especially powerful creatures and plants. After 2 months of observing the Crimson Eye, we managed to find out that it is divided into 4 zones. This time our brigade consists of 200 people, and we are taking students for the first time, so you will be assigned to the safest zone C, and since Commander Wang Man is responsible for your safety, he will also remain in this zone. Hearing these words, the Thunder Tiger was not happy. A few hours later, a convoy of vehicles arrived at the first post. Luan asked if they had arrived at the mine, but the commander said that it was just a transit post. The association first of all took care of the presence of the military during the development of the mine. They are not responsible for exploration of the vein, but only ensure security on the territory of the mine. Attackers will not be able to get here under any pretext, so only our 200 people have access to the vein. The convoy moved deeper into the territory, and soon the bright sun set behind the horizon, and night fell. The commander ordered all members of the brigade to turn off the engine and set up camp for the night. The convoy stopped, and the guys got out of their cars. The senior students stretched. They wanted to sleep. But when they saw the enchanting glow, the guys realized that they were in the right place. In front of Luan stood huge trees that shone with a blue light. From a distance they looked like huge mushrooms. The commander told the guys to pitch their tents, and tomorrow they will begin reconnaissance. But Luan stood motionless. He looked into this shining light, and it seemed as if the forest was hypnotizing him. Suddenly he was distracted by a figure standing behind him. The man said that such minds can confuse people. It is better not to go there alone, because every leaf here can be dangerous. Luan turned to see who approached him. It was a man with glasses. He introduced himself as Yan Qi. He was from the supervision department, and he was sent by Yan Mu. The teacher talked a lot about the guy. Luan at first didn't understand who Yang Mu was, but then he remembered that it was the same old man in the wheelchair. Since this man from the supervision department, and sure Lily is here, Yanqi said that this is so. She is now setting up a tent. Luan suggested that their department controls the work in the mine, and she replied that they control a lot of things. But this time, their department has something else to do in this place. Morning came. The commander ordered the company to rise and ordered everyone responsible for Area C to form a line. A few minutes later everyone stood in a line, and the commander ordered the crew to check if everything was in place. Luan was also standing here. He noticed that there were about 30 people left in the Area C exploration team. The others were already moving deeper into the forest. Sure Lily too, the guy was jealous of them. But suddenly a noise like a scream was heard from the ominous forest. What's happened? Are they already in trouble? Luan thought. Suddenly they saw something explode. The mushroom from the explosion was so large that it was visible even from their position. The squad was scared, but one man quickly calmed them down. Why did the herd of idiots go wild? Are you men or what? He then said that they would move out in 30 minutes. The commander understood the order. The Thunder Tiger walked away and the commander told the squad to listen to his orders. They are responsible for the security of the outer territory of the mine in Area C. There is little risk of running into trouble here. Their task will be to patrol the area and collect psionic crystals. The wristwatch will remind you of the danger level of plants and animals you encounter, and will also suggest ways to interact. In addition, the watch has the function of determining your location and correspondence. If you really need help, immediately inform the command. Now we are preparing to split up. In 20 minutes we will enter the mine in groups of 3. Luan was assigned to a squad with 2 other guys. One was tall with ashen hair, and the other with the same red hair as the hero. Luan tried to be polite and greeted his new comrades, saying that he hoped they would take care of him if anything happened. The guy with ashen hair told the hero to relax and they would cover him if necessary. However, suddenly the guy felt a sharp pain. At that moment a Thunder Tiger was looking at them and Luan did not notice anything. 20 minutes later, the teams moved to the patrol site. There was a rather interesting fauna of various mushrooms and plants. Luan moved forward while 2 guys from the squad stood behind him. The guy cut his way with a knife, cutting down another plant. Luan was amazed at how unusual they were and how they could grow to such a size. While the guy was busy with the plants, the guys from his squad smiled ominously and began to move away. Luan also noticed this, and shouted for the guys to wait for him. The guy tried to catch up with them when suddenly the vines next to him began to move. Luan looked at the tree branch where he felt movement. It seemed like it was just a hanging plant. However, after a few seconds, the vines lowered and sharp claws appeared from the tips of the plant. Luan was surprised by what he saw and decided to immediately check his watch. The watch said that it was a snake-like vine. It attacks the victim and penetrates the body, sucking out energy. The best way to interact is to kill. Liana tried to attack the guy, but Luan easily cut her into small pieces. Pieces of the vine fell to the ground and dried up in an instant like deflated balloons. Luan immediately realized that psionic energy was coming out of them, and if you find the root of the vine, you could probably get a good piece of ore. The guy turned his head and didn't see his comrades anywhere. He tried to call them again, but suddenly he heard someone approaching behind him. It was a Thunder Tiger who said that finally he had a good chance. This time no one would stop him. It was time to pay the bills. Luan panicked when he saw a man who was clearly not in a friendly mood. He tried to calm the situation by telling Wang Man that there was no mortal enmity between them. maybe only a small disagreement. And besides, his nephew started it first, and Juan is not to blame for anything. The Thunder Tiger said that he does not know what his nephew did, but family is family, and he must avenge him. The battle began, and the Thunder Tiger attacked first using a clap of thunder, his hand immediately becoming covered in electricity. Thunder roared and a beam of lightning flew towards Juan, but he managed to jump away. The lightning did not hit the guy, but the trees that stood behind him were less fortunate. The lightning erased them, leaving the trees with charred stumps. Seeing the consequences, Juan realized that this would not end well. He needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The guy tried to run away, but the Thunder Tiger did not lag behind. Then the guy remembered his ability to capture. Just before leaving for the mine, he saved up points for such a case. Mentally apologizing to the Thunder Tiger, he decided to capture it. However, the tentacles nearby beat him to it. To the boy's surprise, the fauna took advantage of the moment and attacked them with its vines. Both Juan and Wang Man did not have time to react, and the vines tightly bound them. Then the creatures began to throw them and hit their heads against the trees and the ground. Ultimately, the tentacles threw them into some dark pit. For a second the guys forgot about their differences as they tried to get back to their feet after the heavy blows. But suddenly a huge cobblestone fell on Wang Man's head and split in half when it hit. The Thunder Tiger immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Juan tried to call him, but the man did not answer. Then Juan took a step to approach him, but suddenly he heard a crunch under his feet. The guy looked down. He was shocked by what he saw. Juan was standing on a pile of bones. Many creatures had died here before him. At that moment he realized that he was in a very difficult situation. Meanwhile, long vines like worms began to appear from under the pile of bones. After a few seconds, they already filled the entire space. It seemed that Juan was in a den of snakes. The system also reported that it was a snake-like vine, danger level D. Juan was furious that this watch had nonsense written on it. How could such a creature have a low danger level? However, there was a small note that in some cases they could form a danger level A snake nest that had already wrapped itself around the Thunder Tiger, and was ready to drag it underground. Juan noticed this in time, and ran to help his former enemy. The guy used a fierce claw and cut the vines that enveloped the man. With difficulty, he raised the unconscious body and realized that it was better not to linger here. After all, the passage through which they entered was dragging on, and literally for another couple of minutes there would be no way out. Juan said that he did not plan to quarrel with Wang Man, although he intended to finish him off. But the guy could not leave him here to die so uselessly. So he grabbed the bulky body and threw it into the hole with all his strength. To his surprise, Wang Man flew out of the hole and crashed into a tree standing next to it. The man's bulky body fell down, and as he fell, he crashed into all the branches he could. But fortunately, he did not fall back into the hole. Juan, meanwhile, was left alone with the snake's lair. The tentacles rushed to attack. The guy tried to dodge them. Suddenly a brilliant idea came to his mind. He wondered if he could bite and subjugate plants. To his surprise, the system reported that the guy could capture them. This would require 1,000 points. The guy was glad that his cool system was capable of this. One of the vines tried to attack the hero, but he dodged and grabbed it tightly. Our vampire then bit Liana in order to activate the submission. Liana broke free and stepped back. The guy wondered if it worked. Suddenly he received a response from the Liana. Apparently the capture had failed. Juan suggested that biting just one vine is not enough. It's like biting a person's hair. This means that you need to bite into something more important. Most likely there is a key root here. Juan used his maximum level perception ability and sensed where the psionic energy was accumulating. This must be the root. The guy was delighted. The hero called on his shadow cats. For this trip to the mine he not only accumulated points, but also improved his skills. The guy pointed at the vines and ordered his shadow cats to blow up everything here. The cute creatures immediately followed the order and attacked the impenetrable wall of vines. The vines were charred, and after the smoke cleared, the hero saw something that resembled a hole. In the depths of this hole appeared the silhouette of a green monster with red eyes. The monster growled. In appearance it resembled an angry gorilla, whose hair was replaced by vines, and the monster also had bones of other creatures on its body. The system identified him as a wild beast, a creature in whose body a mutation occurred, as a result of which he lost his mind. He retained only the killing instinct, and the creature's danger level was A. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the surface saw a shiny pink crystal. One of them was happy that they had just arrived, and he had already found ore, and the piece was so large that it was most likely Class B ore. Suddenly their joy was interrupted by the roar of a beast that came from behind them. The guys turned around and saw in front of them a hyena with 3 heads, reminiscent of Cerberus from the legends. The watches on the guy's hands reported that this was the same wild beast as the one Luan was fighting. The watch also received a notification that a mutated scolopendra had been discovered in the zone. Following her, a mutated vulture and a mutated spider were discovered in the zone. The commander shouted that mutated animals were found everywhere in the zone. The troops should be extremely vigilant. He also ordered all troops to destroy these dangerous monsters. Senior students moving deeper into the forest also met one of the wild animals. In front of them stood an angry hyena with sharp thorns sticking out of its paws. Behind the hyena were 2 small puppies who were whining in fear. The watch also identified her as a wild animal that needed to be killed. The girl doubted this because it seemed that the monster was simply guarding its puppies. Suddenly, the rabid creature grabbed 2 small puppies into its mouth. The mouth slammed shut more and more. The puppies whined, but at one point they fell silent when the mouth slammed shut completely. The senior students were shocked to see a horrifying picture of a hyena devouring its own puppies. The creature went mad and was covered in the blood of its own cubs. There was no longer any doubt. Yi Dao shouted that this creature had mutated and they should kill it. Explosions were heard in all parts of the forest as everyone fought with mutated monsters. The chairman, together with his squad, also made their way deep into the forest. His squad consisted of 5 people including him. 2 of the squad were a guy with scars on his face and a pink-haired girl. 2 more guys were a man with a mask on his face and a man who looked like a scientist. They stood in a clearing covered with scarlet fog. The chairman ordered them to keep an eye on this place and not let anyone in. Meanwhile, a fight began between the hyena and the senior students. The creature opened its bloody mouth and attacked the guys. But Yi Dao was not afraid. He closed his eyes and focused on summoning his spirit beast. Then the guy suddenly put out his hand, and the spiritual martial arts dragon hit the enraged creature in the face. The whining dog immediately flew away from the guy. But this only angered the monster. The hyena stood on its paws and growled angrily. Yi Dao looked at his enemy, and noted that they had encountered a strong opponent. Meanwhile, in other parts of the map, the fighters were already exhausted fighting monsters. One of the soldiers noticed that these creatures were much more powerful than the reference book showed them. It seemed impossible, but the guys were not going to give up. Meanwhile, Luan bit the green mutant. The system reported that the orangutan vine was tamed. The ability of the maximum level snake vine tentacle was copied. The terrifying monster instantly turned into a laughing monkey. Luan was amazed that even such an unconscious creature could be captured. What kind of system is this? The hero climbed onto the back of the monster, and said that it was time to see what was so interesting in this mine. Meanwhile, in another clearing the battle continued. Yi Dao used his writhing dragon power to drive the enemy into a trap. The blue dragon began to circle around the hyena, confusing it, and not allowing it to pass. The guy shouted to his partner that now is the best time to attack. The girl realized this a long time ago, and was already preparing to attack the enemy in a jump. The moment she flew over the stunned hyena, Yamgani readied her machine gun. The gun charged and at the same second a barrage of electric bullets fell on the creature. The machine gun fire blew up everything in its path. Her partner covered himself so as not to be hit. Even the ground shook from such an attack. While still in the air, she ran out of cartridges and the girl greedily took in air. The dust from the raised ground cleared, and the heroes saw a dead, riddled animal lying on the ground. Finally the battle is over. The girl noted that they are still too inexperienced for such battles. Meanwhile, the scarlet glow somewhere near the center of the forest became increasingly stronger. The chairman stood in front of a red cloud of energy that seemed to be about to absorb him. The eye in the center of Kunming's chest reacted to the emitted energy, and also turned a little red. The chairman's squad at that moment stood at the entrance, and waited for him to finish. Suddenly they heard someone approaching them. The guy with the scars turned around to see who was coming towards them. It was Yen Chi, who thanked the squad for their help, and asked if the chairman was here. The guys were not too happy with the inspector. They asked what he needed here. The inspector explained that, judging by his watch, the chairman's mark breaks off here. You yourself know that keeping order is our job. I don't meddle in other people's affairs, but I must make sure that everyone present responsibly fulfills their duties. The masked man replied that the chairman was safe now and they were in charge of this area, so they shouldn't mind their own business. He ordered the inspector to leave here, but the man pretended to be friendly and did not move. Then he said that each of them understands that exploration of a mine is not an easy task and often someone dies. And if suddenly some inspector dies by chance, no one will suspect anything. The masked man's eyes lit up and he shot at the inspector, the force of the blow knocking his glasses off, and he fell to the ground. The inspector grabbed his watch and shouted, "What are you doing? I'll report this right away." But the villain quickly reacted and fired his beam directly at Yan Qing's watch. He came closer to the guy, their figures seemed ominous, and then he said that the inspector asked for it. The beaten guy asked what they were going to do with him. He looked pathetic. But in fact, it was just a distraction. At this moment, he was thinking about Lily. The invisible girl took advantage of her comrade's distraction and penetrated deeper into the zone. They remembered the words of the teacher, who said that the inspection was originally a department that controlled management. Perhaps for some this became a stumbling block. Over the years, they have lost dozens of outstanding employees, and the influence of the inspection department has waned. Now the department is just a fiction, and these victims are now reporting that inspectors are dying in the line of duty. But they understand perfectly well how things really are. It is clear to everyone that the chairman is involved in something. The old man knew that his strength was running out, so he would personally go to the mine and try to restore it with the help of Wang Yu. This is one of the rare cases where Quan Ming can be killed. Lily stepped forward and asked the mentor to entrust her with this work. The old man replied that although the chairman is weak now, this task is too dangerous for the girl. But Lily raised her eyes, which were filled with pain, and said that she had to do this. In the girl's memories, photographs of her family flashed, where at first they were friendly, and then her parents died. Lily ran towards danger and her gaze was serious. She understood that she herself had to deal with him. Meanwhile, the scarlet essence became stronger and stronger. When the time came and there was enough strength, the chairman decided that it was time to absorb energy. He shouted for the entity to return to him. He would finally get it. The center of the scarlet ball began to become electrified and rays appeared from it and headed towards Quan. The villain's eye became brighter and brighter, and he felt him reaching for energy. At one point, the chairman felt the same surge of strength that he had dreamed of for so long. But his joy was short-lived. A blue blade appeared right in the center of his eye, which pierced right through it. The chairman looked at his chest and saw a blade along with crimson energy. He immediately jumped back. Blood poured from his chest, and he did not understand what was happening. This was Lily, who created a blade using her energy. She quietly attacked him. The chairman immediately realized that this was an invisible creature that could convert psionic energy. Lily rushed to attack. Those two photos of her parents appeared in her head again. It was time to take revenge. Quan did not see her, so he could not avoid the first cut that fell on his cheek. Then his body felt pain in all parts of his body. Lily did not spare him. She continued to cut up the chairman, inflicting hundreds of cuts on him. Ultimately, the villain fell exhausted to the ground. Lily looked at the enemy. At that moment she thought that she had managed to defeat him. Meanwhile, her comrade was on his knees and raised his hands up. He began to beg the enemy squad for mercy, saying that he was wrong and would leave here right now. Yanqi understood that most likely Lily had already finished, and it was time to get out of here. The girl also decided so and turned around to leave. But that same red energy appeared behind her. Suddenly Lily crashed into an invisible wall. She immediately realized that something was wrong. The girl turned around and saw how the energy was returning to the chairman. The man's corpse stood up and he said that it was painful. Someone wanted to kill him, taking advantage of the opportunity, and knew that he was weak now. So this someone is a person from the association. But you were late. You should have acted faster. But you can understand. You were waiting for me to be alone. Unfortunately, you didn't take something into account. You didn't understand my abilities. And by the way, I've already regained my strength. These words shocked Lily. How did he regain his strength? This can't be true. He couldn't do it that quickly, even with the help of Wang Yu's powers. The chairman called his ball and said that now they will see who attacked him. He ordered the unknown to show up and then he will try to make a beautiful corpse out of him. Lily realized that now it would not be easy for her, and at that moment an explosion occurred. The inspector fell to the ground. He also heard this explosion, which thundered where the girl was. The guy immediately realized that it was Lily and apparently everything did not go according to plan. Yanqi immediately jumped up and ran towards the explosion, but the detachment guarding the chairman was not going to just let him go. Then the inspector turned around and shouted for them to go away. His hand began to be covered with a huge mechanical prosthesis. Then the man hit the ground with his huge fist. It immediately split, and the ground shook. Taking advantage of the rising smoke and confusion, the inspector ran to help his friend. But suddenly ropes flew out of the smoke in his direction, which immediately grabbed the guy and struck him with a bolt of lightning. The squad of fighters said that they would not let him go just like that. The girl noticed that the guy was only crying, but in fact he turned out to be a quite capable young man. Meanwhile, Lily had a hard time. The chairman launched one bomb after another, but the girl successfully dodged, albeit with difficulty. Quan noticed that his opponent had mastered the skills of hiding and converting energy, but it was only a matter of time. In any case, there was nowhere to run. His gaze became terrifying, and he shouted that he was going to blow everything up here. The scarlet energy emanating from the center of the forest began to move further and further towards its borders. The senior students were standing near the corpse of the hyena. They were restoring energy when suddenly a scarlet glow appeared behind the hyena. Yi Dao told the girl that she needed to leave and find the others to recover. But Wan Yu's energy had already reached the hyena's corpse. Power filled the monster, and the once dead creature opened its eyes. The animal immediately jumped to its paws. This time it was much more furious. The senior students couldn't believe their eyes. They no longer had the strength to fight her. The enraged beast rushed at them, and at that moment the guys realized that the end had come for them. But suddenly the vine grabbed the dog by the paw, and it fell a couple of meters from the target. Then more vines flew towards the beast, and they completely neutralized it, wrapping its paws and mouth. The senior students watching this did not understand what was happening. Suddenly they saw a shaggy gorilla appear behind the hyena. The guys thought that now they were definitely finished since another animal had arrived. Behind the beast there was a dark figure who told the guys not to worry because their torment would soon end. The system window notified the successful capture. But they didn't hear this. The senior students didn't know what to do. There was no way they could cope with two mutated beasts. Unexpectedly for the guys, they saw how the hyena and the gorilla hit their paws. The senior students decided that now these animals are at the same time. The girl cursed the day when she decided to go to this mine. Suddenly the monsters turned around and walked in the opposite direction deeper into the forest. The senior students looked at each other. Were they really afraid of us? In addition, it seemed to the guy that there was someone on the orangutan's back. In any case, whoever it was, they were saved. Meanwhile, Luan, riding on a hyena, walked deep into the forest. The guy laughed very loudly. The hero said that he would become the future king of mutated beasts. They headed to the center of the vein. It was time to deal with all the animals using their own method. In another section of the vein, the soldiers were running away. These creatures were stronger than expected, and there was no better solution than to flee. Behind them stood an angry three-headed hyena. But at one moment it turned into three cute dogs. A spider with a dozen crazy eyes also suddenly turned into a cute creature. Next was the angry vulture, who turned into a cute bird. The last was the powerful centipede, which also became one of the animals in the collection. Meanwhile, in the center of the forest, the inspector was barely holding out against the detachment of fighters. The scarred guy was surprised how long the inspector could hold out against the four of them. But it was time to end this. Suddenly they heard a strange rustling in the forest, the shaking of the earth, and the sound of something approaching. The scarred guy turned around and didn't believe what he saw. A flock of wild animals from the entire forest was rushing straight towards them. All of them were aggressive. The girl, seeing this picture, did not understand why all these animals huddled together in a flock. This had never happened before. Behind the orangutan, a mysterious dark figure still appeared. Luan said that it's all because they protect their master and work for him at full capacity. Powerful beasts attacked the squad guarding the chairman. The orangutan attacked the scarred guy who deftly dodged his vines. A sweet but impudent girl summoned a shield in the shape of a bear's face to protect herself from the web. The bespectacled scientist used his whip to subdue the attacking dog. The masked man used his colossal strength and dealt with the three-headed dog with his bare hands. While fighting, the squad forgot about the weak inspector, and he crawled away from them, watching in horror what was happening. Suddenly Luan appeared next to him and asked if the guy was okay. The hero picked up the man and said that he would take him away from here. But the inspector was wondering how he ended up here. The guy replied that he was just passing by. Yanqi was injured, but he couldn't just leave because Lily was still fighting with the chairman. Luan was shocked when he heard these words and asked to tell him everything in more detail. Meanwhile, explosions in the center of the mine did not stop. Lily could no longer dodge so deftly and blood poured out of her mouth when another explosion managed to hit her. The chairman mocked the girl's injuries. He wondered how long she would hold out, but suddenly his eye was struck by a beam of energy and pierced right through the man's head. It was Lily who attacked the enemy and quickly jumped back. Whatever you mutter, now you are in my energy field. Here I am immortal and you cannot escape from me, the chairman said, and his head became covered with electricity. After a few seconds, his eye recovered and, turning around, he repeated that the girl could not escape from him. Heart, head, nothing comes of it. No matter how strong he should be, the psionic energy collection center is supposed to be, but why doesn't he have one? At this moment, Lily looked at the clot of scarlet-red energy called Wanyu. It seems that only now she understood one of the chairman's secrets. The villain said that now he has played enough, there is no need to waste time, otherwise she will find out too much. The chairman decided that it was worth ending this. His body was covered with purple energy like a living bomb. He decided to use the explosion of the entire energy field. Wounded, Lily looked at the impending disaster, and memories flashed through her mind. She remembered her parents and their tombstone, near which she had once sworn revenge. The light from the living bomb became brighter. The girl did not believe that she would die now. She could not die until she took revenge. Suddenly, from under the ground where Lily stood, a huge mouth of a beast appeared, which swallowed her up along with the earth. A little earlier, Luan ran to Lily and recalled the words of the inspector, who said that almost all the deaths of inspectors are connected with Quan Ming, including the death of Lily's parents. She hid for so many years to take revenge on him, so now she is determined to win at any cost. If she fails to kill Quan Ming, she will be locked in his energy field, and for her this is certain death. And since the energy field cannot be broken, Quan Ming will be invincible. At this moment, Luan suggested that any ability must have a drawback. There must be a place where the field can be bypassed. Yanqi looked at the guy and asked, what place is this? This place was the ground through which the worm made its way into the field and was devouring Lily right now. The appearance of the worm surprised the chairman and the girl. A huge worm, as if on an exam, appeared from under the ground and swallowed her. Then the worm immediately jumped into the ground and burrowed inside. The chairman was angry. He knew that the energy field did not cover the surface of the earth. But in any case, he could not let his opponent escape. The chairman raised his hand in the air and summoned his ability. He used the opening of the energy field, and an insurmountable wall flew after the worm. The energy field cut the worm without any problems. One part was behind the field and the other was under it. The hero ran towards the worm. He put on his mask so as not to reveal his appearance. A girl fell out of the cut-off part. Fortunately, she was not harmed by the chairman's attack. Lily could hardly breathe. She was covered in worm drool, but she was alive. Quan grinned. Who would have thought that such huge worms were hiding underground? But this worm will not interfere with his plans. So the chairman raised his hand in the air and began to concentrate his energy. Suddenly he heard someone approaching him behind him. It was the same guy who attacked him recently, with ashen hair and a mask. Luan jumped onto the dome that protected the chairman and used the Dharma phenomenon. At that same second, a huge projection of a red warrior appeared behind the guy. He called upon Lord Pangwan, and the battle with the main villain began. Seeing the annoying enemy, the chairman immediately flew into a rage. The great projection swung its weapon and struck the Quan dome. The force of the blow was colossal, and from such power the chairman's dome began to crack. The cracks spreading across the dome immediately made themselves felt. Quan felt himself losing his balance, and his mind becoming cloudy. Determined, Luan asked his enemy if he was ready to fight him again. Lord Pangwan raised his sword and struck the dome again, and this time it split into two pieces. The chairman was getting worse. He was annoyed by this vile boy who always appears at the wrong time. Sure, Lily was getting out of the worm, covered in sticky mucus. At that moment Luan ran up to her. The girl immediately recognized the guy. She asked why his hair changed color. Luan took off his mask, smiled at the cutie, and said that he had come to save her. But first he had to get her out of here. He took her arm, but the girl did not want to leave. After all, Quan is very weak now. This opportunity cannot be missed. Next time it simply won't happen. I have been waiting for this moment for so many years. I must avenge my parents, I must. Luan did not let her finish, but lightly hit her impulsive head with his fist. The guy told the girl that her life was more important. He planned to deal with the chairman himself, so let her trust him. The sweet girl looked at the savior and was a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, the chairman became very angry. He cursed the guy and shouted that he would not forgive him for this. Quan looked at the scarlet entity. He had very little left. Lily told Juan that everything is not as simple as he thinks. No matter how much they hurt him, he cannot be overcome. The girl suspects that this is not his real body. And besides, psionic abilities generally cannot be developed to the same extent as the chairman's. The strange things happening at the mine, Quan Ming's descent into the vein, his eye shape similar to that of Wan Yu, all this points to only one thing. Most likely Wan Yu is somehow connected with Quan Ming. Perhaps Wan Yu is the chairman. Sure, Lily's guess shocked Luan, but he remembered this important detail. Quan, meanwhile, could hardly stand on his feet, because when the energy field is torn, a huge part of the energy is lost. However, very soon I will become the strongest. I just need a little more effort. The eye on his chest activated, and the man again summoned the scarlet essence to himself, ordering it to merge with himself. An entity similar to a huge flower froze next to the chairman. Then it began to shrink into one small clot of energy. Quan laughed evilly. He was completely mad. This was the moment. But suddenly something moved next to him and Quan looked away, seeing that there was nothing now in the place where the worm was. Because the hell worm did not die when it was cut, several worms from its body parts appeared from the ground right now. Then the worm swallowed a clot of energy intended for Quan. Bad worm, the chairman shouted. His indignation knew no bounds. Quickly spit it out. The enraged Quan summoned an energy sphere at that very second. Like a baseball, he launched the sphere at the worm. The sphere crashed into its mouth and exploded. Nothing happened, and then the chairman summoned several dozen energy balls. He sent ball after ball into the worm's body, ordering it to spit out Wan Yu immediately. The smoke from the explosions cleared. The worm was tormented, but continued to hold the sphere inside itself. Hell kept in mind the words of Luan, who said that it was her duty to penetrate the energy field and absorb Wan Yu. Remember, don't spit it out under any circumstances, otherwise we will lose, did you remember? The cute little worm nodded affirmatively. The task was clear. Therefore, Hell continued to fight to the last. The owner should be proud of her. The worm spat out its sticky saliva at the chairman, but he deftly dodged the attack. Quan was angry that some worm dared to touch him. He also understood that he had lost too much psionic energy, and he would not be able to create a field. Suddenly the worm felt a sharp pain, as if the sun inside it was flaring up and becoming larger. The chairman, who was watching this, knew that the worm must be in a lot of pain right now because Wan Yu is too strong for him. The man shouted at the worm to quickly spit out the core, otherwise it would explode and die. But the worm continued its mission. It was all tense, but remembered the words of its owner: under no circumstances should it be spit out. You're a lousy worm, you imagine a lot about yourself, the angry chairman shouted. This time he summoned even more energy spheres, shouting at the worm to spit out his son. Hell held back the core as best she could, and it became even more difficult to hold back due to the fact that energy bombs were falling on her every second. Do not spit it out under any circumstances. Hell repeated this phrase to herself while restraining Wan Yu. At that moment, Luan came running to the battlefield. The guy remembered how he carried Lily, and she asked about the insect. The girl recognized it and asked if it was the same worm that was on the exam. It can absorb psionic energy, and if it swallows Wan Yu and his energy, it will greatly weaken Quan Ming. But under no circumstances should you spit it out, otherwise the chairman will regain his strength, and then it will all be over. And although, if you don't spit it out, this worm will explode from an excess of energy. Luan watched the suffering pet. He did not know what to do, spit it out or not spit it out. After the next explosions of energy bombs, Luan made a decision. He shouted to the worm to spit out the core as soon as possible. The worm followed the master's order and immediately spat out a red-hot clot of energy. At that same second, the huge, menacing worm turned into a small, cute worm. The chairman saw the electrified core, and the worm finally spat it out. The distraught man laughed. His opponents still failed. His eye on his chest glowed and a scarlet-red light hit the sky. The chairman ordered Wan Yu to return to his body. While Quan was absorbing energy, Luan ran up to his wounded comrade. Picking up his exhausted pet, he promised that the chairman would still pay for this. At that moment, the guy remembered Lily's words. The girl said that as soon as the enemy replenishes his strength, everything will be over. Luan placed the worm on his shoulder. The guy understood that they would not have time to stop the chairman. He turned around and began to run away, shouting to everyone to get out of here as quickly as possible. Hearing the hero's words, the guys were surprised. Had they really lost? The chairman's aura at this moment became more and more bloody and terrible. He continued to laugh maliciously. Luan heard this laughter. It irritated him. But now he could not do anything except use the shadow step and run away from the epicenter. Instantly, all the bloody energy in the form of tails disappeared. The chairman fell silent, and a scarlet crown appeared above his head. He then opened his eyes. His pupils were deformed and filled with horror. They looked like pierced spheres. The heroes looked at the enemy and realized that something was about to happen. The chairman broke his silence and uttered only a few words: energy field. Instantly, the villain's field began to spread over a huge area. No one else could escape. Luan, along with his allies and even the senior students, saw the dome cover them, blocking out the sky. Quan's allies also fell under the dome. The guy with the scars from his squad realized that their master had succeeded after all. Within seconds, a huge dome covered the entire mine area. Finally it happened. Now the chairman has all the power. Luan realized that things were bad. Apparently, the energy field had strengthened. It was unknown whether it would now be possible to use the power of Lord Pangwan and cut through it. The hero's thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice coming from the clock. It was Lily calling. The guy answered the girl that he was fine for now, but the entire mine was in Quan Ming's energy field. At that moment, Lily realized that it was all over. The inspector also said that the situation could not be worse. The man smiled and asked Luan, as a freshman at the Psionic University, if he had any ideas on what to do now. The guy laughed and replied that he was not as good as the teacher thought. But the hero really had one interesting idea. Only to implement it, Luan needs the teacher to help him gain some time. Yan Qi exchanged glances with Lily and replied that since Luan called him his teacher, then he must fulfill his student's request. Meanwhile, Quan contacted his people. He asked to immediately tell him the location of all members of the brigade. I must find this blonde boy. No, not necessarily blonde. I need to find this cunning upstart. And yet, the chairman asked to immediately bring these 3 students to him. Quan's people said that they would fulfill his request. At that moment someone approached the man. Good afternoon, Chairman Quan Ming. You probably don't know me. My name is Yan Qi. I'm from the inspection. I'm accompanying the team. My task is to monitor the activities of the association members at the mine. And it seems to me that some of your actions violate the rules, so I must take disciplinary action. The words he heard confused the chairman. How dare some pathetic person say such a thing? Meanwhile, at another point in the forest, the animals were pretty exhausted, but continued to fight the enemy. The chairman's squad was also exhausted. The pink-haired girl noted that these creatures were really huge. I don't know how this brainless beast thought of uniting, but we need to finish them off as quickly as possible. These beasts are fighting with all their might. Now we will quickly finish them off. The orangutan seemed to hear the words of the guy with the scars and fell to the ground, growling menacingly and preparing for battle. Suddenly he was distracted by the owner who appeared behind him. Luan said that the time had come. Fighting chairman-level opponents is very difficult. Thank you. You will greatly weaken their strength. Only with your help can we win. Luan also added that now biting creatures has become much more profitable. Guys, you need to hold out a little longer. Lady Hell will soon help you replenish your strength. A squad of opponents watched the animals. The guy in the mask was wondering why these creatures listen to him and do not attack. The pink-haired girl thought this boy was familiar, and then she remembered that this was the same kid that the chairman was looking for. He galloped up and saved them the trouble. At this point, Luan finished his speech and ordered the creatures to disperse and attack the enemies one by one. The inspired animals understood the order and roared unanimously. To the surprise of the enemies, the ground shook and it seemed as if something was moving in it. Suddenly, a huge scolopendra appeared from underground, dividing the enemy squad. What stupid tricks! You can't even hurt anyone, what a bore. Suddenly, vines flew towards the impudent fox and grabbed her from all sides. The orangutan held his prey tightly while the scolopendra distracted other enemies. The girl got angry and escaped from the trap, shouting to the animals that their attacks were just a kindergarten. At the same moment, another animal, a vulture, appeared above her head. The creature flapped its wings and a powerful stream of air fell on the enemy. She raised her hands to protect herself from the blows of the wind, and dust rose around her, obscuring her view. The girl did not understand what kind of tricks these were, when suddenly someone appeared behind her and said that all this was needed to bring her to her knees and force her to call her daddy. After these words, the vampire opened his mouth and sank his fangs into the delicate pink skin. Meanwhile, a powerful explosion occurred in another part of the forest. From such a powerful shock wave, the inspector hit the ground several times and flew several meters away. His strength was not enough. He could barely breathe while lying on the ground. The chairman mockingly said that this handsome guy wanted to punish me, but somehow he didn't succeed. Apparently there were only non-entities left in the inspection. Yanqi tremblingly tried to get up to continue the fight. He was wounded, but he had to continue to gain time. Lily took advantage of the inspector's distraction and, using her invisibility, rushed at the chairman from behind. But Quan turned sharply and grabbed the invisible girl by the throat. "Did you really think that this trick would work on me again? You are now seriously injured and can barely breathe. Unlike me, because right now I am at the peak of my strength." The chairman's hand squeezed the girl's throat more and more. Yanqi, who saw this, shouted his friend's name. The system informed Juan that the capture was successful. The guy smiled. There were only 3 left. Not a second could be lost. Yanqi could not offend his partner. He could not think of anything better than to push the chairman with his shoulder. Quan staggered from the unexpected attack. His grip weakened, and he let go of the girl. Yanqi came to the baby's defense and shouted at her to run quickly. Because she still had her whole life ahead of her, she couldn't die here. "Run away," the chairman said in surprise and coldly, which frightened the inspector. At that same second, he summoned a colossal purple ball and said that now no one would leave him. Yanqi looked at the sparkling danger that hung above his head. "It seems this is the end." Sure, Lily burst into tears and screamed the name of her partner. A huge ball of energy hit Yanqi. The shock wave of this bomb knocked Lily off her feet. The girl's gaze became clouded when she realized what had happened. Tears flowed from her eyes, filled with horror. She recalled how Yanqi told the mentor that she should not let the girl go alone because this task was too dangerous. That is why the guy said that he would go with her. No matter what happens, he promised to always protect her. The dust from the explosion cleared and a huge crater formed on the ground, near which the chairman stood. In the center of the crater, under the rubble, Yanqi lay and showed no signs of life. Lily fell to her knees when she saw him. All her thoughts were mixed up in her head, as if the whole world had collapsed along with this bomb. The chairman slowly walked towards the girl and told her not to worry, because soon she would join this guy. The chairman was walking towards the girl when suddenly someone grabbed him by the leg and stopped him. "He hasn't died yet. How stubborn he is," said Quan, looking at the bloodied and wounded Yanqi, who was holding on to his opponent's leg with his last strength. He continued to fight, being exhausted. The inspector barely told Lily to run away. At that moment, the chairman directed his psionic energy at the guy's head, and it shot through it like a bullet. Blood poured from his nose and mouth. His eyes turned white. Lily continued to watch all this. "How touching! But this is your problem," the chairman said, and brought down dozens of small needles on the wounded Yanqi, which covered his body. Lily did not move. She did not scream or beg to stop. The girl froze in horror, sobbing and watching Quan's atrocities. The chairman kicked the guy's body, when suddenly someone appeared behind him and called his name. The villain turned around to see who dared to disturb him. It was one of his gang members, a pumped-up man in a mask who was holding Juan. They brought the one their commander needed. The chairman was glad that his people were finally able to catch this scoundrel. The man threw the hero to the ground and said that they had to run after him a little to catch him. "We have already spent all his psionic energy. Now he is only good for a landfill," the girl said. The chairman praised them when they get down to business. He is calm about the result. Juan coughed while lying on the ground and said that Quan was a vile person, also the chairman of the association, who killed whoever he wanted, whenever he wanted. "Kills, the death of several crew members at the mine is normal. But you were probably torn apart by those crazy animals." Crazy animals? Initially, these were ordinary and psionic animals. They turned into animals without consciousness, into animals that can only kill. This is your doing. These sudden oddities in the mine. Besides, the chairman personally went to the vein. Such a distribution of psionic energy in the mine and a sign on the body that matches Wang Yu's form. This cannot be a simple coincidence. It's all connected with you, Chairman Kunming. "What are you muttering?" said the villain, approaching the guy. "Who are you really?" Luan remembered his teacher and answered Quan that he was from the city of Chao. The chairman's face showed surprise when he heard about this place. Luan shouted that he was from the very city that the chairman ordered to destroy. "It turns out that there are survivors in the city, so that's why you're following me. It was a long time ago, 10 years ago. Yes, that incident was really worthwhile. There was a time, the destruction of the city of Chao. It could not be avoided. Do you know how psionic energy appeared in the world? All living organisms have this energy. Every creature in this world has a small amount of psionic energy. And for some reason, the energy that was evenly distributed between the creatures began to actively move, and when it collected in one place, the energy was restored there. However, the energy in the world must have a balance. If the amount of energy increases here, then in another place it must decrease. Creatures that lose their psionic power become unconscious beasts, and those who gain it become psionics. The ore of powers and the psionic reagent that you use for improvement are ultimately of the same nature. Therefore, if you want to have more psionic energy, the only way is to take it away from others." At that second, Luan guessed, had he really done it? "Yes, Chao's city," the chairman said. "I took the energy from all the creatures of that city, so they all turned into unconscious creatures, men, women, children, dogs, everything." Such pleasant memories even made the chairman begin to move in his pants. Luan flew into a rage when he realized what this beast had done to people. Quan continued the story. "However, back then I was a little impatient, absorbed too much energy and damaged my body, so the energy drains from time to time. Every couple of years I become weak and need to replenish the energy. Therefore, your guesses are correct regarding the connection between my body and Wanyu. The fact is that Wanyu is my energy body. This mind was built only so that I could replenish my strength. Creature, can you even imagine how many people have turned into animals because of you?" Luan shouted. The chairman laughed. "Look at this knight, what a nobility. Only this is the real world, baby." Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl turned on the device on her watch and turned up the volume. "Destroy one city or forest. I will do everything to achieve my goals. The whole world will become my food. The whole world will become my food." This phrase was repeated over and over again and flashed throughout the entire dome. "What he says?" Someone turned on the broadcast. Senior students asked questions when they heard a familiar voice. Some soldiers did not understand whose voice they were hearing, but it seems they began to guess that it was the voice of the chairman. The Thunder Tiger, who came to his senses, was horrified when he recognized the voice of Chairman Quan Ming. Luan began to get up. Suddenly he said that probably all the villains died because they want to express all their deep thoughts. Having risen to his feet, the guy shook himself off. He considered this sufficient, because he was already tired of pretending. The chairman did not understand what kind of performance was happening now. Luan turned to the girl and asked if she had conveyed everything that the chairman said. "Yes, everyone who is within this sphere heard everything. I turned on the broadcast mode." Quan didn't understand what was happening. What broadcast mode? Why do his subordinates obey Luan? "Excuse me, Chairman, but have you heard about the technique of turning enemies into friends? This technique is also often used by one popular character with yellow hair. This is a secret technique when people suddenly realize everything and turn from bad to good, so now your fighters are my people." "How can it be?" the chairman shouted. He did not understand what was happening. At that moment, his chest was pierced by a huge sword of a guy with scars. The guy said that the chairman's weakness is that his body belongs to Wanyu. Any harm done to him will accelerate the leakage of psionic energy. "What kind of joke is this?" the chairman shouted and used his powerful energy, which drove his new enemy away. The guy flew several meters away and was stopped by a man in a mask. The scientist ordered to take positions and the detachment that was once with the chairman attacked its commander. Luan, meanwhile, took advantage of the distraction and ran to his friends, calling the worm with him. Running up to the inspector, the guy saw his deep wounds. He asked Lady Hell if she could share her psionic energy with the man. The cute worm purred and nodded affirmatively. Then the hero ordered her to quickly cure her friend. Hell instantly increased in size and took the inspector in her mouth. Then the pet absorbed the man's body. Luan asked her to try her best. The hero turned around and saw Lily and ran towards her. In front of him sat a tear-stained girl who seemed to have gone crazy. She did not move, but simply froze, having seen all the horror with her own eyes. Luan asked the girl if she was okay, but Lily did not react to his words. Then he put his hand on her head and said that everything will be fine, don't worry. He stroked her silky hair and removed his hand, promising that he would solve everything, and for now let the girl stay here. Suddenly, the lifeless eyes filled with horror gradually returned to their normal appearance, as if Luan's voice had brought her back from that terrible world. Before her stood a real hero, with ashen hair and a scarlet aura, who promised that he would make Quan Ming answer for his actions. Meanwhile, the squad continued to fight the crazed psychopath. The masked man grabbed Quan and immobilized him. Then came the attack of the scientist, who released his strong ropes. They tied Quan from all sides, preventing him from moving. The hold was completed, and the masked fighter retreated. The pink-haired girl summoned ice flames and shot them at the chairman. Now, in addition to the strong ropes, ice began to grow in the center of his chest. And the last final character in the combination was a scarred guy who had already prepared his huge sword. At great speed, he plunged his weapon into the chest of his former owner. Perrin took out his sword and blood flowed like a fountain from the chairman's body. The guy smiled. It seemed to him that they had succeeded and that they had weakened their enemy. There was a huge hole in Quan's chest. He was not surprised that the psionicist he trained knew his vulnerabilities that were tearing his spiritual body apart. But they seemed to have forgotten that the energy sphere is already closed. Energy circulates within its boundaries, and therefore Quan spends almost no energy. That is why the chairman is not afraid of any attacks. You cannot kill me. The madman began to laugh feverishly. Scarlet energy entered his body, which came to him from the sphere. He then transformed into his purple cosmic form. Within the sphere he is invincible. The chairman clenched his fists, and at that moment a bright flash illuminated the clearing, striking a detachment of fighters. The explosive force from the chairman's energy scattered the fighters in different directions. He shouted that they would all die at his hands while continuing to laugh feverishly. At that moment, Luan appeared in front of him and summoned the projection of the Great Lord. With his huge sword, Pangguan cut the chairman's body in half. But he was immortal, so the halves quickly grew together. Quan got angry when he saw the annoying boy. Luan shouted to the animals that this psycho took away their psionic energy and turned them into unconscious creatures. It was time to take revenge on him. The chairman turned around. He was surprised that the guy was talking to animals. At that moment, he realized that he was surrounded by unconscious beasts. They all wanted revenge. Each of them remembered what the chairman had taken from them. Some remembered a carefree life, and some remembered their offspring. Quan screamed furiously. So much snot flew out of his nose, he did not understand what was happening here. The orangutan was the first to rush into the attack, swinging his huge fist and growling menacingly. The chairman easily dodged, moving his head to the side, but just at that moment a leg from the other side of the muscular guy flew into his head. Everyone rushed to the attack. Everyone beat the chairman. He did not have time to dodge all the attacks of the attackers. The beasts cut his body with sharp fangs and claws. The fighters used their abilities and their strength. Ultimately, the chairman's body rushed into the ground at great speed. Not a single person could withstand such an amount of damage. Animals and fighters had been inflicting damage on him for too long. Everyone was pretty exhausted. The animals, the fighters, and Luan could hardly stand on their feet. The guy understood that they were running out of strength to fight, but maybe in this attack they managed to kill him. But then he saw red energy. The barrier of the sphere was not destroyed and the psionic energy was not dissipated. Laughter was heard from the crater. I said that within the energy sphere I cannot be defeated, no matter how many of you are and how hard you hit. Within the sphere these are just pitiful attempts. As long as the energy reaches me I am invulnerable. You will all die. It's impossible to kill. What is he anyway? He has accumulated so much strength that the whole brigade cannot defeat him. At this moment scarlet sparkling circles began to appear under the dome of the sphere, which seemed to be about to explode. The mad chairman shouted that these spheres are called limitless explosion. Luan realized what was about to happen, and ordered all his subordinates to quickly run away and hide in cover. Each sphere began to explode, the blast wave throwing the fighters and animals in different directions. The guy turned around and saw one of these spheres flying at him. At that moment, he saw Lily who jumped towards the guy. The girl knocked him down, and thereby saved him. The sphere landed a couple of meters from the guys. A colossal explosion covered the area. It seemed that there was no escape from these explosions. The girl lay on the guy and held back the heat of the explosions while protecting Luan, who was shouting her name. Tears appeared in his eyes. The guy realized that if nothing was changed now, Lily would die. He brought up his watch and shouted, "We must destroy the barrier together. This is the only way we can escape. Quan Ming has gone crazy. Let's destroy the barrier." The soldiers didn't understand who was talking to them. What did he mean? Gone crazy? This guy says we have to fight the chairman. Luan saw Lily's face, who barely smiled. She was exhausted and injured, but still continued to protect him. Seeing the girls suffering, Luan burst into tears and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Please save us, save Lily." At that second, a clap of thunder was heard, and powerful lightning struck the impenetrable dome. "Why are you frozen?" the man shouted to the surprised soldiers. "I'm a thunder tiger. I'm not going to die here because of a psychopath," the man said and gathered energy into his hand for the next attack. The commander's words inspired the fighters, and they opened fire on the barrier with machine guns. Under the barrage of attacks, the barrier began to crack, but every time cracks appeared, it was restored again. Then Wang Man used the lion's clap of thunder, and a powerful discharge of electricity punched a hole in the dome. The man ordered the soldiers not to stop. They needed to exhaust the chairman. A flurry of attacks hit the dome, the ground trembling from the number of explosions. At this moment, Quan felt that his strength was beginning to fade away. Looking into the sky, he saw how his dome was beginning to crack, but he did not understand why this was happening. Quan Ming's explosions are not so powerful now. Those soldiers, they help us. We are saved by Lily. It's too early to rejoice. Quan Ming is quickly restoring the barrier of his sphere. We need to strengthen the attack. The exhausted girl looked into the guy's eyes and asked if he had enough strength for this. The hero looked at Lily, her tears dripping onto his cheeks. A sweet girl approached the hero and asked Luan to help her. The chairman's rage boiled over. He could not believe that some bunch of scum dared to attack him and start a rebellion. The mad chairman laughed, and the dome closed again. The strength was not enough. When suddenly he saw a scarlet fire that lit up nearby. It was Lord Pangwan who was called by Luan to stop the chairman. The powerful warrior looked at the dome. It was time to deal with this villain. Luan promised the girl that he would help her. Pangwan tightly grabbed his sword. The hero shouted that he would definitely defeat this bastard. At that moment, the chairman realized that this attack would be fatal for him. But he did not have time to stop the ruler of the underworld, who jumped up and rushed towards his goal. A moment later, a strong impenetrable dome pierced the sword, and all the energy from the sword rushed into this hole. The chairman felt intense pain, as if this sword had pierced not the dome, but his heart. The dome burst like glass, more and more energy leaving it. The chairman couldn't believe that he had been defeated by some brat. After a few seconds, his body began to dissolve until it completely disappeared. Lord Pangwan's projection disappeared and Luan fell to his knees. Finally it all ended. How strong the chairman turned out to be. How difficult everything was. The guy fell to the ground. He didn't have a drop of strength left. Now he can finally rest. Suddenly he heard a dark figure approaching him. The guy lowered his head to see who was approaching him. At that moment, he saw a menacing thunder tiger standing over him. The guy got scared and began to quickly get up to run away from the reprisals. "You again, you worthless boy," said the thunder tiger to Luan. The hero began to beg him to stop, because all this was just a mistake and a misunderstanding. Behind the thunder tiger, senior students appeared, rushing to their friend's aid. They blocked Wang Man's path to the guy, saying that he did not dare raise his hand to the student. The thunder tiger looked menacing. His soldiers were already standing behind him. It seemed to him that these two were asking for trouble. Yangani replied that no matter what happened between you, he is a junior from our university, and we will protect him. Thunder Tiger looked at Luan and said that he couldn't even get up in this state. Then he took out a psionic reagent, and said that he would just give it to him so that he would get out of here as quickly as possible. The commander turned to his subordinates, and gave the order to clear the bat area and provide assistance to all the wounded. One of the guys asked the commander what to do with these creatures and looked at the unconscious animals. "Tiger, Thunder Tiger, wait, they will not harm, they will behave well. I guarantee it was only Quan Ming who was dangerous. Do not attack them, I beg you." Wang Ming silently looked at the guy and then ordered his subordinate to form a team that would monitor the beasts. "But Commander, all mutants must be destroyed. Your order does not comply with the rules." At that same second, the evil commander hit the guy on the head and said that his order was the rule. Then he gave his subordinate a kick in the ass and ordered him to carry out the order. Luan watched this performance and smiled, yet the Thunder Tiger was a very powerful man. Finally it was all over, and thank God it all ended well. The heroes helped the wounded, and the detachment stayed at the mine for another 2 weeks studying the area. They collected quite a lot of psionic ore before. This would have been a joyful event, but knowing about the origin of the ore, it was no longer possible to rejoice. Meanwhile, in the city, people could not believe the news. They said that the chairman of the association, Quan Ming, had died in the mine. Zhao Qinglin was reporting to 3 unknown figures at this moment. She said that the information received was reliable. The mine was created for Quan Ming so that he could replenish his strength. The 3 figures were surprised by this news. They considered the chairman to be a real psycho. He created a special energy sphere with which he wanted to kill everyone, but they united and were able to destroy the sphere. According to news from the mine, the appearance of a red Buddha appeared on the battlefield. This appearance is very similar to the one seen during the state exam in the eastern region. It must be him. Most likely, Quan Ming was killed by Lord Pangguan, who was summoned by the rebel Xiao. As for the rest of the news, I will report it to the 3 chairmen as soon as I confirm its authenticity. Right now the detachment is returning from the mine, and soon we will find out about everything. In one of the trucks, a guy was happy that he would finally be able to have a normal conversation with a tiger. Luan kindly offered Wang Ming a glass of water, saying that it was thanks to him that he remained alive. "Don't try to become my friend," the Thunder Tiger answered. "I never remain in debt. You saved me once, now we're even. Why didn't you leave me to die then? In fact, I have always had a good opinion of you, and it's all because of your stupid nephew, or rather I meant Tianhao. Because of him you were angry with me. You yourself must know what kind of person your nephew is, and you still wipe his ass, obviously only because he is your relative, and not of your own free will. But you are devoted to your family, devoted to duty, and such a person cannot be bad, so I really like you, Thunder Tiger." Hearing such flattering words about himself, Wang Man was a little embarrassed. Then he told Wan to get out of here to the back of the van and look after the cargo there. This was not the answer the guy expected. The sad hero sat down at the end of the truck in the middle of the boxes. It was damp and lonely here. The soldier told the guy that the commander had told him that if even one piece was lost, the hero would be in trouble. "I don't understand what's in this tiger's soul. I'm actually not going to bite everyone. It infuriates me so much." The guy fell on the floor. He was very bored, and it was still a long way to go. It's a pity there is no one here with whom he could talk. Suddenly it dawned on him that he could just put his system in order. This time he bit a lot of people. The vampire's system reported that on his list of captured beings there were 37 living beings and 12 beings had died. Opening the list of his creatures, he was amazed at how much there was there. In the end the guy had 1001 points left. The list was simply huge, a whole collection. At this rate the hero will reach 8,000. But a large number of skills can play a cruel joke on him. During the battle, the hero may forget what abilities he has and which of them are more effective. Suddenly he saw a system message that said that the owner's request had been recorded, and the system suggested an improvement. Luan was incredibly happy that the system could be improved, and only 1,000 points were needed. He just had 1,001. Having selected the appropriate button on the display, the guy was engulfed in an enchanting blue aura, and the system improved. The power saturated him, and the guy's eyes became bright blue. The system congratulated the hero on his improvement. Now new functions were available to him. The first function was calling prisoners. Now Luan could call one subordinate to him once a day. The second function is the combination of skills. The owner of the system can restructure the skills. He can combine them and create completely new specialized skills. At the initial level he can only set 2 types of combinations. The hero froze in surprise. Now he has become even stronger. Soon the convoy with our heroes arrived home. The students saw the cars approaching and ran to quickly meet our heroes. The students saw 2 seniors arrive at the university with Luan. The guys admired the fact that the students returned safe and sound and successfully explored the mine. Luan was a little embarrassed, and said that he is not as tough as the guys think. Then he opened his eyes and saw that no one admired him. Everyone was surrounded by senior students. He tried to call his classmates by saying that he was also a survivor of the mine. The guys told him that he was shameless. He got into the mine by deception. Who knows what lengths he went to survive there. Everything was completely wrong. Wait, I'll tell you everything. Suddenly the hero felt like someone was watching him, and at that second someone rushed at him. In the air above the hero was the shadow of an unknown guy who raised his sword to attack the hero. Luan reacted in time and was able to escape the attack. However, not everything was so simple. He had an accomplice who came to his friend's aid. The unknown man was holding 2 pistols in his hands. He immediately opened fire on the enemy. Luan tried to dodge, but the swordsman was already in front of his face, tightly gripping his sword. Then the guy decided to seriously engage in battle. He jumped sharply and grabbed the swordsman by the throat. Then he turned the guy so that the enemy's bullets hit him in the back. It was a human shield. However, these were not ordinary bullets. A current pierced the body of the guy Luan was holding. The charred attacker fell to the ground. The hero asked the guys who they were and why they attacked him. The masked guy who attacked raised his hands and said he was giving up. He lowered his mask and Luan was surprised to see his friend Hao. The hero asked why his friends attacked him, but then he suddenly remembered the second victim. Guangkun lay and sobbed on the ground. He did not understand why he always gets into trouble the most. Hao said that while Luan stayed at the mine for half a month, they devoted this time to training, worked out every free minute, and they also chose the directions in which they want to develop. Kun chose a sword and Hao a psionic weapon. Luan said that the guys are much stronger than before. He didn't even recognize them. Hao replied that they are still far behind Luan. A trip to the mine makes the students stronger. The hero said that at the mine he met a couple of specialists. They know the same techniques as his friends. Maybe they can teach them. If it turns out, it will be a good opportunity to become stronger. Hearing such news, the guys were immediately happy. Luan offered to go somewhere to eat, and at the same time he would tell everything about the trip. Guangkun was paying for everyone, which the unfortunate guy, of course, was not happy about. In the evening, returning home, the hero called his mother. He said that the trip went smoothly, things were done, the university released him for 2 days, so he would soon come and visit her. After talking with his mother, the hero thought that when he arrived home, he would need to visit teacher Xiao to find out how he was feeling. And you will also need to meet your new girlfriend and take advantage of all the delights of a relationship. After some time, the hero arrived at the station to go home by train. At the station, the guy saw a squad of psionics. They were all very handsome and stately men. It's strange, lately a lot of psionics have been patrolling the area and looking for something. You can feel fluctuations in psionic energy everywhere, but it's just not clear what they are looking for. Suddenly the hero heard the clicking of heels. A girl approached him, and he turned around and was surprised to see her. It was Zhao Chenlin who asked the student what time his train was. If he didn't mind, she would like to talk. This mysterious woman again. Since Jifeng appeared, she won't leave me alone. In addition, the ability to capture cannot be used on her. Does she really have the same absolutely energy body as Quan Ming? And the girl said there was a great place nearby and they could grab some coffee and go there. Luan decided to agree, because anyway, he now has the ability to call for an assistant at any time. He told Aunt Xiao that he wouldn't mind going with her, to which the girl was indignant when she heard that she was called Aunt. It was night outside and the aromatic coffee exuded a pleasant smell. They sat on a hill from which the lights of the night city and the beautiful sky horizon were visible. Luan was amazed to see such a luxurious view. The girl confirmed that it was very beautiful here. The hero began to drink his coffee, saying that this place reminds him of his home. It's very nice here. Suddenly Zhao said that apparently it was he who killed Chairman Quan Ming. Hearing these words, Luan was shocked and spat out his coffee. What are you saying? I'm just learning how I could kill the chairman himself. And besides, I almost don't know what happened at the mine. I was behind the sphere. In fact, the hero guessed that this mysterious woman probably already knew everything. Rumor has it that a young man with white hair did this. He summoned the face of Buddha Pangwan. So I told the management that Xiao could have done this. There are more psionics on the street because they are looking for him. This is not very professional. But fortunately the management still believes in this theory. You don't have to thank me. Is it true? I didn't see teacher Xiao at the mine. There must have been some mistake, Luan said. But he was actually thinking about how much information she really knew. It's okay, Luan. If you like to pretend, then continue, you're doing great. But if you want to confess, you'll only have 3 chances. The guy replied that he didn't understand why she was saying this. Zhao said that she was doing this only because she was interested in Luan. You have learned the whole truth about psionic energy. People believe that the restoration of energy is a logical manifestation of the evolution of our species. But in fact the reality is cruel. Psionic energy is nothing more than an error in the system of nature. If one person receives, then another loses. The restoration of energy only strengthens human desires and aspirations. Strong people become more arrogant, weak people become more and more insignificant. She started talking about her ex-boyfriend. Juan was surprised why she suddenly started talking about her ex. Zhao said that he was studying then, they had a good relationship, they even thought of getting married, until she realized that she was a psionicist. She joyfully ran to tell him about it, to which he suggested breaking up. The girl asked the reason, and he said that psionics and ordinary people were two different species. He believed that the huge gap in the abilities of the two species would ultimately lead to the enslavement of people. To prove to him that he was wrong, Zhao joined the association, and in the end it seems to her that he was right. You will understand this, Luan. Many of us are trying in our own way to stop the changes of psionics. But so far everything has been in vain. The strength of personality is insignificant before the passage of time. But Zhao still retains hope. If the restoration of energy is a mistake in the system of nature, then I believe that there will definitely be a force that can correct it. What do you think about this, Luan? The girl asked him. The guy fell silent, then replied that he thought Zhao was right about something. They finished their coffee and, lost in their thoughts, the guy returned to the platform. He stood silently on the platform and remembered Zhao's last words about the force that would definitely be able to correct this mistake in the system of nature. Maybe she thinks that I am this power. To tell the truth, I have thought about it a lot too. Why did this strange vampire system appear, and why did it decide to choose me? The vampire system is different from the system for improving psionic power. Is it really created to resist psionics? Psionic energy is a mistake. Psionics belong to a different species. Ordinary people will become slaves. The lights of the houses that I see now will eventually go out. Cities will turn into ruins. The tragedy of Chao's city will repeat itself. But can I resist an entire organization? Working on myself and improving is now my motto in life. After a few hours of driving through the night, Luan returned to his parents' apartment. Mom said that her son had grown very much and was very thin. Apparently there was still not enough money for food. But Luan hastened to reassure her by saying that everything was fine with him. She hugged her son and told him not to stand on the threshold, but to quickly come into the house. The hero entered the house, took off his shoes, and his mother called him to the table. The table was laden with dozens of different luxurious dishes. Such a delicious sight made Luan's mouth water. He asked his mother, or she prepared it all herself. At that moment the woman smiled slyly. Suddenly firecrackers went off behind the hero, and all his friends greeted the guy, rejoicing at his return. Mom said that as soon as they found out that the hero was coming home, the guys specially came early to help set the table. Among the guests, Luan saw his teacher and asked how his wound was, especially since there were many psionics on the street looking for him. The guy was worried that Xiao would have problems. Xiao replied that everything was fine, he had a plan and he could have dinner with his student for a couple of hours. Luan smiled. He was glad to see him healthy. The hero said that he had a lot to tell the teacher. All the guests began to sit down at the table. A festive atmosphere reigned in the house, and Luan thought that at least he should not lose all his friends and family. After a hearty dinner, Luan told his mother to go to bed. The woman agreed with him, and told the guys not to sit up late. All of Luan's friends unanimously wished his mother good night, and thanked him for dinner. As soon as the mother left, the hero said that they cannot stay here together for a long time, so let's get straight to the point. Luan wants to create an organization that can resist the association of supernatural power. Hearing this statement, everyone in the room was stunned. The bald businessman told the hero that they shouldn't even talk about this out loud because they might be heard. Luan replied to Qinggong that he perfectly understood his concerns, but he thought for a long time before making such a decision. He needed to create an organization for two reasons. The first reason is that the association's efforts to find Master Xiao are getting stronger and stronger. If they don't do it now, they will find him sooner or later. Even if it is just to protect Teacher Xiao, Luan will definitely go against the association. Qini jumped to hug the guy, saying that he was truly the best. The hero asked the girl not to lean on him like that. They still had the whole night ahead of them, so let's get back to business. Xiao looked at his student. He was proud that he was able to pass on his heritage to him. The second reason is that everyone knows what the association of supernatural power is, and you need to understand that this world will sooner or later come to an end if the association continues to do its dirty deeds. To be honest, before I always wanted to be alone and thought only about myself. I didn't care what the world was like. as long as everything was fine with my mother. But now everything has changed. I've changed a lot and been through a lot in the last few months, even more than I have in the last 10 years. Several times I was on the verge of death, but thanks to this I became stronger. I met you and saw the world from the other side. I don't know how to express myself philosophically, but now the only thing I really want is to eradicate the injustice of this world, and I'm ready to do everything possible for this. I can't do it alone, so I ask you to help me. All the guys supported the hero's decision, shouting that they would always be with him and fight the association. Only Qinggong was against it, because he could not help here, and in general no one has the strength to fight the association. This is suicide. What did you say, fat pig? Zinni shouted. The guys began to kick the entrepreneur for ruining everything when everyone's morale was high. The beaten man still thought it was a very bad idea and everyone needed to think about it again. Xiao sat down next to him to listen to the guy and asked if Luan had any plan. The hero replied that what Qinggong said was true. Before, it was completely impossible for him to resist the association, but with the system he can do it. Master, could you tell me in general terms about those psionics who do not work for the association? There are quite a few such psionicists. They do not want to compromise with the association and they are usually called killers. At the moment I have no idea how many of these there are, but they usually gather in different criminal organizations, and their abilities are usually much weaker than those of the members of the association. Teacher Xiao, is there anyone among them who is as good in battle as you? There are probably some, but probably they are sadly few, because the resources of killers are very limited, and it is much more difficult for them to improve. This is the answer that Luan expected. He nodded his head and said that he had decided everything. The first thing we need to resist association is people, a lot of people. Therefore, first we must subdue all the killers. We are transported to a closed club, where we could hear the roar of the crowd, which shouted only one word: Oasis. Welcome to the underground battles of the Oasis. A place where power decides everything. A place where the strongest becomes king. The host on stage excited the crowd, and the crowd of people joyfully and enthusiastically took up the cry. Say hello to our Oasis queen, who has a 3 million bounty on her head from the association and has now gone undefeated in 90 matches in a row. Each spectator chanted the name of the girl snake, and meanwhile Xiao and Luan came closer to the stage. The teacher said that one of his friends told him about this place when he was still in the association. This place is called the Underground Battles of the Oasis. It is very famous among killers, and the prize money here is simply huge. The venues are constantly changing. The association has spent a lot of effort but has not been able to eradicate them, and the organizers are still unknown. If Luan needs people, this is the best place to start. After listening to the teacher, the guy suggested going to see what kind of fights were taking place there. In the arena stood an imposing man in green armor, emitting a terrifying aura. He said that it was time for a new king. It was time for the vulture turtle. The audience was delighted. Today's contender can transform, and he also has quite strong armor. His opponent was an elegant girl whose only clothing was duct tape wrapped around her sexy body. The battle began. The girl attacked first, turning her hands into snakes. The audience immediately recognized the famous snake grip. Instantly snake heads were wrapped around the menacing big man, immobilizing him. But the guy was not so simple. He shouted that the girl still couldn't break his shell. Here it is, a battle between two owners of animal-like transformations. We will find out which is stronger, a turtle shell or a snake's grip. At that same second, the man began to transform. His head turned into a long pillar similar to the head of a turtle. The presenter continued to comment on the fight, surprised that the guy could even transform his head. The girl wasted no time and also transformed her head into a huge snake. Then, like a bloodthirsty python, she swallowed the guy's head. Squeezing her powerful jaws, she bit off his head. Even his impenetrable shell did not help the man. The fight ended too quickly. The girl returned to her previous form, asking who wants to fight her next. The crowd chanted her name. She won again without any strain, and now her winning streak is 91 matches. Luan turned to his teacher, wondering if he could defeat her. I think that there would be no problem if I used all my strength. The main thing is to be careful with her. Maybe you can try to fight her. Luan happily agreed. It would be a sin to refuse such prize money. But first you need to gain some points. Otherwise the guy already has few of them. The presenter climbed onto the rope, asking the audience who was next ready to fight the invincible snake. Are these the same legendary battles in the oasis? Xiao said. It's a shame, what's the point of coming here at all? The audience fell for the provocation. They tried to find the one who said this nonsense, who dared to just insult the oasis. Xiao continued to mock, saying that this entertainment is just for such nonentities. The presenter recognized the guy who was boasting. This is the Lord of Pengguan, the famous Gong Xiao. Xiao smiled. It turns out that even someone here knows him. The audience recognized Xiao, saying that this was the same guy who was the association's errand dog. But then he was expelled and put on the wanted list. They laughed and called him a beaten dog. Xiao turned to the guys and replied that the dog was still stronger than a pack of small rats. The hooligans immediately became furious when they heard Ao's ridicule. Meanwhile, Luan's system was filling up with many notifications about getting points for crowd hostility. The crowd was getting more and more angry, and Luan told the teacher that he had had enough of teasing them. But it was difficult for him to stop. Stop pretending to be tough, Lord Pengguan. Aren't you afraid to challenge our snake? Xiao slowly turned to look at the leader, and replied that she was not worthy even of his blow. But this is a great opportunity for his student to prove himself. The host heard the answer and began to announce the start of the next competition. The challenge was thrown by a disciple of Lord Pengguan, a former psionicist from the association. As they say, teenagers need to grow up, and growing up always comes with a price, and in the underground battles of the oasis, the price of growing up is death. So guys, to my left is the queen of our battles, who holds a winning streak of already 91 battles. Everyone knows the snake for which this child will be a snack. And the presenter didn't know the name of the candidate on the right, so he held out the microphone and asked the guy what his name was. Luan took the microphone and said that it is now very popular to come up with all sorts of pseudonyms. And there are also a lot of people here. He needs to somehow impress everyone. So he told them to call him the King of Darkness. The presenter suddenly grabbed the microphone as if unimpressed and said that this was an excellent pseudonym. Furious spectators swore at the guy with different words. They wanted the snake to kill the upstart as quickly as possible. So, the battle between the King of Darkness and the snake begins. The host hit the gong and ran out of the stage. The girl rushed to the attack, saying that she would bite off the guy's head in one fell swoop. She was wondering what he tasted like. The snake immediately used full transformation. It seems that it wants to deal with the King of Darkness as quickly as possible. The snake slammed its head into the arena, but Luan quickly reacted and dodged the attack. The King of Darkness jumped into the air. But didn't he watch Dragon Ball? It's a bad idea to dodge by jumping into the air, because the huge snake immediately attacks the defenseless guy again. To Luan's surprise, dozens of snakes began to crawl out of the snake's mouth, blocking his view. Finally, the ability of 10,000 snakes. I hope no one among us will get sick from so many snakes. The spectators were happy with this outcome of the battle. They wanted the girl to crush the guy like a small insect. But Xiao calmly watched. He knew that the guy was not as simple as he seemed. He recalled Luan saying that after improving his system, he could combine multiple abilities at once. But he had not yet practiced it. The snake is an excellent opponent, so give me some time. I want to try out new abilities on it. The presenter shouted that this was the end for the guy when he saw how many snakes were chaining his body. The system reported that the hero combined ice flame and electric shock. The freezing effect of the ice flame is complemented by an electric shock wave, without the ignition effect. A wave is emitted from the entire body to attack and defend at the same time, maintaining the effect of an electric shock on opponents. Luan called this ability freezing flow. The guy freed himself from the trap, and the snake saw how the ice began to bind her snakes and get closer to her mouth. She quickly reacted and immediately bit the snakes so that the icy stream would not freeze her head. Luan landed on the arena. This ability seemed to work perfectly, but the snake did not give up and immediately hit the guy with its tail, who did not have time to react. The presenter was amazed at such fast movements. With one blow she sent the King of Darkness straight to the floor. Suddenly Xiao grabbed the phone and said that all the spectators were completely glued to the ring, asking the guys how their task was going. Unknown figures stood at the entrance. A bound guard lay in front of them, and the door was securely sealed with a chain. Chini reported that everything was fine with them. They closed their exit. Most likely the same with other exits. They used locks that were forged by psionic power, and even psionics would not be able to open them for some time. Xiao thanked the guys for their work, and meanwhile Luan combined the ability of shadow cats and the ability to summon a sword, and cats with swords appeared on the battlefield. Luan decided to call this ability Battle Cats and ordered his pets to attack the target. But the cute cats were still cats and therefore could not hold the swords. While they were moving towards the target, they cut themselves and exploded. The hero realized that it was still too dangerous to let cats play with swords. This combination of abilities did not work as it should. The snake, observing the unusual attack, became angry. She thought that the guy was mocking her. Therefore, she sharply hit him in the stomach. The leader said that this time, apparently, the King of Darkness would not be able to get to his feet. The blow was very powerful, so Juan flew several meters away from the enemy. Beautiful. Although the King of Darkness tried to evade, in front of the snake all his movements are simply insignificant, and the outcome was already known to everyone in advance. Start counting. Luan felt a pain in his chest. The guy realized that if he continued to fool around like this, he might die. The hero looked up and saw Shao give him a hand sign, hinting that they were ready to move on to the next stage. The guy got to his feet. He said that it was time to stop experimenting and start fighting seriously. The girl hissed, surprised that the guy still had the strength to stand on his feet. The hero shook off his feet. He said that now everything will be different, and by the way, he called himself the King of Darkness for a reason. But before talking about it, all the people here are criminals with a criminal past who need to be carefully controlled. And since I am the King of Darkness, I think everything is becoming obvious. I will become a king for all of you. The girl laughed when she heard the guy's fiery speech. To her, he was an ordinary fool. However, she still didn't know what the hero was capable of. Luan's eyes filled with red energy. His hair turned ashen, and the guy said that apparently a wonderful dinner was waiting for him. Hearing such words, the snake laughed. It seemed to her that the guy hit his head or decided to become the king of the clowns because he wouldn't even get out of this ring. The audience supported the girl and loudly booed the guy. But Luan prepared his trump card for the attack. This time he combined the shadow cats and the Buddha face of Panguan. At that same second, 3 cats appeared on the battlefield in the same scarlet armor in which Panguan appears. Luan understood that by using such a combination he would weaken the face of the Buddha, because he was divided into many clones. But the attack radius would clearly be quite good. But these cats did not scare the snake. For her, cats in armor, like cats with swords, are just a pile of garbage. She transformed into her true form and said that she would now swallow them one by one. The battle cat smiled. The crystals on his armor began to flare up with a scarlet glow. Yes, indeed, these cats are weakened and quite small. But don't underestimate them, Luan shouted, and at that moment one of his cats raised his small sword. The snake, which was moving towards the beast, was surprised by what it saw. The cat in armor hit the arena with all its strength, and a shock wave headed towards her. The girl dodged. However, the power of the attack was so strong that it cut through the arena and damaged the floor behind her. Then the destructive force reached the audience. Luan grinned and said that they should not forget that this cat is not alone. The war cats entered the fray, drawing their small but deadly swords and striking. The snake dodged as best it could, but from such powerful attacks of the little penguins, the arena began to collapse. At this moment, the girl wondered if this guy was really a newcomer. And besides, she had absolutely no strength left. But she was interrupted by Luan, who crept up from behind with the look of a killer, saying that he was here. Then the guy opened his mouth wide with vampire teeth and bit the snake on the shoulder. One victim ready. From such a surprise, the girl screamed and immediately fell to her knees. The presenter was stunned. This was not the outcome of the battle he expected, but the powerful vampire decided not to stop at just one victim. Seeing the terrible sight, the girl who was carrying out the signs with the rounds froze in place. After all, the crazy guy jumped on the leader and bit his neck like a wild animal. She immediately began to sob. She was overcome by horror, and it seems that not only her, the audience fell silent and retreated back. Having finished with the leader, the vampire turned around and told his teacher that it was time for dinner. Shao smiled and wished his student bon appetit. The spectators were confused. They did not yet fully understand what was happening. In their eyes, the crazy guy bit first the snake and then the judge. It was unclear whether he defeated the girl, and in general this was most likely a violation. That guy even bit that girl with the sign. Some masochists wanted to be bitten too. There was no need to wait long. The mad vampire jumped from the ring towards the audience. It landed right on the neck of one of those watching, as if it wanted to devour him. Now everything became clear. This guy was just crazy. The audience panicked and started running, but Xiao blocked their way to the corridor that led to the exit. The men got angry. One of the guys shouted at him to leave and not stand in their way. Xiao slowly raised his eyes and replied that Luan said that no one should escape from here. The teacher detained those running away, and the hero rejoiced at the abundant food that Xiao brought him. The remaining bandits tried their best to escape. It was no longer funny because even the psionics were also turning into zombies. The crowd ran to the emergency exit, but when they reached the door they realized that it was locked. People were banging on the door behind which Luan's henchmen were standing and making sure that no one left the hall. "It's locked outside, but don't worry about it," one of the men said. "Let's just destroy this door, we're psionic after all." At the same second, Zinni, riding her companion, fired an ultrasonic blast at the door. This cat magic did not allow people to pass through. There is no such door where Luan's friends would not be. She informed the eastern gate by phone to be ready. The guys clearly accepted the information. Everyone must hold the doors for about half an hour. This is an important step to form their group against the association. And most importantly, no one should find out about this. If even one escapes, the association may find out what happened tonight, and then all their efforts will be in vain. Thank God for our King Luan, Xiao thought. Long live chaos. A sufficient amount of time had already passed. The crazy vampire continued to bite everyone who was in the building, which frightened those around him. The rest continued to try to escape. One of the bandits remembered that somewhere in this room there should be a secret door. Qingmi and Xiao immediately realized that they needed to be stopped. Walking along the square slabs of the wall, the guy was still able to find the one that was pressed into the wall. At that same second, a door appeared in front of them that led to the exit. This is very bad, Xiao thought. If they get out now, our whole plan will fail. But then Luan told the guys not to worry because he has other people. The hero stood up and used his new ability, his body surrounded by lightning. The call was completed and a new comrade in arms, Jeremy, appeared in the doorway, who a few seconds ago was standing in the bathroom and shaving his beard. He looked at his razor and thought that it had somehow magically moved him in space. Luan shouted to the man not to let all these people go out, but not to kill them. Jeremy threw down his razor and said that he understood the order. The audience recognized this guy. This is Jeremy, a hero who was in the association under Chairman Quan Ming. They immediately began to beg him to help because there are zombies and a mad vampire around here. But he did not listen to the audience. Because the vampire is his master, he called on his weapon to tie everyone up. Finally, he apologized for the fact that the hero changed his mind and decided to become a robber. The exhausted people were shocked why even the all-powerful heroes from the association were on the side of the vampire. Why is everyone helping him? Who is this guy anyway? Is he really the king of darkness? Soon Luan had eaten everyone. No one could escape the mad vampire. The hero stood in the ring, and in front of him was a crowd of people welcoming their king. Luan was serious at first, but then he began to feel embarrassed. He felt that feeling when you perform in front of a large group of people on stage. He was nervous. It is not easy to be a star. People from the crowd supported the guy and told him not to be shy because everyone here would follow him and do what he said. Hearing words of encouragement from his people, the king began his speech. Soon we will all fight shoulder to shoulder. But as long as we are too few, we will continue to expand. Everyone will have their own tasks, and in order to make it easier to cope with them, you will all be divided into several teams. In the first team, the captain will be Xiao. In the second team, Chini and the cat Lala. In the third team, the captain will be Lady Snake. In short, we will become the greatest villains who will take over the entire world. After the successfully completed mission, the guy and the teacher headed home. Xiao supported the hero, saying that at the beginning it is always difficult and they have already done the hardest part. Now Luan can safely return to the university. It is necessary, Luan asked. I also want to participate in everything with you. Don't worry, we can do just fine without you. And you are our last trump card. You are our leader, you shouldn't get hurt, and leave the rest to us. However, we will have to face the entire association, the boy replied. I remember how strong Quan Ming was, and they have at least 3 more people equal in strength to him, not to mention countless psionicists. The hero was worried about the teacher, but Xiao told him that revolutions are only bloody, and they are ready for anything. The guys fell silent, and a few minutes later a car drove up to them. Xiao told the student to get in and go home. He had not been at the university for several days. If he did not return, they might begin to suspect something. Luan asked Xiao to be sure to tell him if anything happened to them. After these words, the hero left home, and the teacher remained on the street with their small resistance group. We will need to start soon. At least there is still a week to prepare. Their next destination will be Mount Chien. At an outpost near the mountain, one of the soldiers said that it was already safe here. All the dangerous alien animals had been killed long ago. Now they can use as much psionic ore as they want. The soldiers were frying a fragrant barbecue. The soldier's comrade did not understand why there was any security here if, in fact, there was nothing else to protect. Moreover, this mine is under the association. No one even dares to come here. At that moment they heard footsteps approaching them. The two guards were dumbfounded. It seems they won't be able to enjoy a nice barbecue. After all, Xiao stood in front of them with the support of his comrades and animals. A few hours later, the headquarters reported that Chien Mountain was attacked by assassins and they suffered heavy losses. This is the third mine in the last 2 months that has been attacked. Junlin reported in the chairman's office that the leader of this new group of killers, growing at incredible speed, is called the King of Darkness. The unknown man listened to the girl and silently continued to look out the window. Most of the members of the association were sent to protect the looted mines. Zhao continued, "We will certainly be able to recover some losses, but the situation is not optimistic. This group of killers clearly intends to fight against the association. In fact, they do not even hide their intentions and at the same time say that their leader is the King of Darkness, and they call themselves a revolutionary army." Hearing these words, the chairman turned around. However, suddenly an explosion occurred on a nearby street. This incident attracted the attention of the chairman and Zhao. Somewhere in the distance, black smoke could be seen coming from the building, and not only one place was damaged. Explosions occurred throughout the city. The villain girl laughed and told the frightened residents that they should beg her for mercy, and then none of them would suffer. The bandits smashed banks and streets, blowing up everything, but the king told them not to harm people, and they followed this rule. Explosions were heard even at the university. Hao suggested that this was again the work of killers. There has been too much unrest lately. The guys were wondering why this was happening, but Juan pretended that he didn't know what was going on. An employee burst into the chairman's office and shouted that explosions had occurred in many places, and it was confirmed that it was done by killers. "I see they believed in themselves," said the chairman, "since they decided to organize something like this at the doors of the association. It's time to settle things yourself." After these words, the powerful stranger flew out of the building and headed towards the killers. The villains continued to destroy everything around. The snake said that it loves darkness more than light. The fact is that a villain can do whatever he wants, but a righteous hypocrite always has a lot of worries. The bandits supported the leader. Destroying and blowing up is more fun than building, but their squad's time has already run out. The association definitely noticed this, which means their mission is completed. The snake ordered a retreat. According to the plan, they were supposed to pretend that they would be here until the end, but retreat in the midst of the pogroms. At that moment, the chairman appeared in front of them, broke through the ceiling and landed surrounded by a terrifying aura. The snake was surprised to see the guy. The chairman only briefly asked one question. He asked the robbers if they were the same revolutionary army of the King of Darkness. The killers recognized him as one of the chairmen of an association named Khan. She remembered the moment when Zhao's plan was explained to them. He said that raids on the association's mines and other unrest were just bait. The real goal is to disperse the main forces of the association so that they can achieve their goal. However, this plan has a drawback. When the association has no free members left to use, the chairman himself will appear in person. They all have unfathomable power, and the comrades he encounters will be in danger, and will probably die. The snake then laughed and said that death is nothing compared to participating in such an event. Whoever clashes with the chairman will only be considered an unlucky idiot. But in the end it was she who turned out to be the idiot. The powerful guy with blue horns was waiting for his answer. The snake bared its teeth and told its soldiers not to hesitate to attack. If they can kill the chairman, they will become famous. Meanwhile, the 4 Quan psionicists who were in the association building realized that the chairman was no longer here, which meant that their time had come. Xiao said that they should all buy time for Jeremy and divert the association members away from the association itself, because there are usually members with an average and high level and have a lot of advantages since they are in their own territory. Jeremy and his group will go to the archives of the association to obtain records of the actions of the past years. Although the atrocities of the association have certainly been erased, there should be mistakes in the records. If they can be obtained and made public, the glorious image of the association will simply collapse and their goal will be achieved. And the archive room is located on the 12th floor of the association. Usually it is carefully guarded. But today they will have their only chance. Khan can return at any moment, so they have little time and need to act extremely quickly. A few seconds later, the squad arrived on the 12th floor, where only weak employees remained. Jeremy said that Chairman Quan Ming needed to find some information urgently. The guard would be happy to let them in, but entering the archives requires permission, which he has requested from the party. The big guy in the mask showed him another pass, a powerful blow to the stomach that allowed him to pass. Jeremy took out a flash drive and said that the three of them needed to quickly copy all kinds of documents and reports. One of the guys asked how much time they had. Jeremy replied that the snake was a fairly well-known killer and the others were good too. According to conservative estimates, it should definitely last 10 minutes. But the snake was already covered in blood. Apparently the squad has less time than they think. After a powerful attack, the exhausted girl fell to the ground. She could only look towards the chairman. Exactly 1 minute was enough for him to deal with her. Khan put his foot on the snake's head, causing it to scream and order it to tell everything it knows. He wanted to know who the King of Darkness was. The girl said that she would tell everything. The main thing is that he spare her. Khan replied that she was just a small fry, so he would not kill her. The girl slowly turned to the chairman and said that in fact the King of Darkness was both far away and right next to him. "This is your dad," said the snake, smiling a crazy smile. This answer did not suit Khan. He pointed his fingers at the girl and then spread them. This was her last joke. Instantly she was pierced by thousands of needles. She screamed so loudly that if the glass in this building had survived, it would definitely have burst. It is very painful when 10,000 needles pierce all the internal organs of the body. Han said, "This is my power, to destroy your psionic power." With a pathetic face, he again pointed his hand at the snake and said that he calls this attack a magnetic field. The needles pierced the girl again, but suddenly she began to say that she was very ticklish. Its shape began to change to that of a snake. The snake said that it loved acupuncture and would like to do it every day. "It's amazing how a lowly assassin can resist my strength." Khan decided to stop his attack and ordered the red soldiers to take the girl and torture her with all sophisticated methods. Although the battle was over, the chairman was not left with a constant feeling of anxiety. A message appeared on the computer screen stating that the downloading of files would end in approximately 12 minutes. The internet in the building is too slow. No matter how strong the psionicist is, there is no way to increase the internet speed. Over the radio, all groups were informed that Khan was returning to the association. Xiao, heading there, shouted that they must detain him for at least 10 minutes. It will take him 10 minutes to reach him. Everyone near him should try to hold him. The two guys were still there, hiding from a terrible enemy. Although they are nearby, they are too weak and most likely will not even have time to get out, even if the snake lasted only a minute. Xiao got angry. The plan was starting to fall apart. Khan realized that everyone had already run away and began to rise into the air to go to the association. But suddenly he heard the roar of a motor behind him. It was Qinggong who shouted that he was a truck driver. Everyone should urgently get out of the way. He drove at full speed into Han, throwing him away. It's surprising that such a simple person was able to injure a powerful chairman. Qinggong jumped out of the car and shouted that falling asleep at the wheel was the worst thing that could happen to him. Seeing who was lying in front of him, he was shocked, because he had knocked down Chairman Han himself. It seemed like Han was about to be reborn in another world in the form of slime, but unfortunately, he just survived. The chairman was surprised that even this man was a murderer, and was ready to use his ability to intervene on him. Qinggong began to beg for mercy and asked the chairman not to kill him, but to the little fat man's surprise, nothing happened. Khan also did not understand what had happened and again used his intervention ability. Qinggong, covered in sweat, did not understand what the chairman was doing. Han repeated the use of the ability over and over again, but nothing happened. Qinggong thought that he had hit his head and it was better for him to go to the hospital. At that moment, a soldier ran up to Khan and said that this man was not a psionicist, and the chairman's power would not affect him. "So, are you an ordinary person?" the chairman asked in surprise. "Actually, I was just a little overtired and fell asleep at the wheel," Qinggong replied. "I'm an ordinary truck driver earning a living." Xiao was delighted and praised Qinggong for being able to detain Han. Meanwhile, there were 10 minutes left until the end of downloading the files. So much happened, and the loading progressed only 2 minutes. It was very depressing. Khan stood up and approached the fat man, starting to smell him, which surprised Qinggong. At this moment, Qinggong in his head begged Xiao to hurry up. The businessman asked what Khan wanted as an apology. He offered this red envelope, with which the guy could buy himself some fruit as an apology for running him over. Or if he doesn't want fruit, then maybe a cigarette would be better. If the chairman doesn't want to go to the hospital, then Qinggong can go and buy some medicine. With a contemptuous look, Khan simply ordered not to talk to him. But Qinggong did not give up and begged the chairman to at least leave his signature. The two fighters watching the performance were ashamed because Qinggong did not have any psionic energy, but was able to detain the chairman, and although they have it in small quantities, they did not even try. Meanwhile, Qinggong finally got fed up with the chairman, and he hit him in the neck. The businessman immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Khan told his soldiers that he left everything else to them, and he himself returned to the base. But suddenly 3 unknown figures called out to him and ordered him to stop. The powerful, courageous fighters said that if the chairman wanted to escape, then only through their corpse. Khan stood motionless with a gloomy face. Now he began to guess. He realized that these people were really trying to prevent him from returning to the association. The guys expected that the chairman would quickly guess and reveal their plan, but it was too late. The soldier shouted to his comrades to come out of their shelters. At that moment, dozens of fighters appeared around the guy. They told the chairman that their meeting would be unforgettable, and Khan just sighed, calling them ordinary trash. The bandits were ready to fight. They wanted to kill the chairman, and if not kill him, then at least detain him. Luan, meanwhile, was sitting at the university and listening to about the Pythagorean theorem. He recalled how Xiao told him that he was their only hope and the guy shouldn't take risks without good reason. Meanwhile, the security realized that someone had gotten into the data room. The duty officer's phone was not answering. The situation was observed by a masked thug who noticed the approaching fighters. He turned around and told his group that there were already a lot of patrols here. Jeremy and the swordsman decided that they would go and deal with the guards, while the fox girl would stay behind to monitor the loading. The patrol was trying to understand why there was no one here, when suddenly rope tentacles headed towards them. Together with them, fighters from the rest of the team appeared from behind the wall and attacked the unsuspecting patrol. The guys from the patrol were shocked that their comrades broke the wall in front of them. While they were stunned, Jeremy grabbed their radios and broke them. Jeremy ordered the guys to grab the patrolmen and not let them leave. The guy with the scars was indignant that he decided to command because they are all here on equal terms. Meanwhile, Khan paralyzed his enemies with a flick of his fingers. The fighters said that it was just a tickle and it didn't hurt them at all. But the tears in their eyes spoke for themselves. It's strange, over all these years, my intervention skill has always worked on opponents, Han said. How many masters gave up almost immediately before the intervention, and those who could bear such pain can be counted on one hand. Unexpectedly, today there are so many people who they were able to endure it, and yet they are insignificant killers. But the revolutionary army is an absolute evil that needs to be eradicated. The chairman believed. He was different from Kong Ming, and he did not have a hobby of killing. However, evil is evil and evil must be eradicated. Not wanting to kill does not mean not killing, so the chairman believed. He squeezed his hand and at that very second one of the fighters turned into a bloody mess. Then again and again, each person turned into a blood clot until the room was filled with this red liquid. This ability was called the Rain of Pain. There was nothing left of the people except blood. But suddenly Khan heard someone approaching him, walking through puddles of blood. It was Xiao, whose arrival Qinggong was very happy about. He was the only one left alive because he did not have psionic energy. The chairman recognized Lord Pangwang. He was not surprised that he was also a member of this revolutionary army. Now he is really forced to linger a little. Meanwhile, the computer reported that the download was completed successfully. They were in time. The fox girl was happy about this and hurried to inform Luan about it. But in her handset she only heard beeps. There was no signal and she couldn't contact the guy. In any case, they were done, so the girl said it was time to leave. But suddenly, leaving the room, she felt some kind of ominous bloody aura. The unknown shadow of a man next to them said that there are actually 4 chairmen. The revolutionary detachment was surprised to hear the voice of the mysterious enemy. Quan Ming died while excavating the mine, the unknown person said. The report says that Lord Pangwan did it, but it's hard to believe. Who are you and what is your goal? It was one of the chairmen named Koshtar. The man asked the squad to tell him who the King of Darkness is, and then maybe the one who tells will leave here alive. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Soldiers were surprised by Zhao's appearance. They still remembered that battle in the exams and wanted to avenge their comrades. But Khan stopped them, saying that they had better let them take the prisoners, and the chairman wanted to be left alone with Lord Pangwan. The soldiers did not dare to disobey the order and left, and now the powerful fighters were left alone. Khan immediately assumed that Zhao was the very King of Darkness. The white-haired man replied that it was just a fictitious name given by the brothers. But the only thing that was unclear to Han was what Zhao was really trying to achieve, because Quan Ming, the culprit of the incident in Zhao's hometown, was dead. Do you really want to destroy the association and truly become king? Do you think that you will make the world a better place if you become one? Of course, we are superior to ordinary people due to our strength, Han said. However, there is no significant difference between spiritual energy and energy, money and power. There is no difference between good and evil. This is all human creation. Where there are people there will be exploitation and hierarchy. This is the essence of man. If you deprive your body of spiritual energy now, I will truly respect you, otherwise your self-proclaimed justice is just a joke. Thank you for the advice. But unfortunately, first, with the help of my strength, I need to defeat the evil standing in front of me, Zhao answered, and everything in the world can be changed if you want. The teacher gathered his psionic energy and summoned a black brush. A swipe of his weapon sent a lightning attack towards the enemy. But Khan didn't even move. He spread his fingers as if controlling space, and Dao's colors scattered in different directions. What, did you skip school? Khan asked. Attacks based on spiritual power are useless against me. But Zhao did not give up and summoned many small colors for the next attack. Khan easily repelled them this time too, raising his fingers to the sky and dispelling Zhao's power. Then the teacher summoned a huge force of blow and directed it at the chairman. But for Khan, even such power was just a drop in the sea. Clenching his fist, he dissipated the huge wave, creating a powerful explosion in front of him. After the explosion dissipated, Han said that Zhao, who was honored to be the youngest leader of the association's investigation team, is one of the association's former geniuses. You did 3 simple moves to test me and my skills, determined with a sweep how well my abilities can block spiritual energy. Tested with small spiritual balls how many targets I can hit at the same time, and also assess the radius of my skills. A master who fights with his head for real scary. Han then asked his opponent what conclusions he had drawn, and Zhao replied that he realized that the chairman had terrifying skills. Meanwhile, Koshtar asked the detachment of fighters if they knew who the chairman was. This is a psionicist of the 7-star realm, with the skills of awakening, running, manifestation, transformation, appearance, mixing entities. All the chairmen are people who are on a par with God. So-called spiritual energy is the creation of one's own unique abilities beyond the knowledge of ordinary people, through personal thoughts and changing the attributes of psionic energy. Quan Ming, crazy and arrogant, his spiritual idea is to become an immortal and incorruptible god within a certain area. Han, on the contrary, is elegant, so his ability is to control the magnetic field and do anything in it. As for me, my natural disposition is somewhat chaotic, and my spiritual ideas correspond to it. I am a black swamp. Jeremy told his comrades that he would delay the chairman, and they all needed to leave. He summoned many tentacles that look like red bamboo, a technique called forest barrier. But the swamp is a liquid, and it easily seeped through the cracks of the barrier. Jeremy panicked, realizing that his technique did not even delay the enemy for a few seconds. But at that moment the thug picked up a huge boulder and threw it into the liquid, protecting his comrade. "Didn't I tell you to run away?" Jeremy shouted. "The most important thing is to take away the information we downloaded." "This is the second time I'm telling you, you're not our captain," the guy with the scars answered. "You'd better build a bridge for me, you bearded idiot." Jeremy did not argue and summoned many doors. The guy ran through them and rushed at the enemy, raising his sword above his head. Thanks to great teamwork, he was able to cut him in half. He pathetically landed on a boulder thrown earlier. But, unfortunately, the swamp cannot be cut. But that was not all. Dozens of Jeremy's tentacles crashed into Koshtar. Then a huge stone flew at him again. The chairman didn't have half his body. He had to take advantage of the moment. the fox girl summoned her frozen fire to bind the weakened enemy. Spikes of ice quickly consumed the swamps and headed towards Koshtar. In a matter of moments, the chairman turned into a human-shaped block of ice. And the final move was the blow of the sword, which cut this block. 4 of the squad gasped for air. It was excellent teamwork, honed by years of training. It seemed to them that they had succeeded, but they needed to make sure of this. But suddenly the guy with the scar felt something dripping onto his shoulder. The soldiers immediately raised their heads and saw that the entire ceiling was covered with a black swamp. In the depths of this swamp a face appeared and said that the world is chaos, and it will swallow everything. The fox immediately tried to use her freezing ability, but the chairman was faster. The black swamp began to swallow up the sweet girl. She realized that there was no way out, and the last thing the fox managed to do was throw the flash drive to the guys. Jeremy caught important data. Bitterness filled his heart. The guy with the scars shouted that he would cover them, and let them get out as quickly as possible. Suddenly the thug began to grow in size and grabbed Jeremy. The big man became simply huge. It seemed as if Jeremy was a doll for him. The thug threw his comrade away from this all-consuming swamp with all his might. But they themselves could not get out. The swamp began to swallow them all. "Don't lose the flash drive, Captain," the guy with the scar said, smiling before he died. Jeremy landed. He was angry that his comrades sacrificed themselves, but it was him who saved him. "One escaped," said the creepy face of the chairman, having finished absorbing the united squad. Jeremy began to run away as fast as he could. The sacrifice should not be in vain and he needed to protect the flash drive. But the elevator did not work. Turning around, the man saw a black swamp chasing him. There was no choice. He grabbed the elevator doors and began to try to open them. The door creaked open and an elevator shaft appeared in front of Jeremy. The man used his ability to grab onto the upper ledge. He jumped and flew upward, but the black swamp also did not lag behind. Jeremy was getting closer and closer to the treasured floor. There was very little left, just a little more and he would break free. But suddenly, just before the end, a black swamp grabbed his leg. Koshtar's disfigured face smiled ominously as he finally caught his prey. Jeremy couldn't cope. He was so close. The black swamp began to pull him down and swallow him up. When his face was almost swallowed up, he remembered the words of his friend who told him not to drop the flash drive. Jeremy's hand was still free and he fired the flash drive with a click. And so the story of the United Detachment ended. The black swamp sucked in the fighter. But fortunately, the shot was accurate and the flash drive with valuable information reached its target, falling to the floor of the next floor. At the same second, a woman in high heels approached the flash drive. Meanwhile, Xiao continued to fight Han. The chairman fired 2 magnetic fields at the teacher, but Xiao managed to react and jumped away from the attack. He continued to move quickly across the battlefield. The hero understood that he had a chance to avoid the interference of Khan's magnetic field if he moved extremely quickly. In addition, the magnetic lines emanating from the chairman come directly from him. The further away from him, the more discharged the magnetic lines are, and the easier it is to avoid interference. And on the contrary, the closer you are to him, the more difficult it is to approach him, which means there is only one way to defeat him. Xiao used his strength and cut the building in half at a great distance from the enemy. Khan, who was watching Xiao, felt something huge moving towards him. He guessed that the enemy wanted to use physical attacks against him, because interference only works on psionic energy. However, this was useless. This did not mean that he could not use psionic energy as he wanted, so Han easily destroyed the building that fell on his head. At that second, Xiao realized that this was the best moment to attack. Khan turned towards the enemy and was surprised. Unexpectedly for him, Xiao instantly got closer and hit the chairman with psionic energy. The blow barely touched Khan, but he was very surprised at such resourcefulness. I was right that he can activate the magnetic field ability when he uses psionic power for defense, Xiao thought. The moment between the transitions is his weak point. The enraged Khan pointed his hand at the enemy and used interference. Instantly the hero's hand became twisted and disfigured from the effects of the magnetic field. The guy jumped away from the enemy. Despite the weakness of the chairman, if the distance is small, he can immediately attack again. "You are truly terrifying," Khan said. "You were able to find my only flaw so quickly, you amaze me. I can't hold back anymore. It's time to show you my true power." The distraught chairman raised his hands into the sky and began to concentrate energy to summon a magnetic storm. The fighters watching the fight were surprised. What was he doing there? Why did he raise his hands to the sky? Is he really giving up? Xiao shouted at the guys to run away as quickly as possible and as far as they could. The air became electrified, magnetic brown like waves destroyed everything in its path. The soldiers did not have time to react, and the storm instantly wiped them off the face of the earth. Xiao tried to stop Khan by summoning the great form of Panduan and jumping on his enemy. Seeing the enemy, the chairman said that he was an idiot. No matter how powerful the appearance of the Lord was, any transformation of psionic energy for Khan was like garbage. Therefore, Panduan's appearance was also erased, despite the fact that he was of colossal size. But suddenly Xiao gave an order to Lady Hell. The magnetic lines on her side were exuding. We need to act now. Khan was surprised when he heard the enemy's order. At that same second, a small worm appeared behind the chairman, who had been hiding in the ruins all this time. Instantly, Lady Hell increased in size and hit Khan with her body. The force of the impact from the increase was so powerful that the chairman was thrown into the nearest building. We retreat to Lady Hell, said Xiao. This is not enough to defeat the chairman. The worm listened to the teacher and decreased in size. The chairman rose in the smoke. He said that he did not even think that Xiao would distract him with his face. This was a rather unexpected move. Khan's large, sharp horns appeared from the smoke. The enraged chairman changed his appearance. Now he was really angry and vowed to finish off his opponent the next time he came across him. A few hours later, one of the university guys said that no matter how confidential the information on the internet is, he can always get it. In the dormitory, they were surfing the internet, and the guy showed them a video that appeared after the explosion in the Shangqiang area. They say in order to eliminate the criminals, the people of the association accidentally killed 5 innocent people. The guy wanted to download this video when suddenly he saw an alert that reported shocking news. If you click on the message, the guys will find out what they don't know about the association. The red-haired student laughed. With his 20 years of experience on forums, he could see through such an article at first glance. Naturally, such a title was made to attract attention and drive traffic. The guy decided to demonstrate that he was right and clicked on the message. Inside was a video called The Truth about the incident 16 years ago. The red-haired guy was sure that it was just clickbait, but his friends began to say that the video was Quan Ming, the chairman who had recently died. But then his friends began to say that everything looked too real and did not look like a montage. The confident guy opened his eyes to see for himself what was happening there. The video was of Quan Ming, who dealt with the residents of the city and turned them into monsters by absorbing their power. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He thought it was a fake video. Suddenly they saw a notification that said that this article was suspected of violating the rules and was deleted. Now it was becoming even more like the truth. The guys were shocked by such a sensation. And not only they saw this message, many residents in the city began to argue. Some believed that it was a montage, and others decided that it was true. The article that appeared was quickly deleted, but some smart nerds managed to download it and repost it online, and a chain reaction began. Thousands of residents, from ordinary workers to influential people, saw the truth about the destroyed city of Chao. A few hours later, everyone was discussing this news. Housewives immediately reported this news to their friends. Some men in the workplace thought that these were clearly conspiracy theories and the work of the United States and Russia. And on the stock market everything was as always. Against the backdrop of shocking news, it collapsed. And only 2 old men who were drinking aromatic tea were happy about what was happening. Yang Mu and Fan were waiting for this day to come. The rector heard that the culprit of this incident was one of the assassins called the King of Darkness. Fan asked Mu if he knew who this guy was. He just bowed his head and remained silent. But both old men understood who they were talking about. Yang Mu then said that they would soon know whether this day would be a harbinger of chaos or a celebration. Meanwhile, city residents, together with reporters, began to gather at the main entrance of the association building. Khan hit the table. He was furious that this happened. The chairman shouted at Koshtar. Because it was his fault that this happened, he couldn't stop Jeremy, and that's why the files were leaked to the network. The second chairman smiled and said that the guy was also good, because he let Xiao escape. Khan was angry, but he had nothing to say, because he really missed his enemy. Suddenly, in the far corner of the room, the unknown third chairman said that men always quarrel like children. She was a woman with scarlet hair, a graceful body and large breasts, the third chairman named Hanabi. Downstairs is now surrounded by reporters, the girl said. It seems they are ready to swallow us alive. The public relations department has no options to get rid of them. Therefore, the chairman must come to them to explain everything. You just need to choose who will do it. Khan immediately replied that he would not go because it was contrary to his principles. Koshtar also said that he was a little depressed today and therefore did not want to see a crowd of people. Hanabi was angry that guys were putting this heavy burden on a woman. Therefore, they have only one option to resolve this dispute, playing back or palm. Hanabi placed her palm and that's why she lost. Well, she'll have to take the rap. A few minutes later, a representative of the association appeared in front of a crowd of paparazzi. The guys watched the spectacular woman. Seeing how confident she was, Khan believed that she had already figured out how to cope with the situation. Koshtar agreed with his friend. Hanabi was always good at press conferences. One of the journalists asked the chairman whether the popular video on the internet was true, whether what Chairman Kwon Ming did was true, how the chairman actually died. All the paparazzi demanded an explanation. Hanabi took the microphone in her hands and calmly replied that this was all the work of the association. Hearing such an answer, everyone fell silent. Khan and Koshtar were surprised to hear such an answer. But the paparazzi were even more surprised. This was literally a confession of all sins. What are you talking about? Who do you take us for? The crowd shouted. We are people, not monsters. One of the employees ran up to Hanabi in a panic and told her that she couldn't talk like that. He grabbed the microphone and said specific details would be provided once they investigated further. The girl turned around and began to leave the stage when suddenly an egg flew into her head. She stopped. The egg broke and continued to flow down her hair. Khan realized that things were bad. The crowd began throwing eggs. They cursed the association for not valuing human lives. The association is just a bunch of killers. The eggs flew at Hanabi. She stood silently while an employee tried to cover her. Han shouted at Hanabi to calm down and not do anything unreasonable. But it was too late. The flames flared up, and the girl turned to the crowd with a murderous look. One of the guys instantly caught fire. A few seconds later he literally disappeared, leaving only ashes. The frightened spectators rushed as fast as they could. The chairman went crazy and killed the man. An angry fire demon in the person of Hanabi asked who threw the eggs. One after another, the residents burst into flames and died just as instantly. Khan and Koshtar, who watched this trial, decided that this woman was crazy. Since you want to know the truth, I will tell you the truth, Hanabi said. In any case, I'm tired of pretending. All the information on the internet is true. You are just food for us. By the way, what can you do even if you find out the truth? You don't care how the ants feel when you trample them to death. So we don't care about you. We are already too strong to listen to your pathetic voices. The only thing you can do in your hopeless situation is to obey. You must listen and once again, obey, Hanabi shouted. After her words, the entire city was engulfed in flames. The power of a scorching phoenix consuming those who disagreed. Cars exploded, children cried, and those unfortunate residents continued to flee. Luan saw this hellish inferno. He simply had no words. He stood with Xiao and watched the glow. The guy had only one question for the teacher: whether they did everything right. Xiao replied that opening people's eyes is not a mistake, it's just that the association is rotten. And that is why now is the time to remove all this rot from our world. Some residents were scared. They decided to submit to the organization because then they would not be touched. But there were those who were against it. The guys swore that they would defend their rights to death and abandon slavery. Well then, only death awaits you, Koshtar said. At that moment the crowd fell silent. The man stood in front of them and a black swamp poured out of his feet, on which the dissenting inhabitants stood. Suddenly they were pulled down. The swamp began to absorb all those who refused to be a slave. After a few seconds, all the life force from these bodies began to flow out. The swamp absorbed the energy of the inhabitants and flowed to Koshtar. He felt bliss. After all, Quan Ming was right. This is a great feeling. Koshtar even felt his depression being cured. After some time, in the university building, a man ran to the rector to tell the news. The head teacher shouted that these people were just crazy. People from the association were just animals. But then the head teacher saw who was sitting in the rector's office. In the office was the rector, in front of whom sat the chairman of the association, Hanabi. Fan said that he had a guest and asked to come back later if possible. The frightened head teacher stuttered and agreed. Then he turned around and ran away from the office, saying that he would go make tea. The The rector continued the conversation. Chairman Hanabi, I will still say the same thing, this is a university, and I do not allow my students to interfere in matters beyond the scope of their duties. I think that these children are already old enough and have the right to decide for themselves what to do, the girl answered. At this moment, the students were gathered in the university hall. Khan congratulated the guys, saying that today was a good day for them. They studied hard just to join the association and become a real psionicist. Now, if they simply obey the orders of the chairman, they will join the association immediately. The children were wary. They did not understand what was happening, and besides these recent events, the rector said that even if he allowed the children to choose, he was confident that his students would do the right thing. As the head of the university, it is also my responsibility to set a good example for them, Fan said, standing up from his chair and rolling up his sleeves. Even if I am already old, Chairman Hanabi, I do not agree with the policies of your association. After these words, the old man folded his hands into a seal and a powerful aura appeared around him. Thousands of Buddha palms, that was the name of this technique, and thanks to it, Old Man Fan decided to put an end to the chairman once and for all. The girl did not resist and palms flew at her, burning through her body. Then a huge Buddha statue appeared in front of her mangled body. The powerful projection raised its fist above its head and pointed it at the chairman. A blow thundered, the shock wave from which was visible at a great distance. The students immediately turned around. They wanted to find out what happened. It seems that this sound came from the rector's office. The projection disappeared. The old man was breathing heavily as he used his great power. But suddenly he heard a voice that said that in order not to violate the principles, one must absorb the spiritual energy of nature, and never absorb artificially collected spiritual crystals. And you have truly reached such a level in this way, Master Fan, and have the strength worthy of an outstanding person of the previous generation. But unfortunately, you cannot defeat me. At that moment the old man saw the rebirth of the phoenix. The question of choosing one of the two, in my opinion, is easier than your exams, said Khan. Why are you staring blankly at each other? Suddenly a voice behind him said that this would make them think better. Hanabi stood behind Khan, holding the exhausted Fan. The students saw their rector and screamed, worried about the old man. Fan raised his eyes and told the children that he had already become a piece of garbage, so let them do what they see fit. The guys bared their teeth. They wanted to avenge the rector, but they understood that the enemy in front of them was not an easy one. The chairman waited for an answer. Han thought that this group of children was not that easy to deal with. Suddenly one of the guys raised his hand and said that he would like to join the association. It was Luan. This decision shocked his friends. And not only them, Luan explained his choice by saying that the chairmen are right. They are truly unusual people and therefore they should follow the association, especially since everyone should understand their situation. Khan smiled and was happy that finally someone sane had appeared. But the guys didn't think so. They cursed Luan, called him a traitor and scum, an unscrupulous piece of shit. At this moment, the system informed the hero that he was receiving a lot of points due to the hostility of his peers. Come on, hate me. Luan thought you will become the weapon that will defeat them. After some time, other students followed Luan's example, and they all gathered in the association building. Luan looked around the room. Apparently all those who decided to join are gathered here. But there was one problem. Luan does not have the opportunity to bite everyone here due to the fact that the chairman is standing here. So he contacted the teacher and asked him to distract the chairman. A few minutes later, a person from the organization ran into the room and told Khan that Xiao had appeared again. What a bad time, the chairman replied. Stay here, he said. Someone will replace me now and tell you everything, and I'll be back soon. Luan asked the chairman if he would personally deal with a villain like Xiao. Then he began to support Khan, telling him that he is the best and how everyone loves the chairman. Han didn't like this very much, and he quickly left amid Luan's screams. The other guys thought Luan was a suck-up and wanted to know what kind of guy he was. At that moment, the vampire smiled and closed the door tightly. The guys didn't understand what was happening. Why did he close the door? Didn't the chairman say that someone would replace him now? Luan said. He turned to the guys and said that he was that same person, and his next message will be this. Luan wants them all to serve him. Meanwhile, Xiao stood on the street surrounded by scarlet warriors. Khan appeared quite quickly and told the enemy that this time he would not be able to escape. Xiao just laughed, which surprised Han, because the fugitive's situation was not very funny. The guy replied to the chairman that in fact he had hidden one trick just for this occasion. This trick is called teleportation, and at that very second Xiao disappeared into thin air. Han was shocked. He no longer felt Zhao's energy nearby. Meanwhile, the teacher moved behind Luan. Xiao himself was also surprised that it worked. Now they are inside the lair of the villains. He leaned over to his student and asked how things were. Luan replied that everything was ready. Newly minted soldiers stood in front of him, ready to serve. Now the three chairmen are left alone without any support. Khan returned to the association building to continue recruitment. They brought him a glass of water, which he immediately dropped after drinking. After all, blood poured from his mouth. The chairman realized that the water was poisoned by the poison of psionic power. But how could this happen? Because he has people who are responsible for his food. He asked the recruited people to quickly get a spirit stone that could eliminate the poison in his body. But not one of the people moved. They just watched maliciously. Khan got angry. As soon as he realized everything, it was they who poisoned the water. But suddenly someone pierced him with a blade from behind. The chairman threw the attacker away from him, barely maintaining his balance. One of the recruited people said that now they are all a revolutionary army with the exception of only 3 chairmen. On other floors, Hanabi and Koshtar were also subjected to such an attack. Hanabi couldn't understand how it was possible for everyone to immediately betray them. Koshtar stood silently and waited for his former psionic comrades to attack. The plan was to deal with all the chairmen one by one, preventing them from uniting. No matter how strong the chairmen are, they will not be able to defeat the whole world together. The battle began, and explosions were heard in 3 different places in the association building. On the 103rd floor, Khan scattered his opponents by tearing down the walls. His rage knew no bounds. This garbage could not defeat such a powerful psionicist. I wouldn't expect anything less from the chairman, said a voice behind Han. You can easily defeat them without using your full strength, although they are all famous members of the association. It was Xiao who said that those psionics who joined were also traitors. It was time to start a real battle. On the 92nd floor, Hanabi saw the guy and recognized him. She remembered that student at the University of Psionics. Luan stood in front of her and replied that the girl had a good memory. However, judging by her gasping appearance, the Phoenix's powers are not endless. He wanted to find out how long this granny could hold out. On the 72nd floor, Koshtar also easily defeated the first group of fighters. Seeing those standing in front of him, he assumed that their strategy was to take him in numbers. In front of him stood the second group of fighters and was controlled by one very beautiful lady. Are you already afraid? Zinni said. It's too late to give up. Now you will see the fury of the cat and her friends. All 3 teams were there. The time has come to begin the final battle for peace. Xiao summoned the great projection of Panduan. The great blue warrior appeared before Khan, but he only laughed, because this projection did not work for him. Xiao replied that the chairman's magnetic field could no longer cover everything and he had no intention of approaching the enemy. The projection shifted and all the fragments of the walls scattered in all directions. Now the battlefield is strewn with stones, and they will all fly straight towards Khan. But suddenly Xiao saw an electric field, which alerted him. Khan summoned his true form. His horns grew, and he told the non-entity that he was standing in front of him so that he would not become arrogant. The battle with Koshtar had also already begun. The chairman was directing his swamp towards the enemies. But after a few minutes of grueling battle, the swamp began to move more slowly. Chini taunted him by saying that no matter how strong he is, his powers are not infinite, and sooner or later they will win. Idiot, do you still think that strength lies in the number of people? It's all useless. The truth is much harsher than you imagine. History has always been written by only a few people. At that same second, a black swamp overflowed and filled everything around. It even flew out of the building. Then a huge force began to cover the entire building. Koshtar said that they asked for it. Seeing the black swamp outside the window, Luan and Xiao were scared. Then the swamp took Khan and began to swallow him up. He laughed and said that they would all regret their disobedience. The black swamp also swallowed up the immortal phoenix Hanabi. Luan and Xiao were horrified. The 3 chairmen were about to unite. Luan summoned a projection of Panduan and tried to stop them by striking. The impact cut through most of the building and the swamp, but it was impossible to completely destroy it. It was already too late. A huge dark mass of 3 faces rose above the association building. Since you did not want to accept our kindness and refuse slavery, the monster spoke. All that remains is to wipe you all off the face of the earth and create a new world. A new world in which they, the all-powerful chairman, will be revered as gods. The electrified cloud began to spread throughout the city. Residents raised their heads and did not understand what was happening. They did not understand why the sky was darkening. After a few seconds, the Koshtar cloud covered the sky and the sun completely. The residents were horrified when they saw the monster, and suddenly all their energy began to come out of them. The chairman began to absorb every resident of the city. They killed everyone indiscriminately. Chingni told Wan that she had a bad feeling, and Lala also cowered in fear. Then they fell and all the vital energy began to come out of them too. Xiao, realizing where everything was going, told his student that it seemed they had failed. Then the energy left his body and the teacher also died, like Chini. Wan watched what was happening. He froze in horror and tears flowed from his eyes. He was overcome by a storm of emotions, fear, pain, hatred. The guy sobbed and screamed from powerlessness. The whole city was dying and a black and white dome began to spread around the association building. He will no longer be able to rejoice with his friend Hao. He will not see the smile of Chini and Lily. Absolutely everyone died, friends, enemies, acquaintances, old people, children, comrades. And only Luan continued to watch this horror, realizing how it all ended. In the black and white city, he saw the dead bodies of his teacher, his new girlfriend, whom he never kissed. Before him stood only one terrible creature, a powerful cloud of energy that absorbed everything. The only thing the chairman didn't understand was why this guy was still alive. For some reason Khan couldn't feel the guy's aura. The system issued an alarm. It reported that the owner's life was in danger, and therefore emergency measures were taken. And then one realized that he did not survive. His aura was also sucked out. This is his system. The system is somehow keeping him alive. The monsters' heads decided to come closer to look at the last surviving ant. We were mistaken in thinking that the leader of the revolutionary army, the self-proclaimed king of darkness, was Xiao, Koshtar said. How Xiao made so many people bow their heads in such a short period of time was always a mystery. It turns out that the real leader of the revolutionary army is not Xiao, but this guy. He is the king of darkness. Create a revolutionary army to replace us, the monster said. It was because of you that they all died. But they could continue to live happily as slaves. These words pierced the guy's heart. But indeed, if it weren't for him, his comrades would not be lying dead now. Horror gripped him. Tears no longer came from his eyes, only despair remained. But then his brain was pierced by the memories of the smiles of all those who were with him. His mother, his friend Hao, his teacher, Chini, all those who helped him on this difficult path. And one realized that this was not so. They all understood perfectly well what they were getting into. They would never have knelt before the chairman. Even if the hero is left alone, he still will not give up. Luan will not let them down, and will fight to the end. Activate Shadow Walk full power. The hero rushed into the city at the speed of sound, running away from the monster. Koshtar laughed. The guy's words inspired fear. But he just ran away. What a weakling. It's a pity. But he won't even be able to escape, Hanabi said. The psionic power of the entire city now belongs to us. The sinister city that was once a sweet home has turned into one big trap. Now everyone is dead, the points are useless. It turns out that this is where the real power of the system lies. Capture, capture, capture. This word constantly appeared in front of Luan's eyes. Like lightning he ran through every block of the city. But suddenly he stumbled and fell, because the shadow's tread was not endless. The monster laughed. Apparently the guy had run out of strength. Khan congratulated the hero. He extended his life by as much as 10 minutes. Luan breathed with difficulty. He always wondered why this system exists, and what its purpose is. Now he finally understood. If the revival of spiritual energy is an imbalance of natural energy, which led to the birth of such monsters as the chairman of the association, the emergence of a system is designed to correct this imbalance. Behind the guy's back, the corpses of people began to slowly rise. The King of Darkness ordered all people to rise up. Now the final battle will truly begin. While Wan ran through the city, he bit the inhabitants, returning them to life as zombies for a short time. The chairmen were surprised. They could not believe what they were seeing. The almighty vampire ordered his subordinates to devour the monster. The crowd roared, each person moving towards the monster. The crowd was hungry. They were like little ants crawling on their huge victim. The chairman did not understand why all these people suddenly resurrected and began to listen to this child. Because these are innocent souls, Luan replied, who want to live, they will never die. The zombies became more and more numerous. They all continued to absorb the huge chairman, who began to panic. The creature could not believe it. He fought all this garbage away from him. But the zombies continued to attack. The almighty chairman couldn't believe that they would lose to a bunch of walking corpses. There were too many zombies and they were impossible to kill. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from the eaten part of the monster's body. Then this light, similar to someone's soul, flew up to Luan, surprising the guy. After this, thousands of souls flew out of the monster. Each part absorbed with the help of zombies was transformed into psionic energy, which returned to Luan. A huge stream of energy flew into the guy and filled him with colossal power. The system reported that the level of the owner's psionic energy has reached its maximum. The system can be improved. After improving the system, all his skills will be combined. A window appeared in front of the hero, asking if he wanted to improve the system. Combine all the skills, it sounds strong. I hope it will help defeat these three, Luan said. It was worth a try. The chairman screamed as they were being consumed by those pesky insects, and they felt their psionic energy draining. Then they felt the presence of something powerful. It was Luan who was awakening the final stage of the system. A system message appeared in front of the hero, and reported that he had absorbed energy. The chairman screamed. They realized that the guy had absorbed all their psionic energy. The hero concentrated his forces while waiting for the system update to download. The chairman rushed at the enemy. Luan couldn't dodge, but he needed a little more time to fully improve it. Suddenly, the figure of a teacher appeared in front of the guy, covering the student with himself. Zhao's body was pierced by the black spikes of the chairman, but he was already dead. The monsters could not believe that this man continued to protect the guy even after his death. The system informed Luan that the improvement was complete. Finally he would be done with them. Luan thanked his teacher. The guy swore that he would definitely take revenge for everyone. Using his new and only ability, he summoned a colossal penguin who was 3 times taller than the chairman. When they saw this psionic monster, they couldn't believe their eyes. Die, Luan shouted, this is for my friends. Penguin's projection lowered its hand towards the enemy. Now the arrogant gods felt like ants. The energy fell on their heads and crushed them. Then a vortex of energy spun up and destroyed all the remnants of the black swamp and the 3 chairmen. An electric vortex rushed into the sky and the dark clouds began to disperse. A ray of light appeared through the impenetrable darkness. Then it started to snow. This snow was like ashes after a hard battle. Luan looked up tiredly and realized that it was finally over. The dead residents also raised their heads and watched the falling ash. Luan looked around and fell to his knees, surrounded only by the dead. Although he won, nothing makes sense now. The city is destroyed, and his friends remain dead. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him, notifying him that the guy had collected all the psionic energy. But he was not happy with this information, because now all this energy is meaningless. The system reported that now the guy can become the god of the new world because he has collected all the psionic energy. If he refuses, then the psionic energy will be completely destroyed, and the natural energy will return again and restore the balance of the world. The system asked to make a choice, become a god or destroy energy. This choice stunned the guy. Become a god or restore the balance of the world. A year later, the sun rose in the peaceful city. The little boy said that he was a 4-star psionicist, and that now his opponent would die. The children were playing on the street. The boy said that he was calling on the face of the Buddha and ran after his friend. Luan smiled as he looked at the children, and went out for a run. The hero was met by his friends, Hao and Guangquan. It's annoying, one of the residents said. Before I was awakened and could calmly lift the car, but now I'm out of breath, barely carrying a bucket of water. Why did my psionic energy disappear? Another guy used to breathe fire and lightning, but now he has to pay the electric bill every month. In the past, it was enough to become awakened to gain superpowers, but now, with natural energy, everything has become much more complicated. It feels like we have returned to the last century. Fireworks went off in the city park and an important event began. Qigong announced the start of the first Natural Energy Marathon. This marathon is held in honor of the first anniversary of the destruction of psionic energy. Everyone needs to register and stand at the starting line to participate. This marathon is being held for the first time, and they plan to hold it every year in the future. Luan was absolutely sure that he would win it. There was no way he could lose to his friends. Hao was also confident of victory. He needed to get around his eternal opponent. Qingni said that whoever dares to overtake Luan will immediately die at her hands. Now you won't be able to kill anyone so easily, Lily answered her. What did you say there? I'll put them down with one left, Zinni shouted to her rival. Nobody's afraid of you, Lily answered. Yang Mu was happy about the event. It's so lively here that he himself would like to run. The rector also wanted this. But now they can only play chess. Mu laughed and said that as long as he can still play chess with Fan, it's not that bad. He often wins it after all. Thunder Tiger reported that the first path was safe. Zhao Chenlin said that the second track is also normal. The preparations have been completed. Yan Qi confirmed that the third lane had also completed its preparations. The man heard the command. He raised his gun in the air and said that the first marathon called Natural Energy Generation was about to begin. It was Xiao. He told the guys to get ready. A shot rang out, and our cheerful heroes ran forward towards their bright future.